Book of Esther, Chapter 1. King Ahasuerus maketh a great feast. Queen Vashti, being sent for, refuseth to come, for which disobedience she is deposed. In the days of Ahasuerus, who reigned from India to Ethiopia over 127 provinces, when he sat on the throne of his kingdom, the city Susan was the capital of his kingdom. Now in the 3rd year of his reign, he made a great feast for all the princes, and for his servants, for the most mighty of the Persians, and the nobles of the Medes, and the governors of the provinces in his sight, that he might show the riches of the glory of his kingdom, and the greatness and boasting of his power, for a long time, to wit, for 180 days. And when the days of the feast were expired, he invited all the people that were found in Susan, from the greatest to the least, and commanded a feast to be made 7 days in the court of the garden, and of the wood, which was planted by the care and the hand of the king. And there were hung up on every side sky-coloured, and green, and violet hangings, fastened with cords of silk, and of purple, which were put into rings of ivory, and were held up with marble pillars. The beds also were of gold and silver, placed in order upon a floor, paved with porphyry and white marble, which was embellished with painting of wonderful variety. And they that were invited drank in golden cups, and the meats were brought in divers vessels, one after another. Wine also in abundance, and of the best, was presented, as was worthy of a king's magnificence. Neither was there anyone to compel them to drink that were not willing, but as the king had appointed, who set over every table one of his nobles, that every man might take what he would. Also Vashti the queen made a feast for the women in the palace, where King Ahasuerus was used to dwell. Now on the 7th day, when the king was merry, and after very much drinking was well warmed with wine, he commanded Molman, and Bazetha, and Harbona, and Bagatha, and Abgatha, and Zethar, and Carcas, the 7 eunuchs that served in his presence, to bring in Queen Vashti before the king, with the crown set upon her head, to show her beauty to all the people and the princes, for she was exceeding beautiful. But she refused, and would not come at the king's commandment, which he had signified to her by the eunuchs. Whereupon the king, being angry and inflamed with a very great fury, asked the wise men, who according to the custom of the kings, were always near his person, and all he did was by their counsel, who knew the laws and judgments of their forefathers. Now the chief and nearest him were Charsena and Setha, and Admatha, and Tharsis, and Meres, and Marsena, and Mamukan, 7 princes of the Persians, and of the Medes, who saw the face of the king, and were used to sit first after him. What sentence ought to pass upon Vashti the queen, who had refused to obey the commandment of King Ahasuerus, which he had sent to her by the eunuchs? And Mamukan answered in the hearing of the king and the princes, Queen Vashti hath not only injured the king, but also all the people and princes that are in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus. For this deed of the queen will go abroad to all women, so that they will despise their husbands, and will say, King Ahasuerus commanded that Queen Vashti should come into him, and she would not. And by this example all the wives of the princes of the Persians and the Medes will slight the commandments of their husbands. Wherefore the king's indignation is just. If it please thee, let an edict go out from thy presence, and let it be written according to the law of the Persians and of the Medes, which must not be altered, that Vashti come in no more to the king, but another that is better than her be made queen in her place. And let this be published through all the provinces of thy empire, which is very wide, and let all wives, as well of the greater as of the lesser, give honour to their husbands. His counsel pleased the king and the princes, and the king did according to the counsel of Mamukan. And he sent letters to all the provinces of his kingdom, as every nation could hear and read, in diverse languages and characters, that the husbands should be rulers and masters in their houses, and that this should be published to every people. Chapter 2. Esther is advanced to be queen. Mardochai detecteth a plot against the king. After this, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus was appeased, he remembered Vashti, and what she had done, and what she had suffered. And the king's servants and his officers said, Let young women be sought for the king, virgins and beautiful, and let some persons be sent through all the provinces to look for beautiful maidens and virgins, and let them bring them to the city of Susan, and put them into the house of the women under the hand of Aegeus the eunuch, who is the overseer and keeper of the king's women. And let them receive women's ornaments and other things necessary for their use. And whosoever among them all shall please the king's eyes, let her be queen instead of Vashti. The word pleased the king, and he commanded it should be done as they had suggested. There was a man in the city of Susan, a Jew, named Mardochai, the son of Jair, the son of Semei, the son of Kis, of the race of Gemini, who had been carried away from Jerusalem at the time that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, carried away Jeconiah, king of Judah, and he had brought up his brother's daughter Edissa, who by another name was called Esther. Now she had lost both her parents, and was exceeding fair and beautiful. And her father and mother being dead, Mardochai adopted her for his daughter. And when the king's ordinance was noised abroad, and according to his commandment, many beautiful virgins were brought to Susan, and were delivered to Aegeus the eunuch. Esther also, among the rest of the maidens, was delivered to him to be kept in the number of the women. And she pleased him, and found favour in his sight. And he commanded the eunuch to hasten the women's ornaments, and to deliver to her her part, and 7 of the most beautiful maidens of the king's house, and to adorn and deck out both her and her waiting maids. And she would not tell him her people, nor her country, for Mardochai had charged her to say nothing at all of that. And he walked every day before the court of the house, in which the chosen virgins were kept, having a care for Esther's welfare, and desiring to know what would befall her. Now when every virgin's turn came to go in to the king, after all had been done for setting them off to advantage, it was the 12th month, so that for 6 months they were anointed with oil of myrrh, and for other 6 months they used certain perfumes and sweet spices. And when they were going in to the king, whatsoever they asked to adorn themselves, they received. And being decked out as it pleased them, they passed from the chamber of the women to the king's chamber. And she that went in at evening came out in the morning, and from thence she was conducted to the second house, that was under the hand of Susagas the eunuch, who had the charge over the king's concubines. Neither could she return any more to the king, unless the king desired it, and had ordered her by name to come. And as the time came orderly about, the day was at hand, when Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the brother of Mardochai, whom he had adopted for his daughter, was to go into the king. But she sought not women's ornaments, but whatsoever Aegeus the eunuch, the keeper of the virgins, had a mind, he gave her to adorn her. For she was exceeding fair, and her incredible beauty made her appear agreeable and amiable in the eyes of all. So she was brought to the chamber of King Ahasuerus the 10th month, which is called Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved her more than all the women, and she had favour and kindness before him above all the women. And he set the royal crown on her head, and made her queen instead of Vashti. And he commanded a magnificent feast to be prepared for all the princes, and for his servants, for the marriage and wedding of Esther. And he gave rest to all the provinces, and bestowed gifts according to princely magnificence. And when the virgins were sought the 2nd time, and gathered together, Mordecai stayed at the king's gate. Neither had Esther as yet declared her country and people according to his commandment. For whatsoever he commanded, Esther observed, and she did all things in the same manner as she was wont at that time when he brought her up a little one. At that time, therefore, when Mordecai abode at the king's gate, Bagathan and Theres, 2 of the king's eunuchs who were porters and presided in the first entry of the palace, were angry, and they designed to rise up against the king and to kill him. And Mordecai had notice of it, and immediately he told it to Queen Esther, and she to the king in Mordecai's name, who had reported the thing unto her. It was inquired into and found out, and they were both hanged on a gibbet, and it was put in the histories and recorded in the chronicles before the king. Chapter 3. Amon, advanced by the king, is offended at Mordecai, and therefore procureth the king's decree to destroy the whole nation of the Jews. After these things, King Ahasuerus advanced Amon, the son of Ammedatha, who was of the race of Agag, and he set his throne above all the princes that were with him. And all the king's servants that were at the doors of the palace bent their knees and worshipped Amon. For so the emperor had commanded them, only Mordecai did not bend his knee, nor worship him. And the king's servants that were chief at the doors of the palace said to him, Why dost thou alone not observe the king's commandment? And when they were saying this often, and he would not hearken to them, they told Amon, desirous to know whether he would continue in his resolution, for he had told them that he was a Jew. Now when Amon had heard this, and had proved by experience that Mordecai did not bend his knee to him, nor worship him, he was exceeding angry. And he counted it nothing to lay his hands upon Mordecai alone, for he had heard that he was of the nation of the Jews, and he chose rather to destroy all the nation of the Jews that were in the kingdom of Ahasuerus. In the 1st month, which is called Nisan, in the 12th year, of the reign of Ahasuerus, the lot was cast into an urn, which in Hebrew is called Phor, before Amon, on what day and what month the nation of the Jews should be destroyed. And there came out the 12th month, which is called Adar. And Amon said to King Ahasuerus, There is a people scattered through all the provinces of thy kingdom, and separated one from another, that use new laws and ceremonies, and moreover despise the king's ordinances. And thou knowest very well that it is not expedient for thy kingdom that they should grow insolent by impunity. If it please thee, decree that they may he destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents to thy treasurers. And the king took the ring that he used from his own hand, and gave it to Amon, the son of Ammedatha, of the race of Agag, the enemy of the Jews. And he said to him, As to the money which thou promisest, keep it for thyself, And as to the people, do with them as seemeth good to thee. And the king's scribes were called in the first month, Nisan, on the 13th day of the same month. And they wrote, as Ammon had commanded, to all the king's lieutenants, and to the judges of the provinces, and of divers nations, as every nation could read and hear, according to their different languages, in the name of King Ahasuerus. And the letters, sealed with his ring, were sent by the king's messengers to all provinces, to kill and destroy all the Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, that is, on the 13th of the 12th month, which is called Adar, and to make a spoil of their goods. And the contents of the letters were to this effect, that all provinces might know, and be ready against that day. The couriers that were sent made haste to fulfill the king's commandment, and immediately the edict was hung up in Susan, the king and Ammon feasting together, and all the Jews that were in the city weeping. Chapter 4. Mardochai desireth Esther to petition the king for the Jews. They join in fasting and prayer. Now when Mardochai had heard these things, he rent his garments, and put on sackcloth, strewing ashes on his head. And he cried with a loud voice in the street in the midst of the city, showing the anguish of his mind. And he came lamenting in this manner even to the gate of the palace, for no one clothed with sackcloth might enter the king's court. And in all provinces, towns, and places, to which the king's cruel edict was come, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, wailing, and weeping, many using sackcloth and ashes for their bed. Then Esther's maids and her eunuchs went in and told her, and when she heard it, she was in a consternation, and she sent a garment to clothe him and to take away the sackcloth, but he would not receive it. And she called for Athach the eunuch, whom the king had appointed to attend upon her, and she commanded him to go to Mardochai and learn of him why he did this. And Athach, going out, went to Mardochai, who was standing in the street of the city, before the palace gate. And Mardochai told him all that had happened, how Ammon had promised to pay money into the king's treasures, to have the Jews destroyed. He gave him also a copy of the edict which was hanging up in Susan, that he should show it to the queen, and admonish her to go into the king, and to entreat him for her people. And Athach went back and told Esther all that Mardochai had said. She answered him and bade him say to Mardochai, all the king's servants and all the provinces that are under his dominion know that whosoever, whether man or woman, cometh into the king's inner court, who is not called for, is immediately to be put to death without any delay, except the king shall hold out the golden scepter to him in token of clemency, that so he may live. How then can I go in to the king, who for these 30 days now have not been called unto him? And when Mardochai had heard this, he sent word to Esther again, saying, think not that thou mayest save thy life only, because thou art in the king's house, more than all the Jews. For if thou wilt now hold thy peace, the Jews shall be delivered by some other occasion, and thou and thy father's house shall perish. And who knoweth whether thou art not therefore come to the kingdom, that thou mightest be ready in such a time as this? And again Esther sent to Mardochai in these words, go and gather together all the Jews whom thou shalt find in Susan, and pray ye for me. Neither eat nor drink for 3 days and 3 nights, and I with my handmaids will fast in like manner. And then I will go in to the king against the law, not being called, and expose myself to death and to danger. So Mardochai went and did all that Esther had commanded him. Chapter 5. Esther is graciously received. She inviteth the king and Amon to dinner. Amon prepareth a gibbet for Mordecai. And on the third day Esther put on her royal apparel, and stood in the inner court of the king's house, over against the king's hall. Now he sat upon his throne in the hall of the palace, over against the door of the house. And when he saw Esther the queen standing, she pleased his eyes, and he held out towards her the golden sceptre, which he held in his hand. And she drew near and kissed the top of his sceptre. And the king said to her, What wilt then, Queen Esther? What is thy request? If thou shouldst even ask 1/2 of the kingdom, it shall be given to thee. But she answered, If it please the king, I beseech thee to come to me this day, and Amon with thee to the banquet which I have prepared. And the king said forthwith, Call ye Amon quickly, that he may obey Esther's will. So the king and Amon came to the banquet which the queen had prepared for them. And the king said to her, after he had drunk wine plentifully, What dost thou desire should be given thee? And for what thing askest thou? Although thou shouldst ask the half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. And Esther answered, My petition and request is this. If I have found favour in the king's sight, and if it please the king to give me what I ask, and to fulfil my petition, let the king and Amon come to the banquet which I have prepared them, and tomorrow I will open my mind to the king. So Amon went out that day, joyful and merry. And when he saw Mordecai sitting before the gate of the palace, and that he not only did not rise up to honour him, but did not so much as move from the place where he sat, he was exceedingly angry. But dissembling his anger, and returning into his house, he called together to him his friends, and Zeres his wife. And he declared to them the greatness of his riches, and the multitude of his children, and with how great glory the king had advanced him above all his princes and servants. And after this he said, Queen Esther also hath invited no other to the banquet with the king, but me, and with her I am also to dine tomorrow with the king. And whereas I have all these things, I think I have nothing, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting before the king's gate. Then Zeres his wife, and the rest of his friends answered him, Order a great beam to be prepared 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak to the king that Mordecai may be hanged upon it, and so thou shalt go full of joy with the king to the banquet. The counsel pleased him, and he commanded a high gibbet to be prepared. Chapter 6. The king, hearing of the good service done him by Mordecai, commandeth Amon to honour him next to the king, which he performeth. That night the king passed without sleep, and he commanded the histories and chronicles of former times to be brought him. And when they were reading them before him, they came to that place where it was written, how Mordecai had discovered the treason of Bagathan and Theres the eunuchs, who sought to kill King Ahasuerus. And when the king heard this, he said, What honour and reward hath Mordecai received for this fidelity? His servants and ministers said to him, He hath received no reward at all. And the king said immediately, Who is in the court? For Amon was coming in to the inner court of the king's house, to speak to the king that he might order Mordecai to be hanged upon the gibbet, which was prepared for him. The servants answered, Amon standeth in the call. And the king said, Let him come in. And when he was come in, he said to him, What ought to be done to the man whom the king is desirous to honour? But Amon, thinking in his heart, and supposing that the king would honour no other but himself, answered, The man whom the king desireth to honour ought to be clothed with the king's apparel, and to be set upon the horse that the king rideth upon, and to have the royal crown upon his head. And let the first of the king's princes and nobles hold his horse, and going through the streets of the city, proclaim before him, and say, Thus shall he be honoured, whom the king hath a mind to honour. And the king said to him, Make haste, and take the robe and the horse, and do as thou hast spoken to Mordecai the Jew, who sitteth before the gates of the palace. Beware thou pass over any of those things which thou hast spoken. So Amon took the robe and the horse, and arraying Mordecai in the street of the city, and setting him on the horse, went before him, and proclaimed, This honour is he worthy of, whom the king hath a mind to honour. But Mordecai returned to the palace gate, and Amon made haste to go to his house, mourning and having his head covered. And he told Zeres, his wife, and his friends, all that had befallen him, and the wise men whom he had in council. And his wife answered him, If Mordecai be of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou canst not resist him, but thou shalt fall in his sight. As they were yet speaking, the king's eunuchs came, and compelled him to go quickly to the banquet which the queen had prepared. Chapter 7. Esther's petition for herself and her people. Amon is hanged upon the gibbet he had prepared for Mordecai. So the king and Amon went in to drink with the queen. And the king said to her, again the second day, after he was warm with wine, What is thy petition, Esther, that it may be granted thee? And what wilt thou have done? Although thou ask that the half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. Then she answered, If I have found favour in thy sight, O king, and if it please thee, give me my life for which I ask, and my people for which I request. For we are given up, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. And would God we were sold for bondmen and bondwomen, that evil might be borne with, and I would have mourned in silence. But now we have an enemy, whose cruelty redoundeth upon the king. And King Ahasuerus answered and said, Who is this, and of what power, that he should do these things? And Esther said, It is this Amon that is our adversary and most wicked enemy. Amon, hearing this, was forthwith astonished, not being able to bear the countenance of the king and of the queen. But the king, being angry, rose up and went from the place of the banquet into the garden set with trees. Amon also rose up to entreat Esther the queen for his life, for he understood that evil was prepared for him by the king. And when the king came back out of the garden set with trees, and entered into the place of the banquet, he found Amon was fallen upon the bed on which Esther lay, and he said, He will force the queen also in my presence, in my own house. The word was not yet gone out of the king's mouth, and immediately they covered his face. And Harbona, one of the eunuchs that stood waiting on the king, said, Behold, the gibbet which he hath prepared for Mordecai, who spoke for the king, standeth in Amon's house, being 50 cubits high. And the king said to him, Hang him upon it. So Amon was hanged on the gibbet which he had prepared for Mordecai, and the king's wrath ceased. Chapter 8. Mordecai is advanced, Amon's letters are reversed. On that day King Ahasuerus gave the house of Amon, the Jews' enemy, to Queen Esther, and Mordecai came in before the king. For Esther had confessed to him that he was her uncle, and the king took the ring which he had commanded to be taken again from Amon, and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over her house. And not content with these things, she fell down at the king's feet and wept, and speaking to him besought him that he would give orders that the malice of Amon the Agagite and his most wicked devices which he had invented against the Jews should be of no effect. But he, as the manner was, held out the golden sceptre with his hand, which was the sign of clemency. And she arose up and stood before him, and said, If it please the king, and if I have found favour in his sight, and my request be not disagreeable to him, I beseech thee, that the former letters of Amon, the traitor and enemy of the Jews, by which he commanded that they should be destroyed in all the king's provinces, may be reversed by new letters. For how can I endure the murdering and slaughter of my people? And King Ahasuerus answered Esther the queen and Mordecai the Jew, I have given Amon's house to Esther, and I have commanded him to be hanged on a gibbet, because he durst lay hands on the Jews. Write ye therefore to the Jews, as it pleaseth you, in the king's name, and seal the letters with my ring. For this was the custom, that no man durst gainsay the letters which were sent in the king's name, and were sealed with his ring. Then the king's scribes and secretaries were called for. Now it was the time of the 3rd month, which is called Siban, the 23rd day of the month, and letters were written, as Mordecai had a mind, to the Jews, and to the governors, and to the deputies, and to the judges who were rulers over the 127 provinces, from India even to Ethiopia, to province and province, to people and people, according to their languages and characters, and to the Jews according as they could read and hear. And these letters, which were sent in the king's name, were sealed with his ring, and sent by posts, who were to run through all the provinces to prevent the former letters with new messages. And the king gave orders to them to speak to the Jews in every city, and to command them to gather themselves together, and to stand for their lives, and to kill and destroy all their enemies with their wives and children, and all their houses, and to take their spoil. And one day of revenge was appointed through all the provinces, to wit, the 13th of the 12th month, Adar. And this was the content of the letter, that it should be notified in all lands and peoples that were subject to the empire of King Ahasuerus, that the Jews were ready to be revenged of their enemies. So the swift post went out carrying the messages, and the king's edict was hung up in Susan. And Mordecai, going forth out of the palace, and from the king's presence, shone in royal apparel, to wit, of violet and sky colour, wearing a golden crown on his head, and clothed with a cloak of silk and purple. And all the city rejoiced and was glad. But to the Jews a new light seemed to rise, joy, honour, and dancing. And in all peoples, cities, and provinces, whithersoever the king's commandments came, there was wonderful rejoicing, feasts and banquets, and keeping holy day. Insomuch that many of other nations and religion joined themselves to their worship and ceremonies, for a great dread of the name of the Jews had fallen upon all. Chapter 9. The Jews kill their enemies that would have killed them. The days of Purim are appointed to be kept holy. So on the 13th day of the 12th month, which, as we have said above, is called Adar, when all the Jews were designed to be massacred, and their enemies were greedy after their blood, the case being altered, the Jews began to have the upper hand, and to revenge themselves of their adversaries. And they gathered themselves together in every city and town and place, to lay their hands on their enemies, and their persecutors. And no one durst withstand them, for the fear of their power had gone through every people. And the judges of the provinces, and the governors, and lieutenants, and every one in dignity, that presided over every place and work, extolled the Jews for fear of Mordecai. For they knew him to be prince of the palace, and to have great power. And the fame of his name increased daily, and was spread abroad through all men's mouths. So the Jews made a great slaughter of their enemies and killed them, repaying according to what they had prepared to do to them. Insomuch that even in Susan they killed 500 men, besides the 10 sons of Ammon the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews, whose names are these: Farshandatha, and Delphan, and Esphatha, and Phoratha, and Adalia, and Aridatha, and Formesta, and Arisai, and Aridi, and Jesitha. And when they had slain them, they would not touch the spoils of their goods. And presently the number of them that were killed in Susan was brought to the king, and he said to the queen, The Jews have killed 500 men in the city of Susan, besides the 10 sons of Ammon. How many dost thou think they have slain in all the provinces? What askest thou more, and what wilt thou have me to command to be done? And she answered, If it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews to do tomorrow in Susan as they have done today, and that the 10 sons of Ammon may be hanged upon gibbets. And the king commanded that it should be so done. And forthwith the edict was hung up in Susan, and the 10 sons of Ammon were hanged. And on the 14th day of the month, Adar, the Jews gathered themselves together, and they killed in Susan 300 men, but they took not their substance. Moreover, through all the provinces which were subject to the king's dominion, the Jews stood for their lives, and slew their enemies and persecutors, insomuch that the number of them that were killed amounted to 75,000, and no man took any of their goods. Now the 13th day of the month, Adar was the first day with them all of the slaughter, and on the 14th day they left off, which they ordained to be kept holy day, so that all times hereafter they should celebrate it with feasting, joy, and banquets. But they that were killing in the city of Susan were employed in the slaughter on the 13th and 14th day of the same month, and on the 15th day they rested, and therefore they appointed that day to be a holy day of feasting and gladness. But those Jews that dwelt in towns not walled and in villages appointed the 14th day of the month Adar for banquets and gladness, so as to rejoice on that day and send one another portions of their banquets and meats. And Mordecai wrote all these things and sent them comprised in letters to the Jews that abode in all the king's provinces, both those that lay near and those afar off, that they should receive the 14th and 15th day of the month, Adar, for holy days, and always at the return of the year should celebrate them with solemn honour. Because on those days the Jews revenged themselves of their enemies, and their mourning and sorrow were turned into mirth and joy, and that these should be days of feasting and gladness, in which they should send one to another portions of meats, and should give gifts to the poor. And the Jews undertook to observe with solemnity all they had begun to do at that time, which Mordecai by letters had commanded to be done. For Ammon, the son of Amadathi, of the race of Agag, the enemy and adversary of the Jews, had devised evil against them, to kill them and destroy them, and had cast 4, that is, the lot. And afterwards Esther went into the king, beseeching him that his endeavours might be made void by the king's letters, and the evil that he had intended against the Jews might return upon his own head. And so both he and his sons were hanged upon gibbets. And since that time, these days are called Forim, that is, of lots, because 4, that is, the lot, was cast into the urn. And all things that were done are contained in the volume of this epistle, that is, of this book. And the things that they suffered, and that were afterwards changed, the Jews took upon themselves and their seed, and upon all that had a mind to be joined to their religion, so that it should be lawful for none to pass these days without solemnity, which the writing testifieth, and certain times require, as the years continually succeed one another. These are the days which shall never be forgot, and which all provinces in the whole world shall celebrate throughout all generations. Neither is there any city wherein the days of Forim, that is, of lots, must not be observed by the Jews and by their posterity, which is bound to these ceremonies. And Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew, wrote also a second epistle, that with all diligence this day should be established a festival for the time to come. And they sent to all the Jews that were in the 127 provinces of King Ahasuerus, that they should have peace, and receive truth, and observe the days of lots, and celebrate them with joy in their proper time, as Mordecai and Esther had appointed, and they undertook them to be observed by themselves, and by their seed, fasts and cries, and the days of lots, and all things which are contained in the history of this book, which is called Esther. Chapter 10. Ahasuerus' greatness, Mordecai's dignity. And King Ahasuerus made all the land and all the islands of the sea tributary, and his strength and his empire, and the dignity and greatness wherewith he exalted Mordecai, are written in the books of the Medes and of the Persians. And how Mordecai, of the race of the Jews, was next after King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and acceptable to the people of his brethren, seeking the good of his people, and speaking those things which were for the welfare of his seed. Then Mordecai said, God hath done these things. I remember a dream that I saw, which signified these same things, and nothing thereof hath failed. The little fountain which grew into a river, and was turned into a light, and into the sun, and abounded into many waters, is Esther, whom the king married, and made queen. But the 2 dragons are I and Ammon. The nations that were assembled are they that endeavoured to destroy the name of the Jews. And my nation is Israel, who cried to the Lord, and the Lord saved his people. And he delivered us from all evils, and hath wrought great signs and wonders among the nations. And he commanded that there should be 2 lots, one of the people of God, and the other of all the nations. And both lots came to the day appointed already from that time before God to all nations. And the Lord remembered his people, and had mercy on his inheritance. And these days shall be observed in the month of Adar on the 14th and 15th day of the same month, with all diligence and joy of the people gathered into one assembly, throughout all the generations hereafter of the people of Israel. Chapter 11. The dream of Mordecai, which in the ancient Greek and Latin Bibles was into the beginning of the book, but was detached by St. Jerome and put in this place. In the 4th year of the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositheus, who said he was a priest and of the Levitical race, and Ptolemy his son brought this epistle of Forim, which they said Lysimachus the son of Ptolemy had interpreted in Jerusalem. In the 2nd year of the reign of Artaxerxes the Great, in the 1st day of the month Nisan, Mardaki, the son of Jair, the son of Semei, the son of Kis, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Jew who dwelt in the city of Susan, a great man, and among the first of the king's court, had a dream. Now he was of the number of the captives, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away from Jerusalem, with Jeconiah, king of Judah. And this was his dream. Behold, there were voices, and tumults, and thunders, and earthquakes, and a disturbance upon the earth. And behold, 2 great dragons came forth ready to fight one against another. And at their cry, all nations were stirred up to fight against the nation of the just. And that was a day of darkness and danger, of tribulation and distress, and great fear upon the earth. And the nation of the just was troubled, fearing their own evils, and was prepared for death. And they cried to God, and as they were crying, a little fountain grew into a very great river, and abounded into many waters. The light and the sun rose up, and the humble were exalted, and they devoured the glorious. And when Mordecai had seen this, and arose out of his bed, he was thinking what God would do, and he kept it fixed in his mind, desirous to know what the dream should signify. Chapter 12. Mordecai detects the conspiracy of the 2 eunuchs. And he abode at that time in the king's court with Bagatha and Thara, the king's eunuchs, who were porters of the palace. And when he understood their designs, and had diligently searched into their projects, he learned that they went about to lay violent hands on King Artaxerxes, and he told the king thereof. Then the king had them both examined, and after they had confessed, commanded them to be put to death. But the king made a record of what was done, and Mordecai also committed the memory of the thing to writing. And the king commanded him to abide in the court of the palace, and gave him presents for the information. But Amon the son of Ammedatha, the Bugite, was in great honour with the king, and sought to hurt Mordecai and his people, because of the 2 eunuchs of the king who were put to death. Chapter 13. A copy of a letter sent by Amon to destroy the Jews. Mordecai's prayer for the people. And this was the copy of the letter Artaxerxes, the great king who reigneth from India to Ethiopia, to the princes and governors of the 127 provinces that are subject to his empire, greeting. Whereas I reigned over many nations, and had brought all the world under my dominion, I was not willing to abuse the greatness of my power, but to govern my subjects with clemency and lenity, that they might live quietly without any terror, and might enjoy peace, which is desired by all men. But when I asked my counsellors how this might be accomplished, one that excelled the rest in wisdom and fidelity, and was second after the king, Amon by name, told me that there was a people scattered through the whole world, which used new laws, and acted against the customs of all nations, despised the commandments of kings, and violated by their opposition the concord of all nations. Wherefore, having learned this, and seeing one nation in opposition to all mankind using perverse laws, and going against our commandments, and disturbing the peace and concord of the provinces subject to us, we have commanded that all whom Amon shall mark out, who is chief over all the provinces, and second after the king, and whom we honour as a father, shall be utterly destroyed by their enemies with their wives and children, and that none shall have pity on them. On the 14th day of the 12th month, Adar, of this present year, that these wicked men, going down to hell in one day, may restore to our empire the peace which they had disturbed. But Mordecai besought the Lord, remembering all his works, and said, O Lord, Lord, Almighty King, for all things are in thy power, and there is none that can resist thy will, if thou determine to save Israel. Thou hast made heaven and earth, and all things that are under the cope of heaven. Thou art Lord of all, and there is none that can resist thy majesty. Thou knowest all things, and thou knowest that it was not out of pride and contempt, or any desire of glory, that I refused to worship the proud Ammon, for I would willingly and readily, for the salvation of Israel, have kissed even the steps of his feet. But I feared lest I should transfer the honour of my God to a man, and lest I should adore anyone except my God. And now, O Lord, O King, O God of Abraham, have mercy on thy people, because our enemies resolve to destroy us and extinguish thy inheritance. Despise not thy portion, which thou hast redeemed for thyself out of Egypt. Hear my supplication, and be merciful to thy lot and inheritance, and turn our mourning into joy, that we may live and praise thy name, O Lord, and shut not the mouths of them that sing to thee. And all Israel with like mind and supplication cried to the Lord, because they saw certain death hanging over their heads. Chapter 14. The prayer of Esther for herself and her people. Queen Esther, also, fearing the danger that was at hand, had recourse to the Lord. And when she had laid away her royal apparel, she put on garments suitable for weeping and mourning. Instead of divers precious ointments, she covered her head with ashes and dung, and she humbled her body with fasts. And all the places in which before she was accustomed to rejoice, she filled with her torn hair. And she prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, O my Lord, who alone art our King, help me, a desolate woman, and who have no other helper but thee. My danger is in my hands. I have heard of my father that thou, O Lord, didst take Israel from among all nations, and our fathers from all their predecessors, to possess them as an everlasting inheritance, and thou hast done to them as thou hast promised. We have sinned in thy sight, and therefore thou hast delivered us into the hands of our enemies, for we have worshipped their gods. Thou art just, O Lord. And now they are not content to oppress us with most hard bondage, but attributing the strength of their hands to the power of their idols, they design to change thy promises and destroy thy inheritance, and shut the mouths of them that praise thee, and extinguish the glory of thy temple and altar, that they may open the mouths of Gentiles, and praise the strength of idols, and magnify for ever a carnal king. Give not, O Lord, thy sceptre to them that are not, lest they laugh at our ruin, but turn their counsel upon themselves, and destroy him that hath begun to rage against us. Remember, O Lord, and show thyself to us in the time of our tribulation, and give me boldness, O Lord, King of gods, and of all power. Give me a well-ordered speech in my mouth in the presence of the lion, and turn his heart to the hatred of our enemy, that both he himself may perish, and the rest that consent to him. But deliver us by thy hand, and help me, who have no other helper, but thee, O Lord, who hast the knowledge of all things. And thou knowest that I hate the glory of the wicked, and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised, and of every stranger. Thou knowest my necessity, that I abominate the sign of my pride and glory, which is upon my head in the days of my public appearance, and detest it as a menstruous rag, and wear it not in the days of my silence. and that I have not eaten at Amon's table, nor hath the king's banquet pleased me, and that I have not drunk the wine of the drink offerings, and that thy handmaid hath never rejoiced, since I was brought hither unto this day, but in thee, O Lord, the God of Abraham. O God, who art mighty above all, hear the voice of them that have no other hope, and deliver us from the hand of the wicked, and deliver me from my fear. Chapter 15. Esther comes into the king's presence. She is terrified, but God turns his heart. And he commanded her, no doubt but he was Mordecai, to go to the king and petition for her people and for her country. Remember, said he, the days of thy low estate, how thou wast brought up by my hand, because Amon the second, after the king hath spoken against us, unto death. And do thou call upon the Lord, and speak to the king for us, and deliver us from death. And on the third day she laid away the garments she wore, and put on her glorious apparel, and glittering in royal robes, after she had called upon God the ruler and Saviour of all, she took 2 maids with her, and upon one of them she leaned, as if for delicateness, and overmuch tenderness she were not able to bear up her own body, and the other maid followed her lady, bearing up her train flowing on the ground, but she with a rosy colour in her face, and with gracious and bright eyes, hid a mind full of anguish and exceeding great fear. So going in, she passed through all the doors in order, and stood before the king, where he sat upon his royal throne, clothed with his royal robes, and glittering with gold and precious stones, and he was terrible to behold. And when he had lifted up his countenance, and with burning eyes had shown the wrath of his heart, the queen sunk down, and her colour turned pale, and she rested her weary head upon her handmaid. And God changed the king's spirit into mildness, and all in haste and in fear he leaped from his throne, and holding her up in his arms, till she came to herself, caressed her with these words, What is the matter, Esther? I am thy brother, fear not. Thou shalt not die, for this law is not made for thee, but for all others. Come near then, and touch the sceptre. And as she held her peace, he took the golden sceptre, and laid it upon her neck, and kissed her, and said, Why dost thou not speak to me? She answered, I saw thee, my lord, as an angel of God, and my heart was troubled for fear of thy majesty. For thou, my lord, art very admirable, and thy face is full of graces. And while she was speaking, she fell down again, and was almost in a swoon. But the king was troubled, and all his servants comforted her. Chapter 16. A copy of the king's letter in favour of the Jews. The great King Artaxerxes, from India to Ethiopia, to the governors and princes of 127 provinces, which obey our command, sendeth greeting. Many have abused unto pride the goodness of princes, and the honour that hath been bestowed upon them, and not only endeavour to oppress the king's subjects, but not bearing the glory that is given them, take in hand to practice also against them that gave it. Neither are they content not to return thanks for benefits received, and to violate in themselves the laws of humanity, but they think they can also escape the justice of God, who seeth all things, and they break out into so great madness as to endeavour to undermine, by lies such as observe diligently the offices committed to them, and do all things in such manner as to be worthy of all men's praise. While with crafty fraud they deceive the ears of princes that are well-meaning, and judge of others by their own nature. Now this is proved both from ancient histories, and by the things which are done daily, how the good designs of kings are depraved by the evil suggestions of certain men. Wherefore we must provide for the peace of all provinces. Neither must you think, if we command different things, that it cometh of the levity of our mind, but that we give sentence according to the quality and necessity of times, as the profit of the commonwealth requireth. Now that you may more plainly understand what we say, Iaman the son of Amadatha, a Macedonian, both in mind and country, and having nothing of the Persian blood, but with his cruelty staining our goodness, was received being a stranger by us, and found our humanity so great towards him, that he was called our father, and was worshipped by all as the next man after the king. But he was so far puffed up with arrogancy as to go about to deprive us of our kingdom and life. For with certain new and unheard of devices he hath sought the destruction of Mordecai, by whose fidelity and good services our life was saved, and of Esther the partner of our kingdom with all their nation, thinking that after they were slain he might work treason against us, left alone without friends, and might transfer the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. But we have found that the Jews, who were by that most wicked man appointed to be slain, are in no fault at all, but contrariwise use just laws, and are the children of the highest and the greatest, and the ever-living God, by whose benefit the kingdom was given both to our fathers and to us, and is kept unto this day. Wherefore know ye that those letters which he sent in our name are void and of no effect. For which crime both he himself that devised it, and all his kindred hang on gibbets before the gates of this city Susan, not we, but God repaying him as he deserved. But this edict, which we now send, shall be published in all cities, that the Jews may freely follow their own laws, and you shall aid them, that they may kill those who have prepared themselves to kill them, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is called Adar. For the Almighty God hath turned this day of sadness and mourning into joy to them. Wherefore you shall also count this day among other festival days, and celebrate it with all joy, that it may be known also in times to come, that all they who faithfully obey the Persians receive a worthy reward for their fidelity, but they that are traitors to their kingdom are destroyed for their wickedness. And let every province and city that will not be partaker of this solemnity perish by the sword and by fire, and be destroyed in such manner as to be made unpassable, both to men and beasts, for an example of contempt and disobedience. Book of Ezra, Chapter 1. Cyrus king of Persia releaseth God's people from their captivity, with license to return and build the temple in Jerusalem, and restoreth the holy vessels which Nebuchadnezzar had taken from thence. In the first year of Cyrus king of the Persians, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of the Persians, and he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and in writing also, saying, Thus saith Cyrus king of the Persians, The Lord the God of heaven hath given to me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judea. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him. Let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judea, and build the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. He is the God that is in Jerusalem. And let all the rest, in all places wheresoever they dwell, help him every man from his place, with silver and gold, and goods, and cattle, besides that which they offer freely to the temple of God, which is in Jerusalem. Then rose up the chief of the fathers of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and Levites, and every one whose spirit God had raised up, to go up to build the temple of the Lord, which was in Jerusalem. And all they that were round about helped their hands with vessels of silver and gold, with goods, and with beasts, and with furniture besides what they had offered on their own accord. And King Cyrus brought forth the vessels of the temple of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken from Jerusalem, and had put them in the temple of his God. Now Cyrus king of Persia brought them forth by the hand of Mithridates, the son of Gazabar, and numbered them to Sasabassa, the prince of Judah. And this is the number of them: 30 bowls of gold, 1,000 bowls of silver, 29 knives, 30 cups of gold, silver cups of a second sort, 410, other vessels 1,000. All the vessels of gold and silver, 5,400, all these Sasabassa brought with them that came up from the captivity of Babylon to Jerusalem. Chapter 2. The number of them that returned to Judea, their oblations. Now these are the children of the province that went out of the captivity which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon had carried away to Babylon, and who returned to Jerusalem and Judah, every man to his city, who came with Zerubbabel, Jesui, Nehemiah, Sariah, Raheliah, Mardecai, Belsan, Mesphar, Begwai, Rehum, Baana, the number of the men of the people of Israel. And some of the chief of the fathers, when they came to the temple of the Lord, which is in Jerusalem, offered freely to the house of the Lord to build it in its place. According to their ability, they gave towards the expenses of the work 61,000 solids of gold, 5,000 pounds of silver, and 100 garments for the priests. So the priests and the Levites and some of the people, and the singing men and the porters and the Nathanites dwelt in their cities, and all Israel in their cities. Chapter 3. An altar is built for sacrifice, the Feast of Tabernacles is solemnly celebrated, and the foundations of the temple are laid. And now the 7th month was come, and the children of Israel were in their cities, and the people gathered themselves together as one man to Jerusalem. And Jesui the son of Josedek rose up, and his brethren the priests, and Zerubbabel the son of Salathiel, and his brethren. And they built the altar of the God of Israel, that they might offer holocausts upon it, as it is written in the law of Moses, the man of God. and they set the altar of God upon its bases, while the people of the lands round about put them in fear, and they offered upon it a holocaust to the Lord morning and evening. And they kept the Feast of Tabernacles, as it is written, and offered the holocaust every day, orderly, according to the commandment, the duty of the day in its day. And afterwards the continual holocaust, both on the new moons and on all the solemnities of the Lord that were consecrated, and on all in which a freewill offering was made to the Lord. From the first day of the 7th month they began to offer holocaust to the Lord, but the temple of God was not yet founded. And they gave money to hewers of stones and to masons, and meat and drink, and oil to the Sidonians and Tyrians, to bring cedar trees from Libanus to the Sea of Joppa, according to the orders which Cyrus king of the Persians had given them. And in the 2nd year of their coming to the temple of God in Jerusalem, the 2nd month, Zerubbabel the son of Salathiel, and Jasoi the son of Josedek, and the rest of their brethren the priests, and the Levites, and all that were come from the captivity to Jerusalem began. And they appointed Levites from 20 years old and upward to hasten forward the work of the Lord. Then Jasoi and his sons and his brethren, Kedmil and his sons, and the children of Judah, as one man, stood to hasten them that did the work in the temple of God, the sons of Henadad, and their sons, and their brethren the Levites. And when the masons laid the foundations of the temple of the Lord, the priests stood in their ornaments with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, to praise God by the hands of David king of Israel. And they sung together hymns, and praise to the Lord, because he is good, for his mercy endureth for ever towards Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout, praising the Lord, because the foundations of the temple of the Lord were laid. But many of the priests and the Levites, and the chief of the fathers, and the ancients that had seen the former temple, when they had the foundation of this temple before their eyes, wept with a loud voice, and many shouting for joy lifted up their voice, so that one could not distinguish the voice of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people. For one with another the people shouted with a loud shout, and the voice was heard afar off. Chapter 4. The Samaritans by their letter to the king hinder the building. Now the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity were building a temple to the Lord, the God of Israel. And they came to Zerubbabel and the chief of the fathers and said to them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God as ye do. Behold, we have sacrificed to him since the days of Esar-Haddon, king of Assyria, who brought us hither. But Zerubbabel and Jasoi and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said to them, You have nothing to do with us to build a house to our God, but we ourselves alone will build to the Lord our God, as Cyrus king of the Persians hath commanded us. Then the people of the land hindered the hands of the people of Judah, and troubled them in building. And they hired counsellors against them, to frustrate their design all the days of Cyrus king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius king of the Persians. And in the reign of Ahasuerus, in the beginning of his reign, they wrote an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes, Besalam, Mithridates, and Tarbil, and the rest that were in the council, wrote to Artaxerxes, king of the Persians. And the letter of accusation was written in Syriac, and was read in the Syrian tongue. Rehum, Bealtim, and Samsai the scribe wrote a letter from Jerusalem to King Artaxerxes in this manner. Rehum, Bealtim, and Samsai the scribe, and the rest of their counselors, and the rest of the nations, whom the great and glorious Asenaphar brought over, and made to dwell in the cities of Samaria, and in the rest of the countries of this side of the river in peace. This is the copy of the letter which they sent to him. To Artaxerxes the king, thy servants, the men that are on this side of the river, send greeting. Be it known to the king that the Jews who came up from thee to us are come to Jerusalem, a rebellious and wicked city, which they are building, setting up the ramparts thereof, and repairing the walls. And now be it known to the king that if this city be built up, and the walls thereof repaired, they will not pay tribute, nor toll, nor yearly revenues, and this loss will fall upon the kings. But we, remembering the salt that we have eaten in the palace, and because we count it a crime to see the king wronged, have therefore sent and certified the king, that search may be made in the books of the histories of thy fathers, and thou shalt find written in the records, and shalt know that this city is a rebellious city, and hurtful to the kings and provinces, and that wars were raised therein of old time, for which cause also the city was destroyed. We certify the king that if this city be built, and the walls thereof repaired, thou shalt have no possession on this side of the river. The king sent word to Rehum, Bealtim, and Samsai, the scribe, and to the rest that were in their council, inhabitants of Samaria, and to the rest beyond the river, sending greeting and peace. The accusation which you have sent to us hath been plainly read before me, and I commanded, and search hath been made, and it is found that this city of old time hath rebelled against kings, and seditions and wars have been raised therein. For there have been powerful kings in Jerusalem, who have had dominion over all the country that is beyond the river, and have received tribute and toll and revenues. Now therefore hear the sentence, hinder those men, that this city be not built, till further orders be given by me. See that you be not negligent in executing this, lest by little and little the evil grow to the hurt of the kings. Now the copy of the edict of King Artaxerxes was read before Rehum, Bealtim, and Samsai the scribe, and their counsellors, and they went up in haste to Jerusalem to the Jews, and hindered them with arm and power. Then the work of the house of the Lord in Jerusalem was interrupted, and ceased till the 2nd year of the reign of Darius king of the Persians. Chapter 5. By the exhortation of Aggeus and Zacharias, the people proceed in building the temple, which their enemies strive in vain to hinder. Now Aggeus the prophet and Zacharias the son of Addo prophesied to the Jews that were in Judea and Jerusalem in the name of the God of Israel. Then rose up Zerubbabel the son of Salathiel, and Jasoi the son of Josedek, and began to build the temple of God in Jerusalem, and with them were the prophets of God helping them. And at the same time came to them Thathenai, who was governor beyond the river, and Starbusani and their counsellors, and said thus to them, Who hath given you counsel to build this house, and to repair the walls thereof? In answer to which we gave them the names of the men who were the promoters of that building. But the eye of their God was upon the ancients of the Jews, and they could not hinder them. And it was agreed that the matter should be referred to Darius, and then they should give satisfaction concerning that accusation. The copy of the letter that Thathenai, governor of the country beyond the river, and Starbusani, and his counsellors the Arphaxadi, who dwelt beyond the river, sent to Darius the king. The letter which they sent him was written thus: To Darius the king, all peace. Be it known to the king that we went to the province of Judea, to the house of the great God, which they are building with unpolished stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and this work is carried on diligently, and advanceth in their hands. And we asked those ancients, and said to them thus: Who hath given you authority to build this house, and to repair these walls? We asked also of them their names, that we might give thee notice, and we have written the names of the men that are the chief among them. And they answered us in these words, saying, We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and we are building a temple that was built these many years ago, and which a great king of Israel built and set up. But after that, our fathers had provoked the God of heaven to wrath. He delivered them into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldean, and he destroyed this house and carried away the people to Babylon. But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, King Cyrus set forth a decree that this house of God should be built. And the vessels also of gold and silver of the temple of God, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and had brought them to the temple of Babylon, King Cyrus brought out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered to one Sasabassa, whom also he appointed governor, and said to him, Take these vessels, and go, and put them in the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be built in its place. Then came this same Sasabassa, and laid the foundations of the temple of God in Jerusalem, and from that time until now it is in building, and is not yet finished. Now therefore, if it seem good to the king, let him search in the king's library which is in Babylon, whether it hath been decreed by Cyrus the king that the house of God in Jerusalem should be built, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. Chapter 6. King Darius favoureth the building, and contributeth to it. Then King Darius gave orders, and they searched in the library of the books that were laid up in Babylon, and there was found in Ecbatana, which is a castle in the province of Media, a book in which this record was written. In the first year of Cyrus the king decreed that the house of God should be built, which is in Jerusalem, in the place where they may offer sacrifices, and that they lay the foundations that may support the height of 80 cubits, and the breadth of 80 cubits, 3 rows of unpolished stones, and so rows of new timber, and the charges shall be given out of the king's house. And also let the golden and silver vessels of the temple of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple of Jerusalem and brought to Babylon, be restored and carried back to the temple of Jerusalem to their place, which also were placed in the temple of God. Now therefore Thathane, governor of the country beyond the river, Starbuzani, and your counsellors, the Apharsachites, who are beyond the river, depart far from them, and let that temple of God be built by the governor of the Jews, and by their ancients, that they may build that house of God in its place. I also have commanded what must be done by those ancients of the Jews, that the house of God may be built, to wit, that of the king's chest, that is, of the tribute that is paid out of the country beyond the river, the charges be diligently given to those men, lest the work be hindered. And if it shall be necessary, let calves also, and lambs, and kids, for holocaust to the God of heaven, wheat, salt, wine, and oil, according to the custom of the priests that are in Jerusalem, be given them day by day, that there be no complaint in anything. And let them offer oblations to the God of heaven, and pray for the life of the king and of his children. And I have made a decree that if any whosoever shall alter this commandment, a beam be taken from his house, and set up, and he be nailed upon it, and his house be confiscated. And may the God that hath caused his name to dwell there destroy all kingdoms, and the people that shall put out their hand to resist, and to destroy the house of God that is in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have made the decree, which I will have diligently complied with. So then Thathani, governor of the country beyond the river, and Starbusani and his counsellors diligently executed what Darius the king had commanded. And the ancients of the Jews built and prospered according to the prophecy of Aggeus the prophet and of Zacharias the son of Addo, and they built and finished by the commandment of the God of Israel, and by the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, kings of the Persians. And they were finishing this house of God until the 3rd day of the month of Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity, kept the dedication of the house of God with joy. And they offered at the dedication of the house of God 100 calves, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And they set the priests in their divisions, and the Levites in their courses over the works of God in Jerusalem, as it is written in the book of Moses. And the children of Israel of the captivity kept the feys on the 14th day of the 1st month. For all the priests and the Levites were purified as one man. All were clear to kill the feys for all the children of the captivity, and for their brethren the priests, and themselves. And the children of Israel that were returned from captivity, and all that had separated themselves from the filthiness of the nations of the earth to them, to seek the Lord the God of Israel, did eat. And they kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with joy, for the Lord had made them joyful, and had turned the heart of the king of Assyria to them, that he should help their hands in the work of the house of the Lord the God of Israel. Chapter 7. Ezra goeth up to Jerusalem to teach and assist the people with a gracious decree of Artaxerxes. Now after these things, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of the Persians, Ezra, a descendant of Aaron the priest from the beginning. This Ezra went up from Babylon, and he was a ready scribe in the law of Moses, which the Lord God had given to Israel. And the king granted him all his request, according to the hand of the Lord his God upon him. And there went up some of the children of Israel, and of the children of the priests, and of the children of the Levites, and of the singing men, and of the porters, and of the Nathanites, to Jerusalem in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king. And they came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, in the 7th year of the king. For upon the 1st day of the 1st month he began to go up from Babylon, and on the 1st day of the 5th month he came to Jerusalem according to the good hand of his God upon him. For Ezra had prepared his heart to seek the law of the Lord, and to do and to teach in Israel the commandments and judgment. And this is the copy of the letter of the edict, which King Artaxerxes gave to Ezra the priest, the scribe instructed in the words and commandments of the Lord, and his ceremonies in Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Ezra the priest, the most learned scribe of the law of the God of heaven, greeting. It is decreed by me that all they of the people of Israel, and of the priests and of the Levites in my realm, that are minded to go into Jerusalem, should go with thee. For thou art sent from before the king and his 7 counselors to visit Judea and Jerusalem according to the law of thy God, which is in thy hand, and to carry the silver and gold, which the king and his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, whose tabernacle is in Jerusalem. And all the silver and gold that thou shalt find in all the province of Babylon, and that the people is willing to offer, and that the priests shall offer of their own accord to the house of their God, which is in Jerusalem, take freely and buy diligently with this money calves, rams, lambs, with the sacrifices and libations of them, and offer them upon the altar of the temple of your God that is in Jerusalem. And if it seem good to thee and to thy brethren to do anything with the rest of the silver and gold, do it according to the will of your God. The vessels also that are given thee for the sacrifice of the house of thy God, deliver thou in the sight of God in Jerusalem. And whatsoever more there shall be need of for the house of thy God, how much soever thou shalt have occasion to spend, it shall be given out of the treasury and the king's exchequer, and by me. I, Artaxerxes, the king, have ordered and decreed to all the keepers of the public chest that are beyond the river, that whatsoever Ezra the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, shall require of you, you give it without delay, unto 100 talents of silver, and unto 100 cors of wheat, and unto 100 baits of wine, and unto 100 baits of oil, and salt without measure. All that belongeth to the rights of the God of heaven, let it be given diligently in the house of the God of heaven, lest his wrath should be enkindled against the realm of the king and of his sons. We give you also to understand concerning all the priests, and the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the Nathanites, and ministers of the house of this God, that you have no authority to impose toll, or tribute, or custom upon them. And thou, Ezra, according to the wisdom of thy God, which is in thy hand, appoint judges and magistrates, that may judge all the people that is beyond the river, that is, for them who know the law of thy God, yea, and the ignorant teach ye freely. And whosoever will not do the law of thy God, and the law of the king diligently, judgment shall be executed upon him, either unto death, or unto banishment, or to the confiscation of goods, or at least to prison. Blessed be the Lord, the God of our fathers, who hath put this in the king's heart, to glorify the house of the Lord, which is in Jerusalem, and hath inclined his mercy towards me before the king and his counsellors, and all the mighty princes of the king. And I, being strengthened by the hand of the Lord my God, which was upon me, gathered together out of Israel chief men to go up with me. Chapter 8. The companions of Ezra, the fast which he appointed, they bring the holy vessels into the temple. Now the chiefs of families and descendant who came up with me from Babylon in the reign of Artaxerxes the king, and I gathered them together to the river, which runneth down to Ahava, and we stayed there 3 days. And I sought among the people and among the priests for the sons of Levi, and found none there. So I sent some with chief men, wise men, and I sent them to a chief in the place of Casphia, and I put in their mouth the words that they should speak him, and his brethren the Nathanites in the place of Casphia, that they should bring us ministers of the house of our God. And by the good hand of our God upon us, they brought us a most learned man of the sons of Maholi, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, and Sarabias and his sons, and his brethren 18. And of the Nathanites, whom David and the princes gave for the service of the Levites Nathanites, 220. All these were called by their names. And I proclaimed there a fast by the river Ahava, that we might afflict ourselves before the Lord our God, and might ask of him a right way for us and for our children, and for all our substance. For I was ashamed to ask the king for aid and for horsemen, to defend us from the enemy in the way, because we had said to the king, the hand of our God is upon all them that seek him in goodness, and his power and strength, and wrath upon all them that forsake him. And we fasted and besought our God for this, and it fell out prosperously unto us. And I separated 12 of the chief of the priests, Sarabias and Hasabias, and with them 10 of their brethren, and I weighed unto them the silver and gold, and the vessels consecrated for the house of our God, which the king and his counsellors, and his princes, and all Israel that were found had offered. And I weighed to their hands 650 talents of silver, and 100 vessels of silver, and 100 talents of gold, and 20 cups of gold, of 1,000 solids, and 2 vessels of the best shining brass, beautiful as gold. And I said to them, you are the holy ones of the Lord, and the vessels are holy, and the silver and gold that is freely offered to the Lord, the God of our fathers. Watch ye and keep them, till you deliver them by weight before the chief of the priests, and of the Levites, and the heads of the families of Israel in Jerusalem, into the treasure of the house of the Lord. And the priests and the Levites received the weight of the silver and gold, and the vessels, to carry them to Jerusalem, to the house of our God. Then we set forward from the river Ahava on the 12th day of the first month to go to Jerusalem. And the hand of our God was upon us, and delivered us from the hand of the enemy, and of such as lay in wait by the way. And we came to Jerusalem, and we stayed there 3 days. And on the 4th day the silver and the gold, and the vessels were weighed in the house of our God, by the hand of Meremoth the son of Urias the priest, and with him was Eleazar the son of Phinehas, and with them Jozabad the son of Yesui, and Noadiah the son of Benui, Levites, according to the number and weight of everything, and all the weight was written at that time. Moreover, the children of them that had been carried away, that were come out of the captivity, offered holocaust to the God of Israel, 12 calves for all the people of Israel, 96 rams, 77 lambs, and 12 goats for sin, all for a holocaust to the Lord. And they gave the king's edicts to the lords that were from the king's court, and the governors beyond the river, and they furthered the people and the house of God. Chapter 9. Ezra mourneth for the transgression of the people, his confession and prayer. And after these things were accomplished, the princes came to me, saying, the people of Israel and the priests and Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the lands, and from their abominations, for they have taken of their daughters for themselves and for their sons, and they have mingled the holy seed with the people of the lands. And the hand of the princes and magistrates hath been first in this transgression. And when I had heard this word, I rent my mantle and my coat, and plucked off the hairs of my head and my beard, and I sat down mourning. And there were assembled to me all that feared the God of Israel because of the transgression of those that were come from the captivity, and I sat sorrowful until the evening sacrifice. And at the evening sacrifice I rose up from my affliction, and having rent my mantle and my garment, I fell upon my knees and spread out my hands to the Lord my God, and said, My God, I am confounded and ashamed to lift up my face to thee, for our iniquities are multiplied over our heads, and our sins are grown up even unto heaven from the days of our fathers. And we ourselves also have sinned grievously unto this day, and for our iniquities we and our kings and our priests have been delivered into the hands of the kings of the lands, and to the sword, and to captivity, and to spoil, and to confusion of face, as it is at this day. And now, as a little, and for a moment has our prayer been made before the Lord our God, to leave us a remnant, and give us a pin in his holy place, and that our God would enlighten our eyes, and would give us a little life in our bondage. For we are bondmen, and in our bondage our God hath not forsaken us, but hath extended mercy upon us before the king of the Persians, to give us life, and to set up the house of our God, and rebuild the desolations thereof, and to give us a fence in Judah and Jerusalem. And now, O our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken thy commandments, which thou hast commanded by the hand of thy servants the prophets, saying, The land which you go to possess is an unclean land according to the uncleanness of the people, and of other lands with their abominations, who have filled it from mouth to mouth with their filth. Now therefore give not your daughters to their sons, and take not their daughters for your sons, and seek not their peace, nor their prosperity forever, that you may be strengthened, and may eat the good things of the land, and may have your children your heirs forever. And after all that is come upon us, for our most wicked deeds, and our great sin, seeing that thou our God hast saved us from our iniquity, and hast given us a deliverance as at this day, that we should not turn away, nor break thy commandments, nor join in marriage with the people of these abominations. Art thou angry with us unto utter destruction, not to leave us a remnant to be saved? O Lord God of Israel, thou art just, for we remain yet to be saved as at this day. Behold, we are before thee in our sin, for there can be no standing before thee in this matter. Chapter 10. Order is given for discharging strange women, the names of the guilty. Now when Ezra was thus praying, and beseeching, and weeping, and lying before the temple of God, there was gathered to him of Israel an exceeding great assembly of men and women and children, and the people wept with much lamentation. And Zechariah said to Ezra, We have sinned against our God, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. And now, if there be repentance in Israel concerning this, let us make a covenant with the Lord our God, to put away all the wives, and such as are born of them, according to the will of the Lord, and of them that fear the commandment of the Lord our God, let it be done according to the law. Arise, it is thy part to give orders, and we will be with thee. Take courage, and do it. So Ezra arose, and made the chiefs of the priests, and of the Levites, and all Israel, to swear that they would do according to this word. And they swore. And Ezra rose up from before the house of God, and went to the chamber of Johanan the son of Eliashib, and entered in thither. He ate no bread, and drank no water, for he mourned for the transgression of them that were come out of the captivity. And proclamation was made in Judah and Jerusalem to all the children of the captivity, that they should assemble together into Jerusalem, and that whosoever would not come within 3 days, according to the counsel of the princes and the ancients, all his substance should be taken away, and he should be cast out of the company of them that were returned from captivity. Then all the men of Judah and Benjamin gathered themselves together to Jerusalem within 3 days in the 9th month, the 20th day of the month. And all the people sat in the street of the house of God, trembling because of the sin and the rain. And Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, "You have transgressed and taken strange wives to add to the sins of Israel. And now make confession to the Lord, the God of your fathers, and do his pleasure, and separate yourselves from the people of the land and from your strange wives." And all the multitude answered and said with a loud voice, "According to thy word unto us, so be it done. But as the people are many, and it is time of rain, and we are not able to stand without, and it is not a work of 1 day or 2, for we have exceedingly sinned in this matter, let rulers be appointed in all the multitude, and in all our cities. Let them that have taken strange wives come at the times appointed, and with them the ancients and the judges of every city, until the wrath of our God be turned away from us for this sin." Then Jonathan the son of Asahel and Jasiah the son of Thecua were appointed over this, and Mesallam and Sebatai. Levites helped them, and the children of the captivity did so. And Ezra the priest, and the men heads of the families in the houses of their fathers, and all by their names, went and sat down in the first day of the 10th month to examine the matter. And they made an end with all the men that had taken strange wives by the first day of the first month. The record then concludes by listing those who had taken strange wives. Book of Nehemiah. Chapter 1. Nehemiah, hearing the miserable state of his countrymen in Judea, lamenteth, fasteth, and prayeth to God for their relief. The words of Nehemiah, the son of Hilkiah. And it came to pass, in the month of Caslu, in the 20th year, as I was in the castle of Susa, that Hanani, one of my brethren, came, he and some men of Judah, and I asked them concerning the Jews that remained and were left of the captivity, and concerning Jerusalem. And they said to me, they that have remained and are left of the captivity there in the province are in great affliction and reproach, and the wall of Jerusalem is broken down, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire. And when I had heard these words, I sat down and wept and mourned for many days, and I fasted and prayed before the face of the God of heaven. And I said, I beseech thee, O Lord God of heaven, strong, great, and terrible, who keepest covenant and mercy with those that love thee, and keep thy commandments. Let thy ears be attentive, and thy eyes open to hear the prayer of thy servant, which I pray before thee now, night and day, for the children of Israel thy servants. And I confess the sins of the children of Israel, by which they have sinned against thee. I and my father's house have sinned. We have been seduced by vanity, and have not kept thy commandments, and ceremonies and judgments, which thou hast commanded thy servant Moses. Remember the word that thou commandedst to Moses thy servant, saying, if you shall transgress, I will scatter you abroad among the nations. But if you return to me, and keep my commandments, and do them, though you should be led away to the uttermost parts of the world, I will gather you from thence, and bring you back to the place which I have chosen for my name to dwell there. And these are thy servants and thy people, whom thou hast redeemed by thy great strength, and by thy mighty hand. I beseech thee, O Lord, let thy ear be attentive to the prayer of thy servant, and to the prayer of thy servants who desire to fear thy name, and direct thy servant this day, and give him mercy before this man. For I was the king's cupbearer. Chapter 2. Nehemiah, with commission from King Artaxerxes, cometh to Jerusalem, and exhorteth the Jews to rebuild the walls. And it came to pass in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, that wine was before him, and I took up the wine and gave it to the king. And I was as one languishing away before his face. And the king said to me, why is thy countenance sad, seeing thou dost not appear to be sick? This is not without cause, but some evil, I know not what, is in thy heart. And I was seized with an exceeding great fear. And I said to the king, O king, live for ever. Why should not my countenance be sorrowful, seeing the city of the place of the sepulchres of my fathers is desolate, and the gates thereof are burnt with fire? Then the king said to me, for what dost thou make request? And I prayed to the God of heaven, and I said to the king, if it seem good to the king, and if thy servant hath found favour in thy sight, that thou wouldst send me into Judea to the city of the sepulchre of my father, and I will build it. And the king said to me, and the queen that sat by him, for how long shall thy journey be, and when wilt thou return? And it pleased the king, and he sent me, and I fixed him a time. And I said to the king, if it seem good to the king, let him give me letters to the governors of the country beyond the river, that they convey me over, till I come into Judea. And a letter to Asaph, the keeper of the king's forest, to give me timber, that I may cover the gates of the tower of the house, and the walls of the city, and the house that I shall enter into. And the king gave me according to the good hand of my God with me. And I came to the governors of the country beyond the river, and gave them the king's letters. And the king had sent with me captains of soldiers and horsemen. And Sanballat the Horonite and Tobias the servant the Ammonite heard it, and it grieved them exceedingly, that a man was come, who sought the prosperity of the children of Israel. And I came to Jerusalem, and was there 3 days. And I arose in the night, I and some few men with me, and I told not any man what God had put in my heart to do in Jerusalem. And there was no beast with me, but the beast that I rode upon. And I went out by night by the gate of the valley, and before the dragon fountain, and to the dung gate. And I viewed the wall of Jerusalem which was broken down, and the gates thereof which were consumed with fire. And I passed to the gate of the fountain, and to the king's aqueduct, and there was no place for the beast on which I rode to pass. And I went up in the night by the torrent, and viewed the wall, and going back, I came to the gate of the valley, and returned. But the magistrates knew not whither I went, or what I did, neither had I as yet told anything to the Jews, or to the priests, or to the nobles, or to the magistrates, or to the rest that did the work. Then I said to them, You know the affliction wherein we are, because Jerusalem is desolate, and the gates thereof are consumed with fire. Come, and let us build up the walls of Jerusalem, and let us be no longer a reproach. And I showed them how the hand of my God was good with me, and the king's words, which he had spoken to me. And I said, Let us rise up and build. And their hands were strengthened in good. But Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobias the servant, the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian heard of it, and they scoffed at us, and despised us, and said, What is this thing that you do? Are you going to rebel against the king? And I answered them, and said to them, The God of heaven he helpeth us, and we are his servants. Let us rise up and build. But you have no part, nor justice, nor remembrance in Jerusalem. Chapter 3. They begin to build the walls, the names and order of the builders. Then Eliashib the high priest arose, and his brethren the priests, and they built the flock gate. They sanctified it, and set up the doors thereof, even unto the tower of 100 cubits. They sanctified it, unto the tower of Hananiel. And next to him the men of Jericho built, and next to them built Zaccur the son of Amri. But the fish gate the sons of Asneh built. They covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and tire locks, and the bars. And next to them built Marimeth the son of Urias the son of Akos. And next to him built Mesallam the son of Barachias the son of Marizibel. And next to them built Sadok the son of Baana. And next to them the Thecuites built. But their great men did not put their necks to the work of their Lord. And Joiada the son of Phaseah, and Mesallam the son of Besodiah built the old gate. They covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars. And next to them built Meltius the Gabonite, and Jadon the Meronothite, the men of Gabion, and Maspha, for the governor that was in the country beyond the river. And next to him built Eziel the son of Ariah the goldsmith. And next to him built Ananias the son of the perfumer. And they left Jerusalem unto the wall of the broad street. And next to him built Raphaiah the son of Hur, lord of the street of Jerusalem. And next to him Jediah the son of Haramath, over against his own house. And next to him built Hattus the son of Hasaboniah. Melchias the son of Herem, and Hassab the son of Phahath Moab, built half the street, and the tower of the furnaces. And next to him built Salem the son of Alois, lord of half the street of Jerusalem, he and his daughters. And the gate of the valley Hanun built, and the inhabitants of Zanui. They built it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars, and 1,000 cubits in the wall unto the gate of the dunghill. And the gate of the dunghill Melchias the son of Rechab built, lord of the street of. He built it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars. And the gate of the fountain Selim the son of Kohoza built, lord of the street of Maspha. He built it, and covered it, and set up the doors thereof, and the locks, and the bars, and the walls of the pool of Silo unto the king's guard, and unto the steps that go down from the city of David. After him built Nehemiah the son of Azbok, lord of half the street of Bethsa, as far as over against the sepulchre of David, and to the pool that was built with great labour, and to the house of the mighty. After him built the Levites Rehum the son of Bethsa. After him built Hashabias, lord of half the street of Selah in his own street. After him built their brethren Bava the son of Enadad, lord of half Selah. And next to him Asa the son of Jesui, lord of Maspha, built another measure, over against the going up of the strong corner. After him in the mount Barak the son of Zakkai built another measure, from the corner to the door of the house of Eliashib the high priest. After him Merameth the son of Urias the son of Hakkus built another measure, from the door of the house of Eliashib to the end of the house of Eliashib. And after him built the priests, the men of the plains of the Jordan. After him built Benjamin and Hesab, over against their own house. And after him built Azarias the son of Maasias, the son of Ananias, over against his house. After him built Benui the son of Hanadad another measure, from the house of Azarias unto the bending, and unto the corner. Phalel the son of Ozi, over against the bending, and the tower, which lieth out from the king's high house, that is, in the court of the prison. After him Phadia the son of Pharaohs. And the Nathanites dwelt in Ophel, as far as over against the water gate toward the east, and the tower that stood out. After him the Thecuites built another measure over against, from the great tower that standeth out unto the wall of the temple. And upward from the horse gate the priests built, every man over against his house. After them built Zadok the son of Emma over against his house. And after him built Semiah the son of Sechanias, keeper of the east gate. After him built Hananiah the son of Semiah, and Hanan the sixth son of Sileph, another measure. After him built Mesallam the son of Barachias, over against his treasury. After him Melchias the goldsmith's son built unto the house of the Nathanites, and of the sellers of small wares, over against the judgment gate, and unto the chamber of the corner. And within the chamber of the corner of the flock gate, the goldsmiths and the merchants built. Chapter 4. The building is carried on, notwithstanding the opposition of their enemies. And it came to pass that when Sanballat heard that we were building the wall, he was angry, and being moved exceedingly, he scoffed at the Jews, and said before his brethren and the multitude of the Samaritans, What are the silly Jews doing? Will the Gentiles let them alone? Will they sacrifice and make an end in a day? Are they able to raise stones out of the heaps of the rubbish, which are burnt? Tobias also the Ammonite, who was by him, said, Let them build. If a fox go up, he will leap over their stone wall. Hear thou our God, for we are despised. Turn their reproach upon their own head, and give them to be despised in a land of captivity. Cover not their iniquity, and let not their sin be blotted out from before thy face, because they have mocked thy builders. So we built the wall and joined it all together unto the half thereof, and the heart of the people was excited to work. And it came to pass, when Sanballat and Tobias and the Arabians and the Ammonites and the Azotians heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up, and the breaches began to be closed, that they were exceedingly angry. And they all assembled themselves together to come and to fight against Jerusalem, and to prepare ambushes. And we prayed to our God, and set watchmen upon the wall day and night against them. And Judith said, The strength of the bearer of burdens is decayed, and the rubbish is very much, and we shall not be able to build the wall. And our enemies said, Let them not know nor understand, till we come in the midst of them, and kill them, and cause the work to cease. And it came to pass, that when the Jews that dwelt by them came and told us 10 times, out of all the places from whence they came to us, I set the people in the place behind the wall, round about in order, with their swords and spears and bows. And I looked and rose up, and I said to the chief men and the magistrates, and to the rest of the common people, Be not afraid of them. Remember the Lord, who is great and terrible, and fight for your brethren, your sons and your daughters, and your wives and your houses. And it came to pass, when our enemies heard that the thing had been told us, that God defeated their counsel. And we returned all of us to the walls, every man to his work. And it came to pass from that day forward, that half of their young men did the work, and half were ready for to fight, with spears and shields and bows and coats of mail. And the rulers were behind them in all the house of Judah. Of them that built on the wall, and that carried burdens, and that laid it. With one of his hands he did the work, and with the other he held a sword. For every one of the builders was girded with a sword about his reins. And they built and sounded with a trumpet by me. And I said to the nobles, and to the magistrates, and to the rest of the common people, The work is great and wide, and we are separated on the wall, one far from another. In what place soever you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, run all thither unto us. Our God will fight for us. And let us do the work, and let one half of us hold our spears from the rising of the morning till the stars appear. At that time also I said to the people, Let every one with his servant stay in the midst of Jerusalem, and let us take our turns in the night, and by day to work. Now I and my brethren and my servants and the watchmen that followed me did not put off our clothes, only every man stripped himself when he was to be washed. Chapter 5. Nehemiah blameth the rich for their oppressing the poor, his exhortation and bounty to his countrymen. Now there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren the Jews, and there were some that said, Our sons and our daughters are very many. Let us take up corn for the price of them, and let us eat and live. And there were some that said, Let us mortgage our lands and our vineyards and our houses, and let us take corn because of the famine. And others said, Let us borrow money for the king's tribute, and let us give up our fields and vineyards. And now as our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, and our children as their children. Behold, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters, and some of our daughters are bondwomen already. Neither have we wherewith to redeem them, and our fields and our vineyards other men possess. And I was exceedingly angry when I heard their cry according to these words. And my heart thought with myself, and I rebuked the nobles and magistrates, and said to them, Do you every one exact usury of your brethren? And I gathered together a great assembly against them. And I said to them, We, as you know, have redeemed according to our ability our brethren the Jews, that were sold to the Gentiles. And will you then sell your brethren for us to redeem them? And they held their peace, and found not what to answer. And I said to them, The thing you do is not good. Why walk you not in the fear of our God, that we be not exposed to the reproaches of the Gentiles, our enemies? Both I and my brethren and my servants have lent money and corn to many. Let us all agree not to call for it again. Let us forgive the debt that is owing to us. Restore ye to them this day their fields, and their vineyards, and their olive yards, and their houses. And the 100th part of the money, and of the corn, the wine, and the oil, which you mere wont to exact of them, give it rather for them. And they said, We will restore, and we will require nothing of them, and we will do as thou sayest. And I called the priests, and took an oath of them, to do according to what I had said. Moreover, I shook my lap and said, So may God shake every man that shall not accomplish this word out of his house, and out of his labours. Thus may he be shaken out, and become empty. And all the multitude said, Amen, and they praised God. And the people did according to what was said. And from the day in which the king commanded me to be governor in the land of Judah, from the 20th year, even to the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, the king, for 12 years, I and my brethren did not eat the yearly allowance that was due to the governors. But the former governors that had been before me were chargeable to the people, and took of them in bread and wine, and in money every day 40 sickles, and their officers also oppressed the people. But I did not so for the fear of God. Moreover, I built in the work of the wall, and I bought no land, and all my servants were gathered together to the work. The Jews also and the magistrates, to the number of 150 men, were at my table, besides them that came to us from among the nations that were round about us. And there was prepared for me, day by day, 1 ox and 6 choice rams, besides fowls. And once in 10 days I gave store of divers wines, and many other things. Yet I did not require my yearly allowance as governor, for the people were very much impoverished. Remember me, O my God, for good, according to all that I have done for this people. Chapter 6. The enemies seek to terrify Nehemiah. He proceedeth and finisheth the wall. And it came to pass, when Sanballat and Tobias and Gesem the Arabian and the rest of our enemies heard that I had built the wall, and that there was no breach left in it, though at that time I had not set up the doors in the gates. Sanballat and Gesem sent to me, saying, Come, and let us make a league together in the villages in the plain of Ono. But they thought to do me mischief. And I sent messengers to them, saying, I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down, lest it be neglected, whilst I come and go down to you. And they sent to me according to this word 4 times, and I answered them after the same manner. And Sanballat sent his servant to me the 5th time according to the former word, and he had a letter in his hand written in this manner. It is reported amongst the Gentiles, and Gesem hath said it, that thou and the Jews think to rebel, and therefore thou buildest the wall, and hast a mind to set thyself king over them. For which end thou hast also set up prophets, to preach of thee at Jerusalem, saying, There is a king in Judea. The king will hear of these things. Therefore come now, that we may take counsel together. And I sent to them, saying, There is no such thing done as thou sayest, but thou feignest these things out of thy own heart. For all these men thought to frighten us, thinking that our hands would cease from the work, and that we would leave off. Wherefore I strengthened my hands the more. And I went into the house of Shemaiah, the son of Delaiah, the son of Machabees, privately, And he said, "Let us consult together in the house of God, in the midst of the temple. And let us shut the doors of the temple, for they will come to kill thee, and in the night they will come to slay thee." And I said, "Should such a man as I flee? And who is there that, being as I am, would go into the temple to save his life? I will not go in." And I understood that God had not sent him, but that he had spoken to me as if he had been prophesying. And Tobias and Sanballat had hired him, for he had taken money, that I, being afraid, should do this thing, and sin, and they might have some evil to upbraid me withal. Remember me, O Lord, for Tobias and Sanballat, according to their works of this kind, and Noadias the prophet, and the rest of the prophets that would have put me in fear. But the wall was finished the 25th day of the month of Elul, in 52 days. And it came to pass, when all our enemies heard of it, that all nations which were round about us were afraid, and were cast down within themselves, for they perceived that this work was the work of God. Moreover, in those days many letters were sent by the principal men of the Jews to Tobias, and from Tobias there came letters to them. For there were many in Judea sworn to him, because he was the son-in-law of Sychonias the son of Ezra, and Johanan, his son, had taken to wife the daughter of Mesallam the son of Barachias. And they praised him also before me, and they related my words to him. And Tobias sent letters to put me in fear. Chapter 7. Nehemiah appointeth watchmen in Jerusalem, the list of those who came first from Babylon. Now after the wall was built, and I had set up the doors, and numbered the porters, and singing men, and Levites, I commanded Hanani my brother, and Hananias ruler of the house of Jerusalem, for he seemed as a sincere man, and one that feared God above the rest. And I said to them, Let not the gates of Jerusalem be opened till the sun be hot. And while they were yet standing by, the gates were shut and barred. And I set watchmen of the inhabitants of Jerusalem, every one by their courses, and every man over against his house. And the city was very wide and great, and the people few in the midst thereof, and the houses were not built. But God had put in my heart, and I assembled the princes and magistrates and common people, to number them. And I found a book of the number of them who came up at first, and therein it was found written a long register of the families who returned from Babylon, beyond the scope of this audio. The people listed sought their writing in the record, and found it not, and they were cast out of the priesthood. And Athasaph said to them that they should not eat of the holies of holies until there stood up a priest learned and skillful. All the multitude, as it were, one man 42,360, beside their men servants and women servants, who were 7,337, and among them singing men and singing women, 245, their horses 736, their mules 245, their camels 435, their asses 6,720. And some of the heads of the families gave unto the work. Athasaph gave into the treasure 1,000 drachma of gold, 50 bowls, and 530 garments for priests. And some of the heads of families gave to the treasure of the work 20,000 drachma of gold, and 2,200 pounds of silver. And that which the rest of the people gave was 20,000 drachma of gold, and 2,000 pounds of silver, and 67 garments for priests. And the priests, and the Levites, and the porters, and the singing men, and the rest of the common people, and the Nathanites, and all Israel dwelt in their cities. Chapter 8. Ezra readeth the law before the people. Nehemiah comforteth them. They celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. And the 7th month came, and the children of Israel were in their cities, and all the people were gathered together as one man to the street, which is before the water gate. And they spoke to Ezra, the scribe, to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded to Israel. Then Ezra the priest brought the law before the multitude of men and women, and all those that could understand, in the first day of the 7th month. And he read it plainly in the street that was before the water gate from the morning until midday, before the men and the women and all those that could understand. And the ears of all the people were attentive to the book. And Ezra the scribe stood upon a step of wood, which he had made to speak upon, and there stood by him Mattathias, and Shemaiah, and Ananiah, and Uriah, and Hilkiah, and Maaseiah, on his right hand, and on the left Phodaiah, Misael, and Melchiah, and Hassom, and Hasbaddanah, Zechariah, and Meshullam. And Ezra opened the book before all the people, for he was above all the people, and when he had opened it, all the people stood. And Ezra blessed the Lord, the great God, and all the people answered, Amen, Amen, lifting up their hands, and they bowed down and adored God with their faces to the ground. Now Jasui, and Bani, and Serebiah, Jamin, Akub, Sephter, Odiah, Maaseiah, Seltiah, Azarias, Jozabed, Hanan, Phaliah, the Levites made silence among the people to hear the law, and the people stood in their place. And they read in the book of the law of God distinctly and plainly to be understood, and they understood when it was read. And Nehemiah, he is Athasarth, and Ezra the priest and scribe, and the Levites who interpreted to all the people, said, This is a holy day to the Lord our God. Do not mourn nor weep, for all the people wept when they heard the words of the law. And he said to them, Go eat fat meats, and drink sweet wine, and send portions to them that have not prepared for themselves, because it is the holy day of the Lord, and be not sad, for the joy of the Lord is our strength. And the Levites stilled all the people, saying, Hold your peace, for the day is holy, and be not sorrowful. So all the people went to eat and drink, and to send portions, and to make great mirth, because they understood the words that he had taught them. And on the 2nd day, the chiefs of the families of all the people, the priests and the Levites, were gathered together to Ezra the scribe, that he should interpret to them the words of the law. And they found written in the law that the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses, that the children of Israel should dwell in tabernacles on the feast in the 7th month, and that they should proclaim and publish the word in all their cities and in Jerusalem, saying, Go forth to the mount, and fetch branches of olive, and branches of beautiful wood, branches of myrtle, and branches of palm, and branches of thick trees, to make tabernacles, as it is written. And the people went forth and brought, and they made themselves tabernacles, every man on the top of his house, and in their courts, and in the courts of the house of God, and in the street of the water gate, and in the street of the gate of Ephraim. And all the assembly of them that were returned from the captivity made tabernacles, and dwelt in tabernacles. For since the days of Josue the son of Nun, the children of Israel had not done so until that day, and there was exceeding great joy. And he read in the book of the law of God day by day, from the first day till the last, and they kept the solemnity 7 days, and in the 8th day a solemn assembly according to the manner. Chapter 9. The people repent with fasting and sackcloth. The Levites confess God's benefits and the people's ingratitude. They pray for them and make a covenant with God. And in the 24th day of the month, the children of Israel came together with fasting, and with sackcloth, and earth upon them. And the seed of the children of Israel separated themselves from every stranger, and they stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. And they rose up to stand, and they read in the book of the law of the Lord their God 4 times in the day, and 4 times they confessed and adored the Lord their God. And there stood up upon the seat of the Levites Jasui, and Bani, and Kedmahel, Sabaniah, Boni, Sarabias, Bani, and Chanani, and they cried with a loud voice to the Lord their God. And the Levites, Jasui, and Kedmahel, Boni, Hasabniah, Serebiah, Oduiah, Zebniah, and Phathahiah, said, Arise, bless the Lord your God from eternity to eternity, and blessed be the high name of thy glory, with all blessing and praise. Thou thyself, O Lord alone, thou hast made heaven, and the heaven of heavens, and all the host thereof, the earth and all things that are in it, the seas and all that are therein. And thou givest life to all these things, and the host of heaven adoreth thee. Thou, O Lord God, art he who chosest Abram, and broughtest him forth out of the fire of the Chaldeans, and gavest him the name of Abraham. And thou didst find his heart faithful before thee, and thou madest a covenant with him, to give him the land of the Canaanite, of the Hethite, and of the Amorite, and of the Pharisite, and of the Jebusite, and of the Girgasite, to give it to his seed. And thou hast fulfilled thy words, because thou art just. And thou sawest the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and thou didst hear their cry by the Red Sea. And thou showedst signs and wonders upon Pharaoh, and upon all his servants, and upon the people of his land. For thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them, and thou madest thyself a name, as it is at this day. And thou didst divide the sea before them, and they passed through the midst of the sea on dry land. But their persecutors thou threwest into the depth, as a stone into mighty waters. And in a pillar of a cloud thou wast their leader by day, and in a pillar of fire by night, that they might see the way by which they went. Thou camest down also to Mount Sinai, and didst speak with them from heaven. And thou gavest them right judgments, and the law of truth, ceremonies, and good precepts. Thou madest known to them thy holy Sabbath, and didst prescribe to them commandments and ceremonies, and the law by the hand of Moses thy servant. And thou gavest them bread from heaven in their hunger, and broughtest forth water for them out of the rock in their thirst. And thou saidst to them that they should go in and possess the land, upon which thou hadst lifted up thy hand to give it them. But they and our fathers dealt proudly, and hardened their necks, and hearkened not to thy commandments. And they would not hear, and they remembered not thy wonders which thou hadst done for them. And they hardened their necks, and gave the head to return to their bondage, as it were by contention. But thou, a forgiving God, gracious, and merciful, long-suffering, and full of compassion, didst not forsake them. Yea, when they had made also to themselves a molten calf, and had said, This is thy God that brought thee out of Egypt, and had committed great blasphemies, yet thou, in thy many mercies, didst not leave them in the desert. The pillar of the cloud departed not from them by day, to lead them in the way, and the pillar of fire by night, to show them the way by which they should go. And thou gavest them thy good spirit to teach them, and thy manna thou didst not withhold from their mouth, and thou gavest them water for their thirst. 40 years didst thou feed them in the desert, and nothing was wanting to them. Their garments did not grow old, and their feet were not worn. And thou gavest them kingdoms and nations, and didst divide lots for them. And they possessed the land of Sihon, and the land of the king of Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. And thou didst multiply their children as the stars of heaven, and broughtest them to the land concerning, which thou hadst said to their fathers, that they should go in and possess it. And the children came and possessed the land, and thou didst humble before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands, with their kings and the people of the land, that they might do with them as it pleased them. And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all goods, cisterns made by others, vineyards and oliveyards, and fruit trees in abundance. And they ate, and were filled, and became fat, and abounded with delight in thy great goodness. But they provoked thee to wrath, and departed from thee, and threw thy law behind their backs, and they killed thy prophets, who admonished them earnestly to return to thee, and they were guilty of great blasphemies. And thou gavest them into the hands of their enemies, and they afflicted them. And in the time of their tribulation they cried to thee, and thou heardest from heaven, and according to the multitude of thy tender mercies, thou gavest them saviours, to save them from the hands of their enemies. But after they had rest, they returned to do evil in thy sight, and thou leftest them in the hand of their enemies, and they had dominion over them. Then they returned and cried to thee, and thou heardest from heaven, and deliveredst them many times in thy mercies. And thou didst admonish them to return to thy law, but they dealt proudly, and hearkened not to thy commandments, but sinned against thy judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. And they withdrew the shoulder, and hardened their neck, and would not hear. And thou didst forbear with them for many years, and didst testify against them by thy Spirit, by the hand of thy prophets. And they heard not, and thou didst deliver them into the hand of the people of the lands. Yet in thy very many mercies thou didst not utterly consume them, nor forsake them, because thou art a merciful and gracious God. Now therefore, our God, great, strong, and terrible, who keepest covenant and mercy, turn not away from thy face all the labour which hath come upon us, upon our kings, and our princes, and our priests, and our prophets, and our fathers, and all the people from the days of the king of Asher until this day. And thou art just in all things that have come upon us, because thou hast done truth, but we have done wickedly. Our kings, our princes, our priests, and our fathers have not kept thy law, and have not minded thy commandments and thy testimonies which thou hast testified among them. And they have not served thee in their kingdoms, and in thy manifold goodness, which thou gavest them, and in the large and fat land, which thou deliveredst before them, nor did they return from their most wicked devices. Behold, we ourselves this day are bondmen, and the land which thou gavest our fathers, to eat the bread thereof, and the good things thereof, and we ourselves are servants in it. And the fruits thereof grow up for the kings, whom thou hast set over us for our sins, and they have dominion over our bodies, and over our beasts, according to their will, and we are in great tribulation. And because of all this, we ourselves make a covenant, and write it, and our princes, our Levites, and our priests sign it. Chapter 10. He names of the subscribers to the covenant, and the contents of it, of which there were many, too many to list here. And the rest of the people were priests, Levites, porters, and singing men, Nathanites, and all that had separated themselves from the people of the lands to the law of God, their wives, their sons, and their daughters. All that could understand promising for their brethren with their chief men, and they came to promise, and swear that they would walk in the law of God, which he gave in the hand of Moses the servant of God, that they would do and keep all the commandments of the Lord our God, and his judgments and his ceremonies, and that we would not give our daughters to the people of the land, not take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring in things to sell, or any things for use, to sell them on the Sabbath day, that we would not buy them of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and that we would leave the 7th year and the exaction of every hand. And we made ordinances for ourselves to give the 3rd part of a side every year for the work of the house of our God, for the loaves of proposition, and for the continual sacrifice, and for a continual holocaust on the Sabbaths, on the new moons, on the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offering, that atonement might be made for Israel, and for every use of the house of our God. And we cast lots among the priests, and the Levites, and the people, for the offering of wood, that it might be brought into the house of our God, by the houses of our fathers at set times, from year to year, to burn upon the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law of Moses. And that we would bring the first fruits of our land, and the first fruits of all fruit of every tree, from year to year in the house of our Lord. And the firstborn of our sons, and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our oxen, and of our sheep, to be offered in the house of our God, to the priests who minister in the house of our God. And that we would bring the first fruits of our meats, and of our libations, and the fruit of every tree, of the vintage also, and of oil to the priests, to the storehouse of our God, and the tithes of our ground to the Levites. The Levites also shall receive the tithes of our works out of all the cities. And the priest, the son of Aaron, shall be with the Levites in the tithes of the Levites. And the Levites shall offer the tithe of their tithes in the house of our God, to the storeroom into the treasure house. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi shall carry to the treasury the firstfruits of corn, of wine, and of oil. And the sanctified vessels shall be there, and the priests, and the singing men, and the porters, and ministers, and we will not forsake the house of our God. Chapter 11. Who were the inhabitants of Jerusalem and the other cities? And the princes of the people dwelt at Jerusalem, but the rest of the people cast lots, to take 1 part in 10, to dwell in Jerusalem the holy city, and 9 parts in the other cities. And the people blessed all the men that willingly offered themselves to dwell in Jerusalem. These therefore are the chief men of the province who dwelt in Jerusalem and in the cities of Judah. And everyone dwelt in his possession in their cities: Israel, the priests, the Levites, the Nathanites, and the children of the servants of Solomon. Many other families also dwelt in Jerusalem. And Sabbathai and Jozabed, who were over all the outward business of the house of God, of the princes of the Levites. And Mathaniah was the principal man to praise, and to give glory in prayer, and Becbesiah the second. All the Levites in the holy city were 284. And the porters, Akub, Telman, and their brethren, who kept the doors, 172. And the rest of Israel, the priests and the Levites, were in all the cities of Judah, every man in his possession. And the Nathanites that dwelt in Ophel, and Seahah, and Gaspha of the Nathanites. And the overseer of the Levites in Jerusalem was Adzi. Mathaniah was among the singing men in the ministry of the house of God. And Phathahiah was at the hand of the king. And the children of Judah dwelt throughout their towns and villages, at Kiriath Arba, and at Dibon, and in the villages thereof, and at Kabseel, and in the villages thereof, and at Jezreel, and at Molada, and at Hazor, and at Beersheba, and in the villages thereof, and at Rimmon, and at Sarah, and at Jeremuth, at Lachish, and its dependencies, and at Azekah, and the villages thereof. And the children of Benjamin dwelt from Geba unto the valley of Enom, at Bethel, and in the villages thereof, at Anathoth, Nob, Ananiah, and Ono, the valley of craftsmen. And of the Levites were portions of Judah and Benjamin. Chapter 12. The priests and Levites that came up with Zerubbabel, the succession of high priests, the solemnity of the dedication of the wall. Now these are the priests and the Levites that went up with Zerubbabel the son of Salathiel, and Jasui. These were the chief of priests, and of their brethren, in the days of Jasui. And the Levites and their brethren were over the hymns, every one in the office. And Jasui beget Joasim, and Joasim beget Eliashib, and Eliashib beget Joiada, and Joiada beget Jonathan, and Jonathan beget Jeduah. The Levites, the chiefs of the families in the days of Eliashib, and Joiada, and Johanan, and Jeduah, were recorded, and the priests in the reign of Darius the Persian. The sons of Levi, heads of the families, were written in the book of Chronicles, even unto the days of Jonathan the son of Eliashib. Now the chief of the Levites were Hasabiah, Serebiah, and Jasui, the son of Kedmahel, and their brethren by their courses, to praise and to give thanks, according to the commandment of David the man of God. They were keepers of the gates and of the entrances before the gates. These were in the days of Joasim the son of Jasui, the son of Josedek, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and of Ezra the priest and scribe. And at the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all their places, to bring them to Jerusalem, and to keep the dedication, and to rejoice with thanksgiving, and with singing, and with cymbals, and psalteries, and harps. And the sons of the singing men were gathered together out of the plain country about Jerusalem, and out of the villages of Netophathi, and from the house of Galgal, and from the countries of Geba and Asmaveth. For the singing men had built themselves villages round about Jerusalem. And the priests and the Levites purified, and they purified the people, and the gates, and the wall. And I made the princes of Judah go up upon the wall, and I appointed 2 great choirs to give praise, and they went on the right hand upon the wall toward the dunghill gate. And after them went Osias, and half of the princes of Judah, and Ezra the scribe before them at the fountain gate. And they went up over against them by the stairs of the city of David, at the going up of the wall of the house of David, and to the water gate eastward. And the second choir of them that gave thanks went on the opposite side, and I after them, and the half of the people upon the wall, and upon the tower of the furnaces, even to the broad wall. And above the gate of Ephraim, and above the old gate, and above the fish gate, and the tower of Hananiel, and the tower of Emath, and even to the flock gate. And they stood still in the watch gate. And the 2 choirs of them that gave praise stood still at the house of God, and I and the half of the magistrates with me, and the priests Eliakim, Maaseiah, Miamin, Micaiah, Elioenai, Zechariah, Hananiah with trumpets. And the singers sung loud, and Jezreiah was their overseer. And they sacrificed on that day great sacrifices, and they rejoiced, for God had made them joyful with great joy. Their wives also, and their children rejoiced, and the joy of Jerusalem was heard afar off. They appointed also in that day men over the storehouses of the treasure, for the libations, and for the firstfruits, and for the tithes, that the rulers of the city might bring them in by them in honour of thanksgiving, for the priests and Levites, for Judah was joyful in the priests and Levites that assisted. And they kept the watch of their God, and the observance of expiation, and the singing men, and the porters, according to the commandment of David, and of Solomon his son. For in the days of David and Asaph, from the beginning, there were chief singers appointed, to praise with canticles, and give thanks to God. And all Israel, in the days of Zerubbabel and in the days of Nehemiah, gave portions to the singing men, and to the porters day by day, and they sanctified the Levites, and the Levites sanctified the sons of Aaron. Chapter 13. Divers abuses are reformed. And on that day they read in the book of Moses in the hearing of the people, and therein was found written that the Ammonites and the Moabites should not come into the church of God forever, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and water, and they hired against them Balaam to curse them, and our God turned the curse into blessing. And it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated every stranger from Israel, and over this thing was Eliashib the priest, who was set over the treasury of the house of our God, and was near akin to Tobias. And he made him a great storeroom, where before him they laid up gifts, and frankincense, and vessels, and the tithes of the corn, of the wine, and of the oil, the portions of the Levites, and of the singing men, and of the porters, and the first fruits of the priests. But in all this time I was not in Jerusalem, because in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, I went to the king, and after certain days I asked the king. And I came to Jerusalem, and I understood the evil that Eliashib had done for Tobias, to make him a storehouse in the courts of the house of God. And it seemed to me exceeding evil, and I cast forth the vessels of the house of Tobias out of the storehouse. And I commanded, and they cleansed the storehouses, and I brought thither again the vessels of the house of God, the sacrifice, and the frankincense. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, and that the Levites and the singing men, and they that ministered, were fled away every man to his own country. And I pleaded the matter against the magistrates, and said, Why have we forsaken the house of God? And I gathered them together, and I made them to stand in their places. And all Judah brought the tithe of the corn, and the wine, and the oil into the storehouses. And we set over the storehouses Selemias the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites Phaddaiah, and next to them Hanan the son of Zaccur the son of Mathaniah, for they were approved as faithful, and to them were committed the portions of their brethren. Remember me, O my God, for this thing, and wipe not out my kindnesses, which I have done relating to the house of my God, and his ceremonies. In those days I saw in Judah some treading the presses on the Sabbath, and carrying sheaves, and lading asses with wine and grapes and figs, and all manner of burthens, and bringing them into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I charged them that they should sell a day on which it was lawful to sell. Some Tyrians also dwelt there, who brought fish and all manner of wares, and they sold them on the Sabbaths to the children of Judah in Jerusalem. And I rebuked the chief men of Judah, and said to them, What is this evil thing that you are doing, profaning the Sabbath day? Did not our fathers do these things, and our God brought all this evil upon us and upon this city? And you bring more wrath upon Israel by violating the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem were at rest on the Sabbath day, I spoke, and they shut the gates, and I commanded that they should not open them till after the Sabbath. And I set some of my servants at the gates, that none should bring in burthens on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and they that sold all kinds of wares stayed without Jerusalem once or twice. And I charged them, and I said to them, Why stay you before the wall? If you do so, another time I will lay hands on you. And from that time they came no more on the Sabbath. I spoke also to the Levites that they should be purified, and should come to keep the gates, and to sanctify the Sabbath day. For this also remember me, O my God, and spare me according to the multitude of thy tender mercies. In those days also I saw Jews that married wives, women of Azotus, and of Ammon, and of Moab. And their children spoke half in the speech of Azotus, and could not speak the Jews' language, but they spoke according to the language of this and that people. And I chid them, and laid my curse upon them. And I beat some of them, and shaved off their hair, and made them swear by God, that they would not give their daughters to their sons, nor take their daughters for their sons, nor for themselves, saying, Did not Solomon king of Israel sin in this kind of thing? And surely among many nations there was not a king like him, and he was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel, and yet women of other countries brought even him to sin. And shall we also be disobedient, and do all this great evil, to transgress against our God, and marry strange women? And one of the sons of Joiada, the son of Eliashib the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, and I drove him from me. Remember them, O Lord my God, that defile the priesthood, and the law of priests and Levites. So I separated from them all strangers, and I appointed the courses of the priests and the Levites, every man in his ministry, and for the offering of wood at times appointed, and for the first fruits. Remember me, O my God, unto good. Amen. Book of Judith, Chapter 1. Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, overcometh Arphaxad, king of the Medes. Now Arphaxad, king of the Medes, had brought many nations under his dominions, and he built a very strong city, which he called Ecbatana, of stones squared and hewed. He made the walls thereof 70 cubits broad, and 30 cubits high, and the towers thereof he made 100 cubits high. But on the square of them, each side was extended the space of 20 feet. And he made the gates thereof according to the height of the towers. And he gloried as a mighty one in the force of his army, and in the glory of his chariots. Now in the 12th year of his reign, Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, who reigned in Nineveh, the great city, fought against Arphaxad and overcame him. In the great plain, which is called Ragua, about the Euphrates and the Tigris and the Jadison, in the plain of Orioch, the king of the Elysians, then was the kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar exalted, and his heart was elevated. And he sent to all that dwelt in Cilicia and Damascus and Libanus, and to the nations that are in Carmelus and Cedar, and to the inhabitants of Galilee in the great plain of Asdrelon, and to all that were in Samaria and beyond the river Jordan, even to Jerusalem, and all the land of Jesse, till you come to the borders of Ethiopia. To all these Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, sent messengers. But they all with one mind refused, and sent them back empty, and rejected them without honour. Then King Nebuchadnezzar, being angry against all that land, swore by his throne and kingdom that he would revenge himself of all those countries. Chapter 2. Nebuchadnezzar sendeth Holofernes to waste the countries of the west. In the 13th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, the 22nd day of the first month, the word was given out in the house of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, that he would revenge himself. And he called all the ancients, and all the governors, and his officers of war, and communicated to them the secret of his counsel. And he said that his thoughts were to bring all the earth under his empire. And when this saying pleased them all, Nebuchadnezzar, the king, called Holofernes, the general of his armies, and said to him, Go out against all the kingdoms of the west, and against them especially that despise my commandment. Thy eye shall not spare any kingdom, and all the strong cities thou shalt bring under my yoke. Then Holofernes called the captains and officers of the power of the Assyrians, and he mustered men for the expedition as the king commanded him, 120,000 fighting men on foot, and 12,000 archers, horsemen. And he made all his warlike preparations to go before, with a multitude of innumerable camels, with all provisions sufficient for the armies in abundance, and herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep without number. He appointed corn to be prepared out of all Syria in his passage, but gold and silver he took out of the king's house in great abundance. And he went forth, he and all the army, with the chariots and horsemen and archers, who covered the face of the earth like locusts. And when he had passed through the borders of the Assyrians, he came to the great mountains of Anj, which are on the left of Cilicia. And he went up to all their castles, and took all the strong places. And he took by assault the renowned city of Melithus, and pillaged all the children of Tharsis, and the children of Ishmael, who were over against the face of the desert, and on the south of the land of Selen. And he passed over the Euphrates, and came into Mesopotamia, and he forced all the stately cities that were there, from the torrent of Mambre till one comes to the sea. And he took the borders thereof from Cilicia to the coasts of Japheth, which are towards the south. And he carried away all the children of Madian, and stripped them of all their riches, and all that resisted him he slew with the edge of the sword. And after these things he went down into the plains of Damascus in the days of the harvest, and he set all the corn on fire, and he caused all the trees and vineyards to be cut down, and the fear of them fell upon all the inhabitants of the land. Chapter 3. Many submit themselves to Holofernes. He destroyeth their cities and their gods, that Nebuchadnezzar only might be called God. Then the kings and the princes of all the cities and provinces of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Syria, Sobal, and Libya, and Cilicia sent their ambassadors, who coming to Holofernes said, Let thy indignation towards us cease, for it is better for us to live and serve Nebuchadnezzar the great king, and be subject to thee, than to die and to perish, or suffer the miseries of slavery. All our cities and our possessions, all mountains and hills, and fields, and herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep, and goats, and horses, and camels, and all our goods and families are in thy sight. Let all we have be subject to thy law, both we and our children are thy servants. Come to us, a peaceable Lord, and use our service as it shall please thee. Then he came down from the mountains with horsemen in great power, and made himself master of every city, and all the inhabitants of the land. And from all the cities he took auxiliaries, valiant men, and chosen for war. And so great a fear lay upon all those provinces, that the inhabitants of all the cities, both princes and nobles, as well as the people, went out to meet him at his coming, and received him with garlands, and lights, and dances, and timbrels, and flutes. And though they did these things, they could not for all that mitigate the fierceness of his heart, for he both destroyed their cities and cut down their groves. For Nebuchadnezzar the king had commanded him to destroy all the gods of the earth, that he only might be called God by those nations which could be brought under him by the power of Holofernes. And when he had passed through all Syria, Sobal, and all Apamea, and all Mesopotamia, he came to the Idumeans into the land of Gibeah, and he took possession of their cities, and stayed there for 30 days, in which days he commanded all the troops of his army to be united. Chapter 4. The children of Israel prepare themselves to resist Holofernes. They cry to the Lord for help. Then the children of Israel, who dwelt in the land of Judah, hearing these things, were exceedingly afraid of him. Dread and horror seized upon their minds, lest he should do the same to Jerusalem and to the temple of the Lord, that he had done to other cities and their temples. And they sent into all Samaria round about as far as Jericho, and seized upon all the tops of the mountains. And they compassed their towns with walls, and gathered together corn for provision for war. And Eliakim the priest wrote to all that were over against Esdraelon, which faceth the great plain near Dothain, and to all by whom there might be a passage of way, that they should take possession of the ascents of the mountains, by which there might be any way to Jerusalem, and should keep watch where the way was narrow between the mountains. And the children of Israel did as the priest of the Lord Eliakim had appointed them, and all the people cried to the Lord with great earnestness, and they humbled their souls in fastings and prayers, both they and their wives. And the priests put on haircloths, and they caused the little children to lie prostrate before the temple of the Lord. and the altar of the Lord they covered with haircloth. And they cried to the Lord, the God of Israel, with one accord, that their children might not be made a prey, and their wives carried off, and their cities destroyed, and their holy things profaned, and that they might not be made a reproach to the Gentiles. Then Eliakim, the high priest of the Lord, went about all Israel and spoke to them, saying, Know ye that the Lord will hear your prayers, if you continue with perseverance in fastings and prayers in the sight of the Lord. Remember Moses, the servant of the Lord, who overcame Amalek, that trusted in his own strength, and in his power, and in his army, and in his shields, and in his chariots, and in his horsemen, not by fighting with the sword, but by holy prayers. So shall all the enemies of Israel be, if you persevere in this work which you have begun. So they, being moved by this exhortation of his, prayed to the Lord, and continued in the sight of the Lord. So that even they who offered the holocaust to the Lord offered the sacrifices to the Lord girded with haircloths, and with ashes upon their head. And they all begged of God with all their heart, that he would visit his people Israel. Chapter 5. Achior gives Holofernes an account of the people of Israel. And it was told Holofernes, the general of the army of the Assyrians, that the children of Israel prepared themselves to resist, and had shut up the ways of the mountains. And he was transported with exceeding great fury and indignation, and he called all the princes of Moab, and the leaders of Ammon. And he said to them, Tell me, what is this people that besetteth the mountains? Or what are their cities, and of what sort, and how great? Also, what is their power, or what is their multitude, or who is the king over their warfare? And why they above all that dwell in the east have despised us, and have not come out to meet us, that they might receive us with peace. Then Achior, captain of all the children of Ammon, answering said, If thou vouchsafe, my lord, to hear, I will tell the truth in thy sight concerning this people that dwelleth in the mountains, and there shall not a false word come out of my mouth. This people is of the offspring of the Chaldeans. They dwelt first in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, who were in the land of the Chaldeans. Wherefore, forsaking the ceremonies of their fathers, which consisted in the worship of many gods, they worshipped one God of heaven, who also commanded them to depart from thence, and to dwell in Charan. And when there was a famine over all the land, they went down into Egypt, and there for 400 years were so multiplied that the army of them could not be numbered. And when the king of Egypt oppressed them, and made slaves of them to labour in clay and brick in the building of his cities, they cried to their Lord, and he struck the whole land of Egypt with divers plagues. And when the Egyptians had cast them out from them, and the plague had ceased from them, and they had a mind to take them again, and bring them back to their service, the God of heaven opened the sea to them in their flight, so that the waters were made to stand firm as a wall on either side. And they walked through the bottom of the sea, and passed it dry foot. And when an innumerable army of the Egyptians pursued after them in that place, they were so overwhelmed with the waters that there was not one left to tell what had happened to posterity. And after they came out of the Red Sea, they abode in the deserts of Mount Sinai, in which never man could dwell, or son of man rested. Their bitter fountains were made sweet for them to drink, and for 40 years they received food from heaven. Wheresoever they went in, without bow and arrow, and without shield and sword, their God fought for them and overcame. And there was no one that triumphed over this people. But when they departed from the worship of the Lord their God, but as often as beside their own God they worshipped any other, they were given to spoil, and to the sword, and to reproach. And as often as they were penitent for having revolted from the worship of their God, the God of heaven gave them power to resist. So they overthrew the king of the Canaanites, and of the Jebusites, and of the Perizzites, and of the Hethites, and of the Hivites, and of the Amorites, and all the mighty ones in Heshbon, and they possessed their lands and their cities. And as long as they sinned not in the sight of their God, it was well with them, for their God hateth iniquity. And even some years ago, when they had revolted from the way which God had given them to walk therein, they were destroyed in battles by many nations, and very many of them were led away captive into a strange land. But of late, returning to the Lord their God, from the different places wherein they were scattered, they are come together, and are gone up into all these mountains, and possess Jerusalem again, where their holies are. Now therefore, my Lord, search if there be any iniquity of theirs in the sight of their God. Let us go up to them, because their God will surely deliver them to thee, and they shall be brought under the yoke of thy power. But if there be no offence of this people in the sight of their God, we cannot resist them, because their God will defend them, and we shall be a reproach to the whole earth. And it came to pass, when Achior had ceased to speak these words, all the great men of Holofernes were angry, and they had a mind to kill him, saying to each other, Who is this that saith the children of Israel can resist King Nebuchadnezzar, and his armies, men unarmed, and without force, and without skill in the art of war? That Achior therefore may know that he deceiveth us, let us go up into the mountains, and when the bravest of them shall be taken, then shall he with them be stabbed with the sword, that every nation may know that Nebuchadnezzar is God of the earth, and besides him there is no other. Chapter 6. Holofernes in great rage sendeth Achior to Bethulia, there to be slain with the Israelites. And it came to pass, when they had left off speaking, that Holofernes, being in a violent passion, said to Achior, Because thou hast prophesied unto us, saying, that the nation of Israel is defended by their God, to show thee that there is no God but Nebuchadnezzar. When we shall slay them all as one man, then thou also shalt die with them by the sword of the Assyrians, and all Israel shall perish with thee. And thou shalt find that Nebuchadnezzar is Lord of the whole earth. And then the sword of my soldiers shall pass through thy sides, and thou shalt be stabbed, and fall among the wounded of Israel. And thou shalt breathe no more till thou be destroyed with them. But if thou think thy prophecy true, let not thy countenance sink, and let the paleness that is in thy face depart from thee. If thou imaginest these, my words cannot be accomplished. And that thou mayest know that thou shalt experience these things together with them, behold, from this hour thou shalt be associated to their people, that when they shall receive the punishment they deserve from my sword, thou mayest fall under the same vengeance. Then Holofernes commanded his servants to take Achior, and to lead him to Bethulia, and to deliver him into the hands of the children of Israel. And the servants of Holofernes, taking him, went through the plains. But when they came near the mountains, the slingers came out against them, And turning out of the way, by the side of the mountain, they tied Achior to a tree hand and foot, and so left him bound with ropes, and returned to their master. And the children of Israel, coming down from Bethulia, came to him, and loosing him, they brought him to Bethulia, and setting him in the midst of the people, asked him what was the matter, that the Assyrians had left him bound. In those days the rulers there were Ozias the son of Micah of the tribe of Simeon, and Carmi, called also Gothaniel. And Achior related in the midst of the ancients, and in the presence of all the people, all that he had said, being asked by Holofernes, and how the people of Holofernes would have killed him for this word, and how Holofernes himself, being angry, had commanded him to be delivered for this cause to the Israelites, that when he should overcome the children of Israel, then he might command Achior also himself to be put to death by diverse torments for having said, "The God of heaven is their defender." And when Achior had declared all these things, all the people fell upon their faces, adoring the Lord, and all of them together, mourning and weeping, poured out their prayers with one accord to the Lord, saying, "O Lord God of heaven and earth, behold their pride, and look on our low condition, and have regard to the face of thy saints, and show that thou forsakest not them that trust on thee, and that thou humblest them that presume of themselves, and glory in their own strength." So when their weeping was ended, and the people's prayer, in which they continued all the day, was concluded, they comforted Achior, saying, "The God of our fathers, whose power thou hast set forth, will make this return to thee, that thou rather shalt see their destruction. And when the Lord our God shall give this liberty to his servants, let God be with thee also in the midst of us, that as it shall please thee, so thou with all thine mayst converse with us." Then Ozias, after the assembly was broken up, received him into his house, and made him a great supper. And all the ancients were invited, and they refreshed themselves together after their fast was over. And afterwards all the people were called together, and they prayed all the night long within the church, desiring help of the God of Israel. Chapter 7. Holofernes besiegeth Bethulia, the distress of the besieged. But Holofernes on the next day gave orders to his army to go up against Bethulia. Now there were in his troops 120,000 footmen, and 22,000 horsemen, besides the preparations of those men who had been taken, and who had been brought away out of the provinces and cities of all the youth. All these prepared themselves together to fight against the children of Israel. And they came by the hillside to the top, which looketh toward Dothain, from the place which is called Belma unto Kelman, which is over against Esdraelon. But the children of Israel, when they saw the multitude of them, prostrated themselves upon the ground, putting ashes upon their heads, praying with one accord, that the God of Israel would show his mercy upon his people. And taking their arms of war, they posted themselves at the places, which by a narrow pathway lead directly between the mountains, and they guarded them all day and night. Now Holofernes, in going round about, found that the fountains which supplied them with water ran through an aqueduct without the city on the south side, and he commanded their aqueduct to be cut off. Nevertheless there were springs not far from the walls, out of which they were seen secretly to draw water, to refresh themselves a little, rather than to drink their fill. But the children of Ammon and Moab came to Holofernes, saying, "The children of Israel trust not in their spears, nor in their arrows, but the mountains are their defence. and the steep heights and precipices guard them. Wherefore, that thou mayest overcome them without joining battle, set guards at the springs, that they may not draw water out of them, and thou shalt destroy them without sword, or at least being wearied out. They will yield up their city, which they suppose, because it is situate in the mountains, to be impregnable. And these words pleased Holofernes and his officers, and he placed all around about 100 men at every spring. And when they had kept this watch for full 20 days, the cisterns and the reserve of waters failed among all the inhabitants of Bethulia, so that there was not within the city enough to satisfy them, no, not for one day, for water was daily given out to the people by measure. Then all the men and women, young men and children, gathering themselves together to Ozias, all together with one voice, said, God be judge between us and thee, for thou hast done evil against us, in that thou wouldst not speak peaceably with the Assyrians, and for this cause God hath sold us into their hands. And therefore there is no one to help us, while we are cast down before their eyes in thirst and sad destruction. And now assemble ye all that are in the city, that we may of our own accord yield ourselves all up to the people of Holofernes. For it is better that being captives we should live and bless the Lord, than that we should die and be a reproach to all flesh, after we have seen our wives and our infants die before our eyes. We call to witness this day heaven and earth, and the God of our fathers, who taketh vengeance upon us, according to our sins, conjuring you to deliver now the city into the hand of the army of Holofernes, that our end may be short by the edge of the sword, which is made longer by the drought of thirst. And when they had said these things, there was great weeping and lamentation of all in the assembly, and for many hours with one voice they cried to God, saying, We have sinned with our fathers, we have done unjustly, we have committed iniquity. Have thou mercy on us, because thou art good, or punish our iniquities by chastising us thyself, and deliver not them that trust in thee to a people that knoweth not thee, that they may not say among the Gentiles, Where is their God? And when being wearied with these cries, and tired with these weepings, they held their peace, Ozias, rising up all in tears, said, Be of good courage, my brethren, and let us wait these 5 days for mercy from the Lord. For perhaps he will put a stop to his indignation, and will give glory to his own name. But if after 5 days be past there come no aid, we will do the things which you leave spoken. Chapter 8. The character of Judith, her discourse to the ancients. Now it came to pass, when Judith a widow had heard these words, who was the daughter of Merari, the son of Idox, and her husband was Manasses, who died in the time of the barley harvest, for he was standing over them that bound sheaves in the field, and the heat came upon his head, and he died in Bethulia his own city, and was buried there with his fathers. And Judith, his relict, was a widow, now 3 years and 6 months, and she made herself a private chamber in the upper part of her house, in which she abode shut up with her maids. And she wore haircloth upon her loins, and fasted all the days of her life, except the Sabbaths and new moons, and the feasts of the house of Israel. And she was exceedingly beautiful, and her husband left her great riches, and very many servants, and large possessions of herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep. And she was greatly renowned among all, because she feared the Lord very much, neither was there any one that spoke an ill word of her. When therefore she had heard that Ozias had promised that he would deliver up the city after the 5th day, she sent to the ancients, Cabri and Carmi. And they came to her, and she said to them, What is this word by which Ozias hath consented to give up the city to the Assyrians, if within 5 days there come no aid to us? And who are you that tempt the Lord? This is not a word that may draw down mercy, but rather that may stir up wrath and enkindle indignation. You have set a time for the mercy of the Lord, and you have appointed him a day according to your pleasure. But for as much as the Lord is patient, let us be penitent for this same thing, and with many tears let us beg his pardon. For God will not threaten like man, nor be inflamed to anger like the Son of Man. And therefore let us humble our souls before him, and continuing in an humble spirit in his service. Let us ask the Lord with tears, that according to his will, so he would show his mercy to us, that as our heart is troubled by their pride, so also we may glorify in our humility. For we have not followed the sins of our fathers, who forsook their God and worshipped strange gods, for which crime they were given up to their enemies, to the sword, and to pillage, and to confusion. But we know no other God but him. Let us humbly wait for his consolation, and the Lord our God will require our blood of the afflictions of our enemies, and he will humble all the nations that shall rise up against us, and bring them to disgrace. And now, brethren, as you are the ancients among the people of God, and their very soul resteth upon you, comfort their hearts by your speech, that they may be mindful how our fathers were tempted, that they might be proved whether they worshipped their God truly. They must remember how our father Abraham was tempted, and being proved by many tribulations, was made the friend of God. So Isaac, so Jacob, so Moses, and all that have pleased God, passed through many tribulations, remaining faithful. But they that did not receive the trials with the fear of the Lord, but uttered their impatience and the reproach of their murmuring against the Lord, were destroyed by the destroyer and perished by serpents. As for us, therefore, let us not revenge ourselves for these things which we suffer, but esteeming these very punishments to be less than our sins deserve, let us believe that these scourges of the Lord, with which like servants we are chastised, have happened for our amendment and not for our destruction. And Ozias and the ancients said to her, All things which thou hast spoken are true, and there is nothing to be reprehended in thy words. Now therefore pray for us, for thou art a holy woman, and one fearing God. And Judith said to them, As you know that what I have been able to say is of God, so that which I intend to do prove ye if it be of God, and pray that God may strengthen my design. You shall stand at the gate this night, and I will go out with my maidservant. And pray ye, that as you have said, in 5 days the Lord may look down upon his people Israel. But I desire that you search not into what I am doing. Until I bring you word, let nothing else be done but to pray for me to the Lord our God. And Ozias the prince of Judah said to her, Go in peace, and the Lord be with thee to take revenge of our enemies. So returning they departed. Chapter 9. Judith's prayer, to beg of God to fortify her in her undertaking. And when they were gone, Judith went into her oratory, and putting on a haircloth, laid ashes on her head, and falling down prostrate before the Lord, she cried to the Lord, saying, O Lord God of my father Simeon, who gavest him a sword to execute vengeance against strangers, who had defiled by their uncleanness, and uncovered the virgin unto confusion, and who gavest their wives to be made a prey, and their daughters into captivity, and all their spoils to be divided to thy servants, who were zealous with thy zeal. Assist, I beseech thee, O Lord God, me, a widow. For thou hast done the things of old, and hast devised one thing after another, and what thou hast designed hath been done. For all thy ways are prepared, and in thy providence thou hast placed thy judgments. Look upon the camp of the Assyrians now, as thou wast pleased to look upon the camp of the Egyptians, when they pursued armed after thy servants, trusting in their chariots, and in their horsemen, and in a multitude of warriors. But thou lookedst over their camp, and darkness wearied them. The deep held their feet, and the waters overwhelmed them. So may it be with these also, O Lord, who trust in their multitude, and in their chariots, and in their pikes, and in their shields, and in their arrows, and glory in their spears, and know not that thou art our God, who destroyest wars from the beginning, and the Lord is thy name. Lift up thy arm as from the beginning, and crush their power with thy power. Let their power fall in their wrath, who promise themselves to violate thy sanctuary and defile the dwelling place of thy name, and to beat down with their sword the horn of thy altar. Bring to pass, O Lord, that his pride may be cut off with his own sword. Let him be caught in the net of his own eyes in my regard, and do thou strike him by the graces of the words of my lips. Give me constancy in my mind, that I may despise him, and fortitude, that I may overthrow him. For this will be a glorious monument for thy name, when he shall fall by the hand of a woman. For thy power, O Lord, is not in a multitude, nor is thy pleasure in the strength of horses, nor from the beginning have the proud been acceptable to thee. But the prayer of the humble and the meek hath always pleased thee. O God of the heavens, creator of the waters, and Lord of the whole creation, hear me, a poor wretch, making supplication to thee, and presuming of thy mercy. Remember, O Lord, thy covenant, and put thy words in my mouth, and strengthen the resolution in my heart, that thy house may continue in thy holiness, and all nations may acknowledge that thou art God, and there is no other besides thee. Chapter 10. Judith goeth out towards the camp, and is taken and brought to Holofernes. And it came to pass, when she had ceased to cry to the Lord, that she rose from the place wherein she lay prostrate before the Lord. And she called her maid, and going down into her house, she took off her haircloth, and put away the garments of her widowhood. And she washed her body, and anointed herself with the best ointment, and plaited the hair of her head, and put a bonnet upon her head, and clothed herself with the garments of her gladness, and put sandals on her feet, and took her bracelets, and lilies, and earlets, and rings, and adorned herself with all her ornaments. And the Lord also gave her more beauty, because all this dressing up did not proceed from sensuality, but from virtue. And therefore the Lord increased this her beauty, so that she appeared to all men's eyes incomparably lovely. And she gave to her maid a bottle of wine to carry, and a vessel of oil, and parched corn, and dry figs, and bread and cheese, and went out. And when they came to the gate of the city, they found Ozias and the ancients of the city waiting. And when they saw her, they were astonished, and admired her beauty exceedingly. But they asked her no question, only they let her pass, saying, The God of our fathers give thee grace, and may he strengthen all the counsel of thy heart with his power, that Jerusalem may glory in thee, and thy name may be in the number of the holy and just. And they that were there said, all with one voice, So be it. so be it. But Judith, praying to the Lord, passed through the gates, she and her maid. And it came to pass, when she went down the hill, about break of day, that the watchmen of the Assyrians met her and stopped her, saying, Whence comest thou, or whither goest thou? And she answered, I am a daughter of the Hebrews, and I am fled from them, because I knew they would be made a prey to you, because they despised you, and would not of their own accord yield themselves, that they might find mercy in your sight. For this reason I thought with myself, saying, I will go to the presence of the prince Holofernes, that I may tell him their secrets, and show him by what way he may take them, without the loss of one man of his army. And when the men had heard her words, they beheld her face, and their eyes were amazed, for they wondered exceedingly at her beauty. And they said to her, Thou hast saved thy life by taking this resolution to come down to our Lord. And be assured of this, that when thou shalt stand before him, he will treat thee well, and thou wilt be most acceptable to his heart. And they brought her to the tent of Holofernes, telling him of her. And when she was come into his presence, forthwith Holofernes was caught by his eyes. And his officers said to him, Who can despise the people of the Hebrews, who have such beautiful women, that we should not think it worth our while, for their sakes, to fight against them? And Judith, seeing Holofernes sitting under a canopy, which was woven of purple and gold, with emeralds and precious stones, after she had looked on, his face bowed down to him, prostrating herself to the ground. And the servants of Holofernes lifted her up by the command of their master. Chapter 11. Judith's speech to Holofernes. Then Holofernes said to her, Be of good comfort, and fear not in thy heart, for I have never hurt a man that was willing to serve Nebuchadnezzar the king. And if thy people had not despised me, I would never have lifted up my spear against them. But now tell me, for what cause hast thou left them, and why it hath pleased thee to come to us? And Judith said to him, Receive the words of thy handmaid, for if thou wilt follow the words of thy handmaid, the Lord will do with thee a perfect thing. For as Nebuchadnezzar the king of the earth liveth, and his power liveth, which is in thee for chastising of all straying souls, not only men serve him through thee, but also the beasts of the field obey him. For the industry of thy mind is spoken of among all nations, and it is told through the whole world that thou only art excellent and mighty in all his kingdom, and thy discipline is cried up in all provinces. It is known also what Achior said, nor are we ignorant of what thou hast commanded to be done to him. For it is certain that our God is so offended with sins, that he hath sent word by his prophets to the people, that he will deliver them up for their sins. And because the children of Israel know they have offended their God, thy dread is upon them. Moreover, also a famine hath come upon them, and for drought of water they are already to be counted among the dead. And they have a design even to kill their cattle, and to drink the blood of them, and the consecrated things of the Lord their God, which God forbade them to touch, in corn, wine, and oil. These have they purposed to make use of, and they design to consume the things which they ought not to touch with their hands. Therefore, because they do these things, it is certain they will be given up to destruction. And I, thy handmaid, knowing this, am fled from them, and the Lord hath sent me to tell thee these very things. For I, thy handmaid, worship God even now that I am with thee, and thy handmaid will go out, and I will pray to God. and he will tell me when he will repay them for their sins, and I will come and tell thee, so that I may bring thee through the midst of Jerusalem, and thou shalt have all the people of Israel as sheep that have no shepherd, and there shall not so much as one dog bark against thee. Because these things are told me by the providence of God, and because God is angry with them, I am sent to tell these very things to thee. And all these words pleased Holofernes and his servants, and they admired her wisdom. And they said one to another, There is not such another woman upon earth in look, in beauty, and in sense of words. And Holofernes said to her, God hath done well who sent thee before the people, that thou mightest give them into our hands. And because thy promise is good, if thy God shall do this for me, he shall also be my God, and thou shalt be great in the house of Nebuchadnezzar, and thy name shall be renowned through all the earth. Chapter 12. Judith goeth out in the night to pray. She is invited to a banquet with Holofernes. Then he ordered that she should go in, where his treasures were laid up, and bade her tarry there. And he appointed what should be given her from his own table. And Judith answered him, and said, Now I cannot eat of these things, which thou commandest to be given me, lest sin come upon me. But I will eat of the things which I have brought. And Holofernes said to her, If these things which thou hast brought with thee fail thee, what shall we do for thee? And Judith said, As thy soul liveth, my lord, thy handmaid shall not spend all these things, till God do by my hand that which I have purposed. And his servants brought her into the tent which he had commanded. And when she was going in, she desired that she might have liberty to go out at night, and before day, to prayer, and to beseech the Lord. And he commanded his chamberlains that she might go out and in, to adore her God as she pleased, for 3 days. And she went out in the nights into the valley of Bethulia, and washed herself in a fountain of water. And as she came up, she prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel, that he would direct her way to the deliverance of his people. And going in, she remained pure in the tent, until she took her own meat in the evening. And it came to pass on the 4th day, that Holofernes made a supper for his servants, and said to Vargao his eunuch, Go and persuade that Hebrew woman to consent of her own accord to dwell with me. For it is looked upon as shameful among the Assyrians, if a woman mock a man, by doing so as to pass free from him. Then Vargao went in to Judith, and said, Let not my good maid be afraid to go in to my lord, that she may be honoured before his face, that she may eat with him, and drink wine, and be merry. And Judith answered him, Who am I, that I should gainsay my lord? All that shall be good and best before his eyes I will do, and whatsoever shall please him, that shall be best to me all the days of my life. And she arose, and dressed herself out with her garments, and going in, she stood before his face. And the heart of Holofernes was smitten, for he was burning with the desire of her. And Holofernes said to her, Drink now, and sit down and be merry, for thou hast found favour before me. And Judith said, I will drink, my lord, because my life is magnified this day above all my days. And she took and ate and drank before him what her maid had prepared for her. And Holofernes was made merry on her occasion, and drank exceeding much wine, so much as he had never drunk in his life. Chapter 13. Judith cutteth off the head of Holofernes, and returneth to Bethulia. And when it was grown late, his servants made haste to their lodgings, and Vageo shut the chamber doors and went his way. And they were all overcharged with wine, and Judith was alone in the chamber. But Holofernes lay on his bed, fast asleep, being exceedingly drunk. And Judith spoke to her maid to stand without before the chamber, and to watch. And Judith stood before the bed, praying with tears, and the motion of her lips in silence, saying, Strengthen me, O Lord God of Israel, and in this hour look on the works of my hands, that as thou hast promised, thou mayest raise up Jerusalem thy city, and that I may bring to pass that which I have purposed, having a belief that it might be done by thee. And when she had said this, she went to the pillar that was at his bed's head, and loosed his sword that hung tied upon it. And when she had drawn it out, she took him by the hair of his head, and said, Strengthen me, O Lord God, at this hour. And she struck twice upon his neck, and cut off his head, and took off his canopy from the pillars, and rolled away his headless body. And after a while she went out, and delivered the head of Holofernes to her maid, and bade her put it into her wallet. And they too went out according to their custom, as it were to prayer. And they passed the camp, and having compassed the valley, they came to the gate of the city. And Judith from afar off cried to the watchman upon the walls, Open the gates, for God is with us, who hath shown his power in Israel. And it came to pass, when the men had heard her voice, that they called the ancients of the city, and all ran to meet her from the least to the greatest, for they now had no hopes that she would come. And lighting up lights, they all gathered round about her, and she went up to a higher place, and commanded silence to be made. And when all had held their peace, Judith said, Praise ye the Lord our God, who hath not forsaken them that hope in him. And by me, his handmaid, he hath fulfilled his mercy, which he promised to the house of Israel, and he hath killed the enemy of his people by my hand this night. Then she brought forth the head of Holofernes out of the wallet, and showed it them, saying, Behold the head of Holofernes, the general of the army of the Assyrians, and behold his canopy, wherein he lay in his drunkenness, where the Lord our God slew him by the hand of a woman. But as the same Lord liveth, his angel hath been my keeper, both going hence, and abiding there, and returning from thence hither. And the Lord hath not suffered me his handmaid to be defiled, but hath brought me back to you without pollution of sin, rejoicing for his victory, for my escape, and for your deliverance. Give all of you glory to him, because he is good, because his mercy endureth for ever. And they all adored the Lord, and said to her, The Lord hath blessed thee by his power, because by thee he hath brought our enemies to naught. And Ozias, the prince of the people of Israel, said to her, Blessed art thou, O daughter, by the Lord the Most High God, above all women upon the earth. Blessed be the Lord, who made heaven and earth, who hath directed thee to the cutting off the head of the prince of our enemies. Because he hath so magnified thy name this day, that thy praise shall not depart out of the mouth of men, who shall be mindful of the power of the Lord for ever. For that thou hast not spared thy life, by reason of the distress and tribulation of thy people, but hast prevented our ruin in the presence of our God. And all the people said, So be it, so be it. And Achior being called for came, and Judith said to him, The God of Israel, to whom thou gavest testimony, that he revengeth himself of his enemies, he hath cut off the head of all the unbelievers this night by my hand. And that thou mayest find that it is so, behold the head of Holofernes, who in the contempt of his pride despised the God of Israel, and threatened thee with death, saying, When the people of Israel shall be taken, I will command thy sides to be pierced with a sword. Then Achior, seeing the head of Holofernes, being seized with a great fear, he fell on his face upon the earth, and his soul swooned away. But after he had recovered his spirits, he fell down at her feet, and reverenced her, and said, Blessed art thou by thy God in every tabernacle of Jacob, for in every nation which shall hear thy name, the God of Israel shall be magnified on occasion of thee. Chapter 14. The Israelites assault the Assyrians, who, finding their general slain, are seized with a panic fear. And Judith said to all the people, Hear me, my brethren, hang ye up this head upon our walls, and as soon as the sun shall rise, let every man take his arms, and rush ye out, not as going down beneath, but as making an assault. Then the watchmen must needs run to awake their prince for the battle, and when the captains of them shall run to the tent of Holofernes, and shall find him without his head wallowing in his blood, fear shall fall upon them. And when you shall know that they are fleeing, go after them securely, for the Lord will destroy them under your feet. Then Achior, seeing the power that the God of Israel had wrought, leaving the religion of the Gentiles, he believed God, and circumcised the flesh of his foreskin, and was joined to the people of Israel, with all the succession of his kindred, until this present day. And immediately at break of day, they hung up the head of Holofernes upon the walls, and every man took his arms, and they sent out with a great noise and shouting. And the watchmen, seeing this, ran to the tent of Holofernes. And they that were in the tent came, and made a noise before the door of the chamber to awake him, endeavouring by art to break his rest, that Holofernes might awake, not by their calling him, but by their noise. For no man durst knock, or open, and go into the chamber of the general of the Assyrians. But when his captains and tribunes were come, and all the chiefs of the army of the king of the Assyrians, they said to the chamberlains, Go in and awake him, for the mice coming out of their holes have presumed to challenge us to fight. Then Vargaio, going into his chamber, stood before the curtain and made a clapping with his hands, for he thought that he was sleeping with Judith. But when, with hearkening, he perceived no motion of one lying, he came near to the curtain, and lifting it up, and seeing the body of Holofernes lying upon the ground without the head, sweltering in his blood, he cried out with a loud voice with weeping, and rent his garments. And he went into the tent of Judith, and not finding her, he ran out to the people, and said, One Hebrew woman hath made confusion in the house of King Nebuchadnezzar. For behold, Holofernes lieth upon the ground, and his head is not upon him. Now when the chiefs of the army of the Assyrians had heard this, they all rent their garments, and an intolerable fear and dread fell upon them, and their minds were troubled exceedingly. And there was a very great cry in the midst of their camp. Chapter 15. The Assyrians flee, the Hebrews pursue after them, and are enriched by their spoils. And when all the army heard that Holofernes was beheaded, courage and counsel fled from them, and being seized with trembling and fear, they thought only to save themselves by flight, so that no one spoke to his neighbour, but hanging down the head, leaving all things behind, they made haste to escape from the Hebrews, who, as they heard, were coming armed upon them, and fled by the ways of the fields and the paths of the hills. So the children of Israel, seeing them fleeing, followed after them. And they went down, sounding with trumpets and shouting after them. And because the Assyrians were not united together, they went without order in their flight. But the children of Israel, pursuing in one body, defeated all that they could find. And Uzziah sent messengers through all the cities and countries of Israel. And every country and every city sent their chosen young men armed after them, and they pursued them with the edge of the sword until they came to the extremities of their confines. And the rest that were in Bethulia went into the camp of the Assyrians, and took away the spoils, which the Assyrians in their flight had left behind them, and they were laden exceedingly. But they that returned conquerors to Bethulia brought with them all things that were theirs, so that there was no numbering of their cattle and beasts and all their movables, insomuch that from the least to the greatest all were made rich by their spoils. And Joachim the high priest came from Jerusalem to Bethulia with all his ancients to see Judith. And when she was come out to him, they all blessed her with one voice, saying, Thou art the glory of Jerusalem, thou art the joy of Israel, thou art the honour of our people. For thou hast done manfully, and thy heart has been strengthened, because thou hast loved chastity, and after thy husband hast not known any other. Therefore also the hand of the Lord hath strengthened thee, and therefore thou shalt be blessed for ever. And all the people said, So be it, so be it. And 30 days were scarce sufficient for the people of Israel to gather up the spoils of the Assyrians. But all those things that were proved to be the peculiar goods of Holofernes, they gave to Judith in gold and silver and garments and precious stones and all household stuff. And they all were delivered to her by the people. And all the people rejoiced with the women and virgins and young men, playing on instruments and harps. Chapter 16. The Canticle of Judith, her virtuous life and death. Then Judith sung this canticle to the Lord, saying, Begin ye to the Lord with timbrels, sing ye to the Lord with cymbals, tune unto him a new psalm, extol and call upon his name. The Lord putteth an end to wars, the Lord is his name. He hath set his camp in the midst of his people, to deliver us from the hand of all our enemies. The Assyrians came out of the mountains, from the north in the multitude of his strength. His multitude stopped up the torrents, and their horses covered the valleys. He bragged that he would set my borders on fire and kill my young men with the sword, to make my infants a prey, and my virgins captives. But the Almighty Lord hath struck him, and hath delivered him into the hands of a woman, and hath slain him. For their mighty one did not fall by young men, neither did the sons of Titan strike him, nor tall giants oppose themselves to him. But Judith, the daughter of Merari, weakened him with the beauty of her face. For she put off her the garments of widowhood, and put on her the garments of joy, to give joy to the children of Israel. She anointed her face with ointment, and bound up her locks with a crown. She took a new robe to deceive him. Her sandals ravished his eyes, her beauty made his soul her captive. With a sword she cut off his head. The Persians quaked at her constancy, and the Medes at her boldness. Then the camp of the Assyrians howled, when my lowly ones appeared, parched with thirst. The sons of the damsels have pierced them through, and they have killed them like children fleeing away. They perished in battle before the face of the Lord my God. Let us sing a hymn to the Lord. Let us sing a new hymn to our God. O Adonai, Lord, great art thou, and glorious in thy power, and no one can overcome thee. Let all thy creatures serve thee, because thou hast spoken, and they were made. Thou didst send forth thy Spirit, and they were created, and there is no one that can resist thy voice. The mountains shall be moved from the foundations with the waters, the rocks shall melt as wax before thy face. But they that fear thee shall be great with thee in all things. Woe be to the nation that riseth up against my people, for the Lord Almighty will take revenge on them. In the day of judgment he will visit them. For he will give fire and worms into their flesh, that they may burn and may feel forever. And it came to pass after these things, that all the people, after the victory, came to Jerusalem to adore the Lord. And as soon as they were purified, they all offered holocausts and vows and their promises. And Judith offered for an anathema of oblivion all the arms of Holofernes, which the people gave her, and the canopy that she had taken away out of his chamber. And the people were joyful in the sight of the sanctuary, and for 3 months the joy of this victory was celebrated with Judith. And after those days every man returned to his house, and Judith was made great in Bethulia, and she was most renowned in all the land of Israel. And chastity was joined to her virtue, so that she knew no man all the days of her life, after the death of Manasseh her husband. And on festival days she came forth with great glory. And she abode in her husband's house 105 years, and made her handmaid free, and she died, and was buried with her husband in Bethulia. And all the people mourned for 7 days, and all the time of her life there was none that troubled Israel, nor many years after her death. But the day of the festivity of this victory is received by the Hebrews in the number of holy days, and is religiously observed by the Jews from that time until this day. First Book of Machabees, chapter 1. The reign of Alexander and his successors. Antiochus rifles and profanes the temple of God, and persecutes unto death all that will not forsake the law of God and the religion of their fathers. Now it came to pass, after that Alexander the son of Philip the Macedonian, who first reigned in Greece, coming out of the land of Cethim, had overthrown Darius, king of the Persians and Medes. He fought many battles and took the strongholds of all, and slew the kings of the earth. And he went through even to the ends of the earth and took the spoils of many nations, and the earth was quiet before him. And he gathered a power and a very strong army, and his heart was exalted and lifted up. And he subdued countries of nations and princes, and they became tributaries to him. And after these things he fell down upon his bed, and knew that he should die. And he called his servants the nobles that were brought up with him from his youth, and he divided his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive. And Alexander reigned 12 years, and he died. And his servants made themselves kings, every one in his place. And they all put crowns upon themselves after his death, and their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus the illustrious, the son of King Antiochus, who had been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. In those days there went out of Israel wicked men, and they persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathens that are round about us, for since we departed from them, many evils have befallen us. And the word seemed good in their eyes, and some of the people determined to do this, and went to the king, and he gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathens. And they built a place of exercise in Jerusalem, according to the laws of the nations. And they made themselves prepuces, and departed from the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathens, and were sold to do evil. And the kingdom was established before Antiochus, and he had a mind to reign over the land of Egypt, that he might reign over 2 kingdoms. And he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants and horsemen, and a great number of ships. And he made war against Ptolemy king of Egypt. But Ptolemy was afraid at his presence, and fled, and many were wounded unto death. And he took the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils of the land of Egypt. And after Antiochus had ravaged Egypt in the 143rd year, he returned and went up against Israel. And he went up to Jerusalem with a great multitude. And he proudly entered into the sanctuary, and took away the golden altar, and the candlestick of light, and all the vessels thereof, and the table of proposition, and the pouring vessels, and the vials, and the little mortars of gold, and the veil, and the crowns, and the golden ornament that was before the temple. And he broke them all in pieces. And he took the silver and gold, and the precious vessels, and he took the hidden treasures which he found. And when he had taken all away, he departed into his own country. And he made a great slaughter of men, and spoke very proudly. And there was great mourning in Israel, and in every place where they were. And the princes and the ancients mourned, and the virgins and the young men were made feeble, and the beauty of the women was changed. Every bridegroom took up lamentation, and the bride that sat in the marriage bed mourned. And the land was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. And after 2 full years, the king sent the chief collector of his tributes to the cities of Judah, and he came to Jerusalem with a great multitude. And he spoke to them peaceable words in deceit, and they believed him. And he fell upon the city suddenly, and struck it with a great slaughter, and destroyed much people in Israel. And he took the spoils of the city, and burnt it with fire, and threw down the houses thereof, and the walls thereof round about. And they took the women captive, and the children, and the cattle they possessed. And they built the city of David with a great and strong wall, and with strong towers, and made it a fortress for them. And they placed there a sinful nation, wicked men, and they fortified themselves therein, and they stored up armour and victuals, and gathered together the spoils of Jerusalem, and laid them up there, and they became a great snare. And this was a place to lie in wait against the sanctuary, and an evil devil in Israel. And they shed innocent blood round about the sanctuary, and defiled the holy place. And the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled away by reason of them, and the city was made the habitation of strangers. And she became a stranger to her own seed, and her children forsook her. Her sanctuary was desolate like a wilderness. Her festival days were turned into mourning, her Sabbaths into reproach. Her honours were brought to nothing. Her dishonour was increased according to her glory, and her excellency was turned into mourning. And King Antiochus wrote to all his kingdom that all the people should be one, and every one should leave his own law. And all nations consented according to the word of King Antiochus. And many of Israel consented to his service, and they sacrificed to idols and profaned the Sabbath. And the king sent letters by the hands of messengers to Jerusalem and to all the cities of Judah, that they should follow the law of the nations of the earth, and should forbid holocausts and sacrifices, and atonements to be made in the temple of God, and should prohibit the Sabbath and the festival days to be celebrated. And he commanded the holy places to be profaned, and the holy people of Israel. And he commanded altars to be built, and temples and idols, and swine's flesh to be immolated, and unclean beasts. And that they should leave their children uncircumcised, and let their souls be defiled with all uncleannesses and abominations, to the end that they should forget the law, and should change all the justifications of God. And that whosoever would not do according to the word of King Antiochus should be put to death. According to all these words he wrote to his whole kingdom, and he appointed rulers over the people that should force them to do these things. And they commanded the cities of Judah to sacrifice. Then many of the people were gathered to them that had forsaken the law of the Lord, and they committed evils in the land. And they drove away the people of Israel into lurking holes, and into the secret places of fugitives. On the 15th day of the month, Caslu, in the 145th year, King Antiochus set up the abominable idol of desolation upon the altar of God, and they built altars throughout all the cities of Judah round about, and they burnt incense, and sacrificed at the doors of the houses, and in the streets. And they cut in pieces, and burnt with fire the books of the law of God. And every one with whom the books of the testament of the Lord were found, and whosoever observed the law of the Lord, they put to death according to the edict of the king. Thus by their power did they deal with the people of Israel that were found in the cities month after month. And on the 25th day of the month they sacrificed upon the altar of the idol that was over against the altar of God. Now the women that circumcised their children were slain according to the commandment of King Antiochus, and they hanged the children about their necks in all their houses, and those that had circumcised them they put to death. And many of the people of Israel determined with themselves that they would not eat unclean things, and they chose rather to die than to be defiled with unclean meats. And they would not break the holy law of God, and they were put to death. And there was very great wrath upon the people. Chapter 2. The zeal and success of Matthias, his exhortation to his sons at his death. In those days arose Matthias, the son of John, the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Joarib from Jerusalem, and he abode in the mountain of Modin, and he had 5 sons. These saw the evils that were done in the people of Judah and in Jerusalem, and Matthias said, Woe is me! Wherefore was I born to see the ruin of my people, and the ruin of the holy city, and to dwell there, when it is given into the hands of the enemies? The holy places are come into the hands of strangers. Her temple is become as a man without honour. The vessels of her glory are carried away captive. Her old men are murdered in the streets, and her young men are fallen by the sword of the enemies. What nation hath not inherited her kingdom, and gotten of her spoils? All her ornaments are taken away. She that was free is made a slave. And behold, our sanctuary, and our beauty, and our glory is laid waste, and the Gentiles have defiled them. To what end then should we live any longer? And Matthias and his sons rent their garments, and they covered themselves with haircloth, and made great lamentation. And they that were sent from King Antiochus came thither, to compel them that were fled into the city of Modin, to sacrifice, and to burn incense, and to depart from the law of God. And many of the people of Israel consented and came to them. But Matthias and his sons stood firm, and they that were sent from Antiochus, answering, said to Matthias, Thou art a ruler and an honourable and great man in this city, and adorned with sons and brethren. Therefore come thou first, and obey the king's commandment, as all nations have done, and the men of Judah, and they that remain in Jerusalem, and thou and thy sons shall be in the number of the king's friends, and enriched with gold and silver and many presents. Then Matthias answered and said with a loud voice, Although all nations obey King Antiochus, so as to depart every man from the service of the law of his fathers, and consent to his commandments, I and my sons and my brethren will obey the law of our fathers. God be merciful unto us. It is not profitable for us to forsake the law and the justices of God. We will not hearken to the words of King Antiochus, neither will we sacrifice and transgress the commandments of our law to go another way. Now as he left off speaking these words, there came a certain Jew in the sight of all to sacrifice to the idols upon the altar in the city of Modin, according to the king's commandment. And Matthias saw and was grieved, and his reins trembled, and his wrath was kindled, according to the judgment of the law. And running upon him, he slew him upon the altar. Moreover, the man whom King Antiochus had sent, who compelled them to sacrifice, he slew at the same time, and pulled down the altar, and showed zeal for the law, as Phinehas did by Zamri the son of Salome. And Matthias cried out in the city with a loud voice, saying, Every one that hath zeal for the law, and maintaineth the testament, let him follow me. So he and his sons fled into the mountains and left all that they had in the city. Then many that sought after judgment and justice went down into the desert, and they abode there, they and their children, and their wives, and their cattle, because afflictions increased upon them. And it was told to the king's men and to the army that was in Jerusalem in the city of David, that certain men who had broken the king's commandment were gone away into the secret places in the wilderness, and that many were gone after them. And forthwith they went out towards them, and made war against them on the Sabbath day. And they said to them, Do you still resist? Come forth and do according to the edict of King Antiochus, and you shall live. And they said, We will not come forth, neither will we obey the king's edict to profane the Sabbath day. And they made haste to give them battle. But they answered them not, neither did they cast a stone at them, nor stopped up the secret places, saying, Let us all die in our innocency, and heaven and earth shall be witnesses for us, that you put us to death wrongfully. So they gave them battle on the Sabbath, and they were slain with their wives and their children and their cattle, to the number of 1,000 persons. And Matthias and his friends heard of it, and they mourned for them exceedingly. And every man said to his neighbour, If we shall all do as our brethren have done, and not fight against the heathens for our lives and our justifications, they will now quickly root us out of the earth. And they determined in that day, saying, Whosoever shall come up against us to fight on the Sabbath day, we will fight against him, and we will not all die, as our brethren that were slain in the secret places. Then was assembled to them the congregation of the Assadia, the stoutest of Israel, every one that had a good will for the law. And all they that fled from the evils joined themselves to them, and were a support to them. And they gathered an army, and slew the sinners in their wrath, and the wicked men in their indignation, and the rest fled to the nations for safety. And Matthias and his friends went round about, and they threw down the altars. And they circumcised all the children whom they found in the confines of Israel, that were uncircumcised, and they did valiantly, and they pursued after the children of pride, and the work prospered in their hands. And they recovered the law out of the hands of the nations, and out of the hands of the kings, and they yielded not the horn to the sinner. Now the days drew near that Matthias should die, and he said to his sons, Now hath pride and chastisement gotten strength, and the time of destruction, and the wrath of indignation. Now therefore, O my sons, be ye zealous for the law, and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers, and call to remembrance the works of the fathers, which they have done in their generations. And you shall receive great glory and an everlasting name. Was not Abraham found faithful in temptation, and it was reputed to him unto justice? Joseph, in the time of his distress, kept the commandment, and he was made Lord of Egypt. Phinehas our father, by being fervent in the zeal of God, received the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. Jesus, whilst he fulfilled the word, was made ruler in Israel. Caleb, for bearing witness before the congregation, received an inheritance. David, by his mercy, obtained the throne of an everlasting kingdom. Elias, while he was full of zeal for the law, was taken up into heaven. Ananias and Azarias and Misael, by believing, were delivered out of the flame. Daniel, in his innocency, was delivered out of the mouth of the lions. And thus consider through all generations, that none that trust in him fail in strength. And fear not the words of a sinful man, for his glory is dung and worms. Today he is lifted up, and tomorrow he shall not be found, because he is returned into his earth, and his thought is come to nothing. You therefore, my sons, take courage and behave manfully in the law, for by it you shall be glorious. And behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear to him always, and he shall be a father to you. And Judas Machabees, who is valiant and strong from his youth up, let him be the leader of your army, and he shall manage the war of the people. And you shall take to you all that observe the law, and revenge ye the wrong of your people. Render to the Gentiles their reward, and take heed to the precepts of the law. And he blessed them, and was joined to his fathers. And he died in the 146th year, and he was buried by his sons in the sepulchres of his fathers in Modin, and all Israel mourned for him with great mourning. Chapter 3. Judas Machabees succeeds his father, and overthrows Apollonius and Seron. A great army is sent against him out of Syria. He prepares his people for battle by fasting and prayer. Then his son Judas, called Machabees, rose up in his stead, and all his brethren helped him, and all they that had joined themselves to his father. And they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel. And he got his people great honour, and put on a breastplate as a giant, and girt his warlike armour about him in battles, and protected the camp with his sword. In his acts he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp, roaring for his prey. And he pursued the wicked, and sought them out, and them that troubled his people he burnt with fire. And his enemies were driven away for fear of him, and all the workers of iniquity were troubled, and salvation prospered in his hand. And he grieved many kings, and made Jacob glad with his works, and his memory is blessed forever. And he went through the cities of Judah, and destroyed the wicked out of them, and turned away wrath from Israel. And he was renowned even to the utmost part of the earth, and he gathered them that were perishing. And Apollonius gathered together the Gentiles, and a numerous and great army from Samaria, to make war against Israel. And Judas understood it, and went forth to meet him, and he overthrew him, and killed him. And many fell down slain, the rest fled away. And he took their spoils, and Judas took the sword of Apollonius, and fought with it all his lifetime. And Seron, captain of the army of Syria, heard that Judas had assembled a company of the faithful, and a congregation with him, and he said, I will get me a name, and will be glorified in the kingdom, and will overthrow Judas, and those that are with him, that have despised the edict of the king. And he made himself ready, and the host of the wicked went up with him, strong succours, to be revenged of the children of Israel. And they approached even as far as Betharon, and Judas went forth to meet him, with a small company. But when they saw the army coming to meet them, they said to Judas, How shall we, being few, be able to fight against so great a multitude, and so strong, and we are ready to faint with fasting today? And Judas said, It is an easy matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few, and there is no difference in the sight of the God of heaven to deliver with a great multitude, or with a small company. For the success of war is not in the multitude of the army, but strength cometh from heaven. They come against us with an insolent multitude, and with pride to destroy us, and our wives, and our children, and to take our spoils. But we will fight for our lives and our laws, and the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. But as for you, fear them not." And as soon as he had made an end of speaking, he rushed suddenly upon them, and Sihon and his host were overthrown before him. And he pursued him by the descent of Betharon, even to the plain, and there fell of them 800 men, and the rest fled into the land of the Philistines. And the fear of Judith and of his brethren, and the dread of them, fell upon all the nations round about them. And his fame came to the king, and all nations told of the battles of Judith. Now when King Antiochus heard these words, he was angry in his mind, and he sent and gathered the forces of all his kingdom, an exceeding strong army. And he opened his treasury, and gave out pay to the army for a year, and he commanded them that they should be ready for all things. And he perceived that the money of his treasures failed, and that the tributes of the country were small because of the dissension and the evil that he had brought upon the land, that he might take away the laws of old times. And he feared that he should not have as formerly enough for charges and gifts, which he had given before with a liberal hand, for he had abounded more than the kings that had been before him. And he was greatly perplexed in mind, and purposed to go into Persia, and to take tributes of the countries, and to gather much money. And he left Lysias, a nobleman of the blood royal, to oversee the affairs of the kingdom, from the river Euphrates even to the river of Egypt, and to bring up his son Antiochus till he came again. And he delivered to him half the army and the elephants, and he gave him charge concerning all that he would have done, and concerning the inhabitants of Judea and Jerusalem, and that he should send an army against them, to destroy and root out the strength of Israel and the remnant of Jerusalem, and to take away the memory of them from that place, and that he should settle strangers to dwell in all their coasts, and divide their land by lot. So the king took the half of the army that remained, and went forth from Antioch, the chief city of his kingdom, in the 147th year, and he passed over the river Euphrates, and went through the higher countries. Then Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dorymanus, and Nicanor, and Gorgias, mighty men of the king's friends. And he sent with them 40,000 men, and 7,000 horsemen, to go into the land of Judah, and to destroy it according to the king's orders. So they went forth with all their power, and came and pitched near Emmaus in the plain country. And the merchants of the countries heard the fame of them, and they took silver and gold in abundance, and servants. And they came into the camp to buy the children of Israel for slaves. And there were joined to them the forces of Syria and of the land of the strangers. And Judas and his brethren saw that evils were multiplied, and that the armies approached to their borders, and they knew the orders the king had given to destroy the people and utterly abolish them. And they said, every man to his neighbour, "Let us raise up the low condition of our people. Let us fight for our people and our sanctuary." And the assembly was gathered that they might be ready for battle, and that they might pray and ask mercy and compassion. Now Jerusalem was not inhabited, but was like a desert. There was none of her children that went in or out, and the sanctuary was trodden down, and the children of strangers were in the castle. There was the habitation of the Gentiles, and joy was taken away from Jacob, and the pipe and harp ceased there. And they assembled together, and came to Masphar over against Jerusalem. For in Masphar was a place of prayer heretofore in Israel. And they fasted that day, and put on haircloth, and put ashes upon their heads. and they rent their garments. And they laid open the books of the law, in which the Gentiles search for the likeness of their idols. And they brought the priestly ornaments, and the firstfruits and tithes, and stirred up the Nazarites that had fulfilled their days. And they cried with a loud voice toward heaven, saying, What shall we do with these, and whither shall we carry them? For thy holies are trodden down, and are profaned, and thy priests are in mourning, and are brought low. And behold, the nations are come together against us, to destroy us. Thou knowest what they intend against us. How shall we be able to stand before their face, unless thou, O God, help us? And they sounded with trumpets, and cried out with a loud voice. And after this Judas appointed captains over the people, over thousands, and over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s. And he said to them that were building houses, or had betrothed wives, or were planting vineyards, or were fearful, that they should return every man to his house according to the law. So they removed the camp and pitched on the south side of Emmaus. And Judas said, Gird yourselves and be valiant men, and be ready against the morning, that you may fight with these nations that are assembled against us, to destroy us and our sanctuary. For it is better for us to die in battle than to see the evils of our nation and of the holies. Nevertheless, as it shall be the will of God in heaven, so be it done. Chapter 4. Judas routs the king's army. Gorgias flies before him. Lysias comes against him with a great army, but is defeated. Judas cleanses the temple, sets up a new altar, and fortifies the sanctuary. Then Gorgias took 5,000 men, and 1,000 of the best horsemen, and they removed out of the camp by night, that they might come upon the camp of the Jews, and strike them suddenly. And the men that were of the castle were their guides. And Judas heard of it, and rose up, he and the valiant men, to attack the king's forces that were in Emmaus. For as yet the army was dispersed from the camp. And Gorgias came by night into the camp of Judas, and found no man, and he sought them in the mountains. For he said, These men flee from us. And when it was day, Judas showed himself in the plain with 3,000 men only, who neither had armour nor swords. And they saw the camp of the Gentiles that it was strong, and the men in breastplates, and the horsemen round about them, and these were trained up to war. And Judas said to the men that were with him, Fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault. Remember in what manner our fathers were saved in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with a great army. And now let us cry to heaven, and the Lord will have mercy on us, and will remember the covenant of our fathers, and will destroy this army before our face this day. And all nations shall know that there is one that redeemeth and delivereth Israel. And the strangers lifted up their eyes, and saw them coming against them. And they went out of the camp to battle, and they that were with Judas sounded the trumpet. And they joined battle, and the Gentiles were routed, and fled into the plain. But all the hindmost of them fell by the sword, and they pursued them as far as Gezeron, and even to the plains of Idumea, and of Azotus, and of Jamnia. And there fell of them to the number of 3,000 men. And Judas returned again with his army that followed him. And he said to the people, Be not greedy of the spoils, for there is war before us. And Gorgias and his army are near us in the mountain. But stand ye now against our enemies, and overthrow them, and you shall take the spoils afterwards with safety. And as Judith was speaking these words, behold, part of them appeared looking forth from the mountain. And Gorgias saw that his men were put to flight, and that they had set fire to the camp, for the smoke that was seen declared what was done. And when they had seen this, they were seized with great fear, seeing at the same time Judas and his army in the plain ready to fight. So they all fled away into the land of the strangers. And Judas returned to take the spoils of the camp, and they got much gold and silver and blue silk and purple of the sea and great riches. And returning home they sung a hymn and blessed God in heaven, because he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. So Israel had a great deliverance that day. And such of the strangers as escaped went and told Lysias all that had happened. And when he heard these things, he was amazed and discouraged, because things had not succeeded in Israel according to his mind, and as the king had commanded. So the year following, Lysias gathered together 70,000 chosen men and 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue them. And they came into Judea and pitched their tents in Betharon, and Judas met them with 10,000 men. And they saw that the army was strong, and he prayed and said, Blessed art thou, O Saviour of Israel, who didst break the violence of the mighty by the hand of thy servant David, and didst deliver up the camp of the strangers into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and of his armour-bearer. Shut up this army in the hands of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their host and their horsemen. Strike them with fear, and cause the boldness of their strength to languish, and let them quake at their own destruction. Cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all that know thy name praise thee with hymns. And they joined battle, and there fell of the army of Lysias 5,000 men. And when Lysias saw that his men were put to flight, and how bold the Jews were, and that they were ready either to live or to die manfully, he went to Antioch and chose soldiers, that they might come again into Judea with greater numbers. Then Judas and his brethren said, Behold, our enemies are discomfited. Let us go up now to cleanse the holy places and to repair them. And all the army assembled together, and they went up into Mount Zion. And they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burnt, and shrubs growing up in the courts, as in a forest, or on the mountains, and the chambers joining to the temple thrown down. And they rent their garments, and made a great lamentation, and put ashes on their heads. And they fell face down to the ground on their faces, and they sounded with the trumpets of alarm, and they cried towards heaven. Then Judas appointed men to fight against them that were in the castle, till they had cleansed the holy places. And he chose priests without blemish, whose will was set upon the law of God. And they cleansed the holy places, and took away the stones that had been defiled into an unclean place. And he considered about the altar of holocaust that had been profaned, what he should do with it. And a good counsel came into their minds to pull it down, lest it should be a reproach to them, because the Gentiles had defiled it. So they threw it down. And they laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place, till there should come a prophet and give answer concerning them. Then they took whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar according to the former. And they built up the holy places, and the things that were within the temple, and they sanctified the temple and the courts. And they made new holy vessels, and brought in the candlestick, and the altar of incense, and the table into the temple. And they put incense upon the altar, and lighted up the lamps that were upon the candlestick, and they gave light in the temple. And they set the loaves upon the table, and hung up the veils, and finished all the works that they had begun to make. And they arose before the morning on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is the month of Caslu, in the 148th year. And they offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of holocaust which they had made, according to the time and according to the day wherein the heathens had defiled it. In the same was it dedicated anew, with canticles and harps and lutes and cymbals. And all the people fell upon their faces, and adored and blessed up to heaven him that had prospered them. And they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, and they offered holocaust with joy, and sacrifices of salvation and of praise. And they adorned the front of the temple with crowns of gold and escutcheons, and they renewed the gates and the chambers, and hanged doors upon them. And there was exceeding great joy among the people, and the reproach of the Gentiles was turned away. And Judith and his brethren and all the church of Israel decreed that the day of the dedication of the altar should be kept in its season, from year to year, for 8 days, from the 25th day of the month of Caslu, with joy and gladness. They built up also at that time Mount Zion, with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should at any time come and tread it down as they did before. And he placed a garrison there to keep it, and he fortified it to secure Bethsura, that the people might have a defence against Idumea. Chapter 5. Judas and his brethren attacked the enemies of their country, and delivered them that were distressed. Josephus, and attempting contrary to order to fight against their enemies, are defeated. Now it came to pass, when the nations round about heard that the altar and the sanctuary were built up as before, that they were exceeding angry, and they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that were among them, and they began to kill some of the people, and to persecute them. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea, and them that were in Acrabathane, because they beset the Israelites around about, and he made a great slaughter of them. And he remembered the malice of the children of Bean, who were a snare and a stumbling block to the people, by lying in wait for them in the way. And they were shut up by him in towers, and he set upon them, and devoted them to utter destruction, and burnt their towers with fire and all that were in them. Then he passed over to the children of Ammon, where he found a mighty power, and much people, and Timotheus was their captain, and he fought many battles with them, and they were discomfited in their sight, and he smote them. And he took the city of Gaza and her towns, and returned into Judea. And the Gentiles that were in Galilee assembled themselves together against the Israelites that were in their quarters to destroy them, and they fled into the fortress of Dathima. And they sent letters to Judas and his brethren, saying, the heathens that are round about are gathered together against us to destroy us, and they are preparing to come and to take the fortress into which we are fled. And Timotheus is the captain of their host. Now therefore come and deliver us out of their hands, for many of us are slain, and all our brethren that were in the places of Tubin are killed, and they have carried away their wives and their children captives, and taken their spoils, and they have slain there almost 1,000 men. And while they were yet reading these letters, behold, there came other messengers out of Galilee, with their garments rent, who related according to these words, saying that they of Ptolemais and of Tyre and of Sidon were assembled against them, and all Galilee is filled with strangers, in order to consume us. Now when Judas and all the people heard these words, a great assembly met together to consider what they should do for their brethren that were in trouble, and were assaulted by them. And Judas said to Simon his brother, Choose thee men, and go, and deliver thy brethren in Galilee, and I and my brother Jonathan will go into the country of Galilee. And he left Joseph the son of Zacharias, and Azarias captains of the people, with the remnant of the army in Judea to keep it. And he commanded them, saying, Take ye the charge of this people, but make no war against the heathens till we return. Now 3,000 men were allotted to Simon to go into Galilee, and 8,000 to Judas to go into the land of Galilee. And Simon went into Galilee, and fought many battles with the heathens, and the heathens were discomfited before his face, and he pursued them even to the gate of Ptolemais. And there fell of the heathens almost 3,000 men, and he took the spoils of them, and he took with him those that were in Galilee and in Arbatis, with their wives and children and all that they had, and he brought them into Judea with great joy. And Judas Machabees and Jonathan his brother passed over the Jordan, and went 3 days' journey through the desert. And the Nabatheans met them, and received them in a peaceable manner, and told them all that happened to their brethren in the land of Galilee, and that many of them were shut up in Barasa, and in Bozor, and in Alima, and in Casphor, and in Megeth, and in Carnaim, all these strong and great cities. And that they were kept shut up in the rest of the cities of Gilead, and that they had appointed to bring their army on the morrow near to these cities, and to take them and to destroy them all in one day. Then Judas and his army suddenly turned their march into the desert to Bozor, and took the city. And he slew every male by the edge of the sword, and took all their spoils, and burnt it with fire. And they removed from thence by night, and went till they came to the fortress. And it came to pass that early in the morning, when they lifted up their eyes, behold, there were people without number, carrying ladders and engines to take the fortress, and assault them. And Judas saw that the fight was begun, and the cry of the battle went up to heaven like a trumpet, and a great cry out of the city. And he said to his host, Fight ye today for your brethren. And he came with 3 companies behind them, and they sounded their trumpets, and cried out in prayer. And the host of Timotheus understood that it was Machabees, and they fled away before his face. And they made a great slaughter of them, and there fell of them in that day almost 8,000 men. And Judas turned aside to Maspha, and assaulted, and took it, and he slew every male thereof, and took the spoils thereof, and burnt it with fire. From thence he marched, and took Casbon, and Megeth, and Bozor, and the rest of the cities of Gilead. But after this Timotheus gathered another army, and camped over against Raphan beyond the torrent. And Judas sent men to view the army, and they brought him word, saying, All the nations that are round about us are assembled unto him, an army exceeding great. And they have hired the Arabians to help them, and they have pitched their tents beyond the torrent, ready to come to fight against thee. And Judas went to meet them. And Timotheus said to the captains of his army, When Judas and his army come near the torrent of water, if he pass over unto us first, we shall not be able to withstand him, for he will certainly prevail over us. But if he be afraid to pass over, and camp on the other side of the river, we will pass over to them and shall prevail against him. Now when Judith came near the torrent of water, he set the scribes of the people by the torrent, and commanded them, saying, Suffer no man to stay behind, but let all come to the battle. And he passed over to them first, and all the people after him, and all the heathens were discomfited before them, and they threw away their weapons, and fled to the temple that was in Carnaim. And he took that city, and the temple he burnt with fire, with all things that were therein. And Carnaim was subdued, and could not stand against the face of Judith. And Judith gathered together all the Israelites that were in the land of Galahad, from the least even to the greatest, and their wives and children, and an army exceeding great, to come into the land of Judah. And they came as far as Ephron. Now this was a great city situate in the way, strongly fortified, and there was no means to turn from it on the right hand or on the left, but the way was through the midst of it. And they that were in the city shut themselves in, and stopped up the gates with stones. And Judah sent to them with peaceable words, saying, Let us pass through your land, to go into our country, and no man shall hurt you. We will only pass through on foot. But they would not open to them. Then Judas commanded proclamation to be made in the camp, that they should make an assault, every man in the place where he was. And the men of the army drew near, and he assaulted that city all the day and all the night, and the city was delivered into his hands. And they slew every male with the edge of the sword, and he razed the city, and took the spoils thereof, and passed through all the city over them that were slain. Then they passed over the Jordan to the great plain that is over against Bethsan. And Judas gathered together the hindmost, and he exhorted the people all the way through, till they came into the land of Judah. And they went up to Mount Zion with joy and gladness, and offered holocaust, because not one of them was slain, till they had returned in peace. Now in the days that Judas and Jonathan were in the land of Gilead, and Simon his brother in Galilee before Ptolemais, Joseph the son of Zacharias, and Azarias captain of the soldiers, heard of the good success, and the battles that were fought. And he said, Let us also get us a name, and let us go fight against the Gentiles that are round about us. And he gave charge to them that were in his army, and they went towards Jamnia. And Gorgias and his men went out of the city to give them battle. And Joseph and Azarias were put to flight, and were pursued unto the borders of Judea. And there fell on that day of the people of Israel about 2,000 men, and there was a great overthrow of the people, because they did not hearken to Judas and his brethren, thinking that they should do manfully. But they were not of the seed of those men by whom salvation was brought to Israel. And the men of Judah were magnified exceedingly in the sight of all Israel, and of all the nations where their name was heard. And people assembled to them with joyful acclamations. And Judas and his brethren went forth, and attacked the children of Esau in the land towards the south. And he took Hebron and her towns, and he burnt the walls thereof, and the towers all round it. And he removed his camp to go into the land of the aliens, and he went through Samaria. In that day some priests fell in battle, while desiring to do manfully. They went out unadvisedly to fight. And Judas turned to Azotus into the land of the strangers, and he threw down their altars, and he burnt the statues of their gods with fire, and he took the spoils of the cities, and returned into the land of Judah. Chapter 6. The fruitless repentance and death of Antiochus. His son comes against Judith with a formidable army. He besieges Zion, but at last makes peace with the Jews. Chapter 6. The fruitless repentance and death of Antiochus. His son comes against Judith with a formidable army. He besieges Zion, but at last makes peace with the Jews. Now King Antiochus was going through the higher countries, and he heard that the city of Elymais in Persia was greatly renowned, and abounding in silver and gold, and that there was in it a temple exceeding rich, and coverings of gold, and breastplates, and shields which King Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, that reigned first in Greece, had left there. Lo, he came, and sought to take the city, and to pillage it. But he was not able, because the design was known to them that were in the city. And they rose up against him in battle, and he fled away from thence, and departed with great sadness, and returned towards Babylonia. And whilst he was in Persia, there came one that told him how the armies that were in the land of Judah were put to flight, and that Lysias went with a very great power, and was put to flight before the face of the Jews, and that they were grown strong by the armour and power and store of spoils, which they had gotten out of the camps which they had destroyed, and that they had thrown down the abomination which he had set up upon the altar in Jerusalem, and that they had compassed about the sanctuary with high walls as before, and Bethsura also his city. And it came to pass, when the king heard these words, that he was struck with fear, and exceedingly moved. And he laid himself down upon his bed, and fell sick for grief, because it had not fallen out to him as he imagined. And he remained there many days, for great grief came more and more upon him, and he made account that he should die. And he called for all his friends, and said to them, Sleep is gone from my eyes, and I am fallen away, and my heart is cast down for anxiety. And I said in my heart, Into how much tribulation am I come, and into what floods of sorrow wherein now I am, I that was pleasant and beloved in my power. But now I remember the evils that I have done in Jerusalem, from whence also I took away all the spoils of gold, and of silver that were in it, and I sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judah without cause. I know therefore that for this cause these evils have found me, and behold, I perish with great grief in a strange land. Then he called Philip, one of his friends, and he made him regent over all his kingdom. And he gave him the crown and his robe and his ring, that he should go to Antiochus his son, and should bring him up for the kingdom. So King Antiochus died there in the year 149, and Lysias understood that the king was dead, and he set up Antiochus his son to reign, whom he brought up young, and he called his name Eupator. Now they that were in the castle had shut up the Israelites round about the holy places, and they were continually seeking their hurt, and to strengthen the Gentiles. And Judas purposed to destroy them, and he called together all the people to besiege them. And they came together and besieged them in the year 150, and they made battering slings and engines. And some of the besieged got out, and some wicked men of Israel joined themselves unto them. And they went to the king and said, How long dost thou delay to execute the judgment, and to revenge our brethren? We determined to serve thy father, and to do according to his orders, and obey his edicts. And for this they of our nation are alienated from us, and have slain as many of us as they could find, and have spoiled our inheritances. Neither have they put forth their hand against us only, but also against all our borders. And behold, they have approached this day to the castle of Jerusalem to take it, and they have fortified the stronghold of Bethsura. And unless thou speedily prevent them, they will do greater things than these, and thou shalt not be able to subdue them. Now when the king heard this, he was angry, and he called together all his friends, and the captains of his army, and them that were over the horsemen. There came also to him from other realms, and from the islands of the sea, hired troops. And the number of his army was 100,000 footmen, and 20,000 horsemen, and 32 elephants, trained to battle. And they went through Idumea, and approached to Bethsura, and fought many days, and they made engines. But they sallied forth, and burnt them with fire, and fought manfully. And Judith departed from the castle, and removed the camp to Bethzacharaim, over against the king's camp. And the king rose before it was light, and made his troops march on fiercely towards the way of Bethzacharaim. And the armies made themselves ready for the battle, and they sounded the trumpets, and they showed the elephants the blood of grapes, and mulberries to provoke them to fight. And they distributed the beasts by the legions, and there stood by every elephant 1,000 men in coats of mail, and with helmets of brass on their heads, and 500 horsemen set in order were chosen for every beast. These before the time wheresoever the beast was, they were there, and whithersoever it went, they went, and they departed not from it. And upon the beast there were strong wooden towers, which covered every one of them, and engines upon them, and upon every one 32 valiant men, who fought from above, and an Indian to rule the beast. And the rest of the horsemen he placed on this side, and on that side, at the 2 wings, with trumpets to stir up the army, and to hasten them forward that stood thick together in the legions thereof. Now when the sun shone upon the shields of gold and of brass, the mountains glittered therewith, and they shone like lamps of fire. And part of the king's army was distinguished by the high mountains, and the other part by the low places, and they marched on warily and orderly. And all the inhabitants of the land were moved at the noise of their multitude, and the marching of the company, and the rattling of the armour. For the army was exceeding great and strong. And Judas and his army drew near for battle, and there fell of the king's army 600 men. And Eleazar the son of Sora saw one of the beasts harnessed with the king's harness, and it was higher than the other beasts, and it seemed to him that the king was on it, and he exposed himself to deliver his people, and to get himself an everlasting name. And he ran up to it boldly in the midst of the legion, killing on the right hand and on the left, and they fell by him on this side and that side. And he went between the feet of the elephant, and put himself under it, and slew it, and it fell to the ground upon him, and he died there. Then they, seeing the strength of the king and the fierceness of his army, turned away from them. But the king's army went up against them to Jerusalem, and the king's army pitched their tents against Judea and Mount Zion. And he made peace with them that were in Bethsura, and they came forth out of the city, because they had no victuals, being shut up there, for it was the year of rest to the land. And the king took Bethsura, and he placed there a garrison to keep it. And he turned his army against the sanctuary for many days, and he set up there battering slings, and engines, and instruments to cast fire, and engines to cast stones and javelins, and pieces to shoot arrows and slings. And they also made engines against their engines, and they fought for many days. But there were no victuals in the city, because it was the 7th year, and such as had stayed in Judea of them, that came from among the nations. had eaten the residue of all that which had been stored up. And there remained in the holy places but a few, for the famine had prevailed over them, and they were dispersed every man to his own place. Now Lysias heard that Philip, whom King Antiochus, while he lived, had appointed to bring up his son Antiochus, and to reign to be king, was returned from Persia and Media with the army that went with him, and that he sought to take upon him the affairs of the kingdom. Wherefore he made haste to go and say to the king and to the captains of the army, We decay daily, and our provision of victuals is small, and the place that we lay siege to is strong, and it lieth upon us to take order for the affairs of the kingdom. Now therefore let us come to an agreement with these men, and make peace with them, and with all their nation. And let us covenant with them, that they may live according to their own laws as before. For because of our despising their laws, they have been provoked, and have done all these things. And the proposal was acceptable in the sight of the king and of the princes, and he sent to them to make peace, and they accepted of it. And the king and the princes swore to them, and they came out of the stronghold. Then the king entered into Mount Zion, and saw the strength of the place, and he quickly broke the oath that he had taken, and gave commandment to throw down the wall round about. And he departed in haste, and returned to Antioch, where he found Philip master of the city, and he fought against him, and took the city. Chapter 7. Demetrius is made king, and sends Machabees and Alcimus the priest into Judea, and after them Nehemiah, who is slain by Judith with all his army. In the 151st year, Demetrius the son of Seleucus departed from the city of Rome, and came up with a few men into a city of the sea coast, and reigned there. And it came to pass, as he entered into the house of the kingdom of his fathers, that the army seized upon Antiochus and Lysias to bring them unto him. And when he knew it, he said, Let me not see their face. So the army slew them. And Demetrius sat upon the throne of his kingdom. And there came to him the wicked and ungodly men of Israel, and Alcimus was at the head of them, who desired to be made high priest. And they accused the people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have destroyed all thy friends, and he hath driven us out of our land. Now therefore send some man whom thou trustest, and let him go, and see all the havoc he hath made amongst us, and in the king's lands, and let him punish all his friends and their helpers. Then the king chose Machabees, one of his friends that ruled beyond the great river in the kingdom, and was faithful to the king, and he sent him to see the havoc that Judas had made. And the wicked Alcimus he made a high priest, and commanded him to take revenge upon the children of Israel. And they arose, and came with a great army into the land of Judah, and they sent messengers, and spoke to Judas and his brethren with peaceable words deceitfully. But they gave no heed to their words, for they saw that they were come with a great army. Then there assembled to Alcimus and Machabees a company of the scribes, to require things that are just, and first the Assadeia that were among the children of Israel, and they sought peace of them. For they said, One that is a priest of the seed of Aaron is come, he will not deceive us. And he spoke to them peaceably, and he swore to them, saying, We will do you no harm nor your friends. And they believed him, and he took 70 of them, and slew them in one day, according to the word that is written, The flesh of thy saints, and the blood of them they have shed round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. Then Then fear and trembling fell upon all the people, for they said, "There is no truth nor justice among them, for they have broken the covenant and the oath which they made." And Machabees removed the camp from Jerusalem and pitched in Beth-seker, and he sent and took many of them that were fled away from him, and some of the people he killed and threw them into a great pit. Then he committed the country to Alcimus and left with him troops to help him. So Machabees went away to the king. But Alcimus did what he could to maintain his chief priesthood, and they that disturbed the people resorted to him, and they got the land of Judah into their power, and did much hurt in Israel. And Judah saw all the evils that Alcimus and they that were with him did to the children of Israel, much more than the Gentiles. And he went out into all the coasts of Judah round about, and took vengeance upon the men that had revolted, and they ceased to go forth any more into the country. And Alcimus saw that Judas and they that were with him prevailed, and he knew that he could not stand against them, and he went back to the king, and accused them of many crimes. But Alcimus did what he could to maintain his chief priesthood, and they that disturbed the people resorted to him, and they got the land of Judah into their power, and did much hurt in Israel. And Judah saw all the evils that Alcimus and they that were with him did to the children of Israel, much more than the Gentiles. And he went out into all the coasts of Judah round about, and took vengeance upon the men that had revolted, and they ceased to go forth any more into the country. And Alcimus saw that Judas and they that were with him prevailed, and he knew that he could not stand against them, and he went back to the king, and accused them of many crimes. And the king sent Nehemiah, one of his principal lords, who was a great enemy to Israel, and he commanded him to destroy the people. And Nehemiah came to Jerusalem with a great army, and he sent to Judas and to his brethren deceitfully with friendly words, saying, "Let there be no fighting between me and you. I will come with a few men to see your faces with peace." And he came to Judas, and they saluted one another peaceably, and the enemies were prepared to take away Judas by force. And the thing was known to Judas, that he was come to him with deceit, and he was much afraid of him, and would not see his face any more. And Nehemiah knew that his counsel was discovered, and he went out to fight against Judas near Caphar-salama. And there fell of Nehemiah's army almost 5,000 men, and they fled into the city of David. And after this Nehemiah went up into Mount Zion, and some of the priests and the people came out to salute him peaceably, and to show him the holocausts that were offered for the king. But he mocked them, and despised them, and abused them, and he spoke proudly, and swore in anger, saying, "Unless Judas and his army be delivered into my hands, as soon as ever I return in peace, I will burn this house." And he went out in a great rage. And the priests went in, and stood before the face of the altar and the temple, and weeping they said, "Thou, O Lord, hast chosen this house for thy name to be called upon therein, that it might be a house of prayer and supplication for thy people. Be avenged of this man and his army, and let them fall by the sword. Remember their blasphemies, and suffer them not to continue any longer." Then Nehemiah went out from Jerusalem, and encamped near to Beth-horon, and an army of Syria joined him. But Judas pitched in Adasa with 3,000 men, and Judas prayed and said, "O Lord, when they that were sent by King Sennacherib blasphemed thee, an angel went out, and slew of them 185,000. Even so destroy this army in our sight today, and let the rest know that he has spoken ill against thy sanctuary. And judge thou him according to his wickedness. And the armies joined battle on the 13th day of the month Adar, and the army of Nicanor was defeated, and he himself was first slain in the battle. And when his army saw that Nicanor was slain, they threw away their weapons and fled. And they pursued after them 1 day's journey from Adartha, even till ye come to Gazara, and they sounded the trumpets after them with signals. And they went forth out of all the towns of Judea round about, and they pushed them with the horns, and they turned again to them, and they were all slain with the sword, and there was not left of them so much as one. And they took the spoils of them for a booty, and they cut off Nicanor's head and his right hand, which he had proudly stretched out, and they brought it and hung it up over against Jerusalem. And the people rejoiced exceedingly, and they spent that day with great joy. And he ordained that this day should be kept every year, being the 13th of the month of Adar. And the land of Judah was quiet for a short time. Chapter 8. Judas hears of the great character of the Romans. He makes a league with them. Now Judas heard of the fame of the Romans, that they are powerful and strong, and willingly agree to all things that are requested of them, and that whosoever have come to them, they have made amity with them, and that they are mighty in power. And they heard of their battles and their noble acts, which they had done in Galatia, how they conquered them and brought them under tribute, and how great things they had done in the land of Spain, and that they had brought under their power the mines of silver and of gold that are there, and had gotten possession of all the place by their counsel and patience, and had conquered places that were very far off from them, and kings that came against them from the ends of the earth, and had overthrown them with great slaughter, and the rest pay them tribute every year, and that they had defeated in battle Philip and Perses, the king of the Cittians, and the rest that had borne arms against them, and had conquered them, and how Antiochus, the great king of Asia, who went to fight against them, having 120 elephants with horsemen and chariots, and a very great army, was routed by them, and how they took him alive, and appointed to him that both he and they that should reign after him should pay a great tribute, and that he should give hostages, and that which was agreed upon. And the country of the Indians, and of the Medes, and of the Lydians, some of their best provinces, and those which they had taken from them, they gave to King Eumenes. And that they who were in Greece had a mind to go and to destroy them, and they had knowledge thereof, and they sent a general against them, and fought with them, and many of them were slain, and they carried away their wives and their children captives, and spoiled them, and took possession of their land, and threw down their walls, and brought them to be their servants unto this day. And the other kingdoms and islands that at any time had resisted them, they had destroyed and brought under their power. But with their friends, and such as relied upon them, they kept amity, and had conquered kingdoms that were near, and that were far off. For all that heard their name were afraid of them. That whom they had a mind to help to a kingdom, those reigned, and whom they would, they deposed from a kingdom, and they were greatly exalted. And none of all these wore a crown, or was clothed in purple, to be magnified thereby. And that they made themselves a senate house, and consulted daily 320 men, that sat in council always for the people, that they might do the things that were right, and that they committed their government to one man every year, to rule over all their country, and they all obey one, and there is no envy nor jealousy amongst them. So Judas chose Eupolemus, the son of John, the son of Jacob, and Jason, the son of Eleazar, and he sent them to Rome to make a league of amity and confederacy with them, and that they might take off from them the yoke of the Grecians, for they saw that they oppressed the kingdom of Israel with servitude. And they went to Rome, a very long journey, and they entered into the Senate house, and said, Judas Machabees and his brethren and the people of the Jews have sent us to you, to make alliance and peace with you, and that we may be registered your confederates and friends. Envy or jealousy had divided them into such open factions and civil wars, as they afterwards experienced in the time of Marius and Sylla, etc. And the proposal was pleasing in their sight. And this is the copy of the writing that they wrote back again, graven in tables of brass, and sent to Jerusalem, that it might be with them there for a memorial of the peace and alliance. Good success be to the Romans and to the people of the Jews, by sea and by land, forever, and far be the sword an enemy from them. But if there come first any war upon the Romans, or any of their confederates in all their dominions, the nation of the Jews shall help them according as the time shall direct, with all their heart. Neither shall they give them whilst they are fighting, or furnish them with wheat, or arms, or money, or ships, as it hath seemed good to the Romans, and they shall obey their orders without taking anything of them. In like manner also, if war shall come first upon the nation of the Jews, the Romans shall help them with all their heart, according as the time shall permit them. And there shall not be given to them that come to their aid either wheat, or arms, or money, or ships, as it hath seemed good to the Romans, and they shall observe their orders without deceit. According to these articles did the Romans covenant with the people of the Jews, and if after this one party or the other shall have a mind to add to these articles, or take away anything, they may do it at their pleasure, and whatsoever they shall add or take away shall be ratified. Moreover, concerning the evils that Demetrius the king hath done against them, we have written to him, saying, Why hast thou made thy yoke heavy upon our friends and allies the Jews? If therefore they come again to us complaining of thee, we will do them justice, and will make war against thee by sea and land. Chapter 9. Machabees is sent again into Judea. Judas fights against him with 800 men and is slain. Jonathan succeeds him and revenges the murder of his brother John. He fights against Machabees. Althymus dies miserably. Machabees besieges Bethbesin. He is forced to raise the siege and leave the country. In the meantime, when Demetrius heard that Nicanor and his army were fallen in battle, he sent again Machabees and Alcimus into Judea, and the right wing of his army with them. And they took the road that leadeth to Galgal, and they camped in Masaloth, which is in Arabella, and they made themselves masters of it, and slew many people. In the first month of the 152nd year, they brought the army to Jerusalem. And they arose, and went to Berea with 20,000 men, and 2,000 horsemen. Now Judas had pitched his tents in Lasa, and 3,000 chosen men with him. And they saw the multitude of the army, that they were many, and they were seized with great fear, and many withdrew themselves out of the camp, and there remained of them no more than 800 men. And Judith saw that his army slipped away, and the battle pressed upon him, and his heart was cast down, because he had not time to gather them together, and he was discouraged. Then he said to them that remained, Let us arise, and go against our enemies, if we may be able to fight against them. But they dissuaded him, saying, We shall not be able, but let us save our lives now, and return to our brethren, and then we will fight against them, for we are but few. Then Judith said, God forbid we should do this thing, and flee away from them. But if our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren, and let us not stain our glory. And the army removed out of the camp, and they stood over against them, and the horsemen were divided into 2 troops, and the slingers and the archers went before the army, and they that were in the front were all men of valour. And Machabees was in the right wing, and the legion drew near on 2 sides, and they sounded the trumpets. And they also were on Judith's side, even they also cried out, and the earth shook at the noise of the armies, and the battle was fought from morning even unto the evening. And Judith perceived that the stronger part of the army of Machabees was on the right side, and all the stout of heart came together with him. And the right wing was discomfited by them, and he pursued them even to the Mount Azotus. And they that were in the left wing saw that the right wing was discomfited, and they followed after Judith, and them that were with him at their back. And the battle was hard fought, and there fell many wounded of the one side and of the other. And Judith was slain, and the rest fled away. And Jonathan and Simon took Judith their brother, and buried him in the sepulchre of their fathers in the city of Modin. And all the people of Israel bewailed him with great lamentation, and they mourned for him many days, and said, How is the mighty man fallen that saved the people of Israel? But the rest of the words of the wars of Judith, and of the noble acts that he did, and of his greatness, are not written, for they were very many. And it came to pass after the death of Judith, that the wicked began to put forth their heads in all the confines of Israel, and all the workers of iniquity rose up. In those days there was a very great famine, and they and all their country yielded to Machabees. And Machabees chose the wicked men, and made them lords of the country, and they sought out and made diligent search after the friends of Judith, and brought them to Machabees, and he took vengeance of them, and abused them. And there was a great tribulation in Israel, such as was not since the day, that there was no prophet seen in Israel. And all the friends of Judith came together, and said to Jonathan, Since thy brother Judith died, there is not a man like him to go forth against our enemies Machabees, and them that are the enemies of our nation. Now therefore we have chosen thee this day to be our prince, and captain in his stead to fight our battles. So Jonathan took upon him the government at that time, and rose up in the place of Judith his brother. And Machabees had knowledge of it, and sought to kill him. And Jonathan and Simon his brother knew it, and all that were with them. And they fled into the desert of Thecua, and they pitched by the water of the lake of Asphar. And Machabees understood it, and he came himself with all his army over the Jordan on the Sabbath day. And Jonathan sent his brother a captain of the people, to desire the Nabatheans his friends, that they would lend them their equipage, which was copious. And the children of Jambri came forth out of Madaba, and took John and all that he had, and went away with them. After this it was told Jonathan and Simon his brother, that the children of Jambri made a great marriage, and were bringing the bride out of Madaba, the daughter of one of the great princes of Canaan, with great pomp. and they remembered the blood of John their brother. And they went up and hid themselves under the covert of the mountain. And they lifted up their eyes and saw, and behold, a tumult and great preparation. And the bridegroom came forth, and his friends and his brethren to meet them, with timbrels and musical instruments and many weapons. And they rose up against them from the place where they lay in ambush, and slew them. And there fell many wounded, and the rest fled into the mountains, and they took all their spoils. And the marriage was turned into mourning, and the noise of their musical instruments into lamentation. And they took revenge for the blood of their brother, and they returned to the bank of the Jordan. And Machabees heard it, and he came on the Sabbath day even to the bank of the Jordan with a great power. And Jonathan said to his company, Let us arise and fight against our enemies, for it is not now as yesterday and the day before. And behold, the battle is before us, and the water of the Jordan on this side and on that side, and banks and marshes and woods, and there is no place for us to turn aside. Now therefore cry ye to heaven, that ye may be delivered from the hand of your enemies. And they joined battle. And Jonathan stretched forth his hand to strike Machabees, but he turned away from him backwards. And Jonathan and they that were with him leaped into the Jordan, and swam over the Jordan to them. And there fell of Machabees' side that day 1,000 men, and they returned to Jerusalem. And they built strong cities in Judea, the fortress that was in Jericho, and in Emmaus, and in Betharon, and in Bethel, and Thamnata, and Farah, and Thopo, with high walls, and gates, and bars. And he placed garrisons in them, that they might wage war against Israel. And he fortified the city of Beth-sura, and Gazara, and the castle, and set garrisons in them, and provisions of victuals. And he took the sons of the chief men of the country for hostages, and put them in the castle in Jerusalem in custody. Now in the year 153, the 2nd month, Alcimus commanded the walls of the inner court of the sanctuary to be thrown down, and the works of the prophets to be destroyed. And he began to be destroyed, and he began to destroy. At that time Alcimus was struck, and his works were hindered, and his mouth was stopped, and he was taken with a palsy, so that he could no more speak a word, nor give order concerning his house. And Alcimus died at that time in great torment. And Machabees saw that Alcimus was dead, and he returned to the king, and the land was quiet for 2 years. And all the wicked held a council, saying, Behold, Jonathan, and they that are with him, dwell at ease and without fear. Now therefore let us bring Machabees hither, and he shall take them all in one night. So they went, and gave him counsel. And he arose to come with a great army, and he sent secretly letters to his adherents that were in Judea, to seize upon Jonathan, and them that were with him. But they could not, for their design was known to them. And he apprehended of the men of the country, that were the principal authors of the mischief, 50 men, and slew them. And Jonathan and Simon and they that were with him retired into Bethbesin, which is in the desert. And he repaired the breaches thereof, and they fortified it. And when Machabees knew it, he gathered together all his multitude, and sent word to them that were of Judea. And he came and camped above Bethbesin, and fought against it many days, and made engines. But Jonathan left his brother Simon in the city, and went forth into the country, and came with a number of men, and struck Odares and his brethren, and the children of Phasaron in their tents, and he began to slay and to increase in forces. But Simon and they that were with him sallied out of the city and burnt the engines, and they fought against Machabees, and he was discomfited by them, and they afflicted him exceedingly, for his counsel and his enterprise was in vain. And he was angry with the wicked men that had given him counsel to come into their country, and he slew many of them, and he purposed to return with the rest into their country. And Jonathan had knowledge of it, and he sent ambassadors to him to make peace with him, and to restore to him the prisoners. And he accepted it willingly, and did according to his words, and swore that he would do him no harm all the days of his life. And he restored to him the prisoners which he before had taken out of the land of Judah. And he returned and went away into his own country, and he came no more into their borders. So the sword ceased from Israel, and Jonathan dwelt in Machabees. And Jonathan began there to judge the people, and he destroyed the wicked out of Israel. Chapter 10. Alexander Bales sets himself up for king. Both he and Demetrius seek to make Jonathan their friend. Alexander kills Demetrius in battle and honours Jonathan, his victory over Apollonius. Now, in the 160th year, Alexander the son of Antiochus, surnamed the Illustrious, came up and took Ptolemais, and they received him, and he reigned there. And King Demetrius heard of it, and gathered together an exceeding great army, and went forth against him to fight. And Demetrius sent a letter to Jonathan with peaceable words, to magnify him. For he said, Let us first make a peace with him, before he make one with Alexander against us. For he will remember all the evils that we have done against him, and against his brother, and against his nation. And he gave him authority to gather together an army and to make arms, and that he should be his confederate. And the hostages that were in the castle he commanded to be delivered to him. And Jonathan came to Jerusalem, and read the letters in the hearing of all the people, and of them that were in the castle. And they were struck with great fear, because they heard that the king had given him authority to gather together an army. And the hostages were delivered to Jonathan, and he restored them to their parents. And Jonathan dwelt in Jerusalem, and began to build and to repair the city. And he ordered workmen to build the walls, and Mount Zion round about with square stones for fortification, and so they did. And the strangers that were in the strongholds, which Machabees had built, fled away. And every man left his place, and departed into his own country. Only in Bethzorah there remained some of them that had forsaken the law and the commandments of God, for this was a place of refuge for them. And King Alexander heard of the promises that Demetrius had made Jonathan, and they told him of the battles and the worthy acts that he and his brethren had done, and the labours that they had endured. And he said, Shall we find such another man? Now therefore we will make him our friend and our confederate. So he wrote a letter and sent it to him, according to these words, saying, King Alexander to his brother Jonathan, greeting. We have heard of thee, that thou art a man of great power, and fit to be our friend. Now therefore we make thee this day high priest of thy nation, and that thou be called the king's friend. And he sent him a purple robe, and a crown of gold, and that thou be of one mind with us in our affairs, and keep friendship with us. Then Jonathan put on the holy vestment in the 7th month, in the year 160, at the feast day of the tabernacles, and he gathered together an army, and made a great number of arms. And Demetrius heard these words, and was exceeding sorry, and said, What is this that we have done, that Alexander hath prevented us to gain the friendship of the Jews to strengthen himself? I also will write to them words of request, and offer dignities and gifts, that they may be with me to aid me. And he wrote to them in these words, King Demetrius to the nation of the Jews greeting. Whereas you have kept covenant with us, and have continued in our friendship, and have not joined with our enemies, we have heard of it, and are glad. Wherefore now continue still to keep fidelity towards us, and we will reward you with good things for what you have done in our behalf. And we will remit to you many charges, and will give you gifts. And now I free you and all the Jews from tributes, and I release you from the customs of salt, and remit the crowns, and the thirds of the seed, and the half of the fruit of trees, which is my share, I leave to you from this day forward, so that it shall not be taken of the land of Judah, and of the 3 cities that are added thereto, out of Samaria and Galilee, from this day forth and forever. And let Jerusalem be holy and free, with the borders thereof, and let the tenths and tributes be for itself. I yield up also the power of the castle that is in Jerusalem, and I give it to the high priest to place therein such men as he shall choose to keep it. And every soul of the Jews that hath been carried captive from the land of Judah in all my kingdom, I set at liberty freely, that all be discharged from tributes even of their cattle. And I will that all the feasts and the Sabbaths and the new moons and the days appointed, and 3 days before the solemn day, and 3 days after the solemn day, be all days of immunity and freedom for all the Jews that are in my kingdom. And no man shall have power to do anything against them, or to molest any of them in any cause. And let there be enrolled in the king's army to the number of 30,000 of the Jews, and allowance shall be made them as is due to all the king's forces, and certain of them shall be appointed to be in the fortresses of the great king. And some of them shall be set over the affairs of the kingdom, that are of trust, and let the governors be taken from among themselves, and let them walk in their own laws, as the king hath commanded in the land of Judah. And the 3 cities that are added to Judea out of the country of Samaria, let them be accounted with Judea, that they may be under one, and obey no other authority but that of the high priest. Ptolemais and the confines thereof I give as a free gift to the holy places that are in Jerusalem, for the necessary charges of the holy things. And I give every year 15,000 sickles of silver out of the king's accounts, of what belongs to me. And all that is above, which they that were over the affairs the years before had not paid, from this time they shall give it to the works of the house. Moreover, the 5,000 cycles of silver, which they receive from the account of the holy places every year, shall also belong to the priests that execute the ministry. And whosoever shall flee into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and in all the borders thereof, being indebted to the king for any matter, let them be set at liberty, and all that they have in my kingdom, let them have it free. For the building also, or repairing the works of the holy places, the charges shall be given out of the king's revenues. For the building also of the walls of Jerusalem, and the fortifying thereof round about, the charges shall be given out of the king's account, as also for the building of the walls in Judea. Now when Jonathan and the people heard these words, they gave no credit to them, nor received them, because they remembered the great evil that he had done in Israel, for he had afflicted them exceedingly. And their inclinations were towards Alexander, because he had been the chief promoter of peace in their regard, and him they always helped. And King Alexander gathered together a great army and moved his camp near to Demetrius. And the two kings joined battle, and the army of Demetrius fled away, and Alexander pursued after him and pressed them close. And the battle was hard fought till the sun went down, and Demetrius was slain that day. And Alexander sent ambassadors to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, with words to this effect, saying, Forasmuch as I am returned into my kingdom, and am set in the throne of my ancestors, and have gotten the dominion, and have overthrown Demetrius, and possessed our country, and have joined battle with him, and both he and his army have been destroyed by us, and we are placed in the throne of his kingdom. Now therefore let us make friendship one with another, and give me now thy daughter to wife, and I will be thy son-in-law, and I will give both thee and her gifts worthy of thee. And King Ptolemy answered, saying, Happy is the day wherein thou didst return to the land of thy fathers, and sattest in the throne of their kingdom. And now I will do to thee as thou hast written, but meet me at Ptolemais, that we may see one another, and I may give her to thee as thou hast said. So Ptolemy went out of Egypt with Cleopatra his daughter, and he came to Ptolemais in the 162nd year. And King Alexander met him, and he gave him his daughter Cleopatra, and he celebrated her marriage at Ptolemais with great glory, after the manner of kings. And King Alexander wrote to Jonathan that he should come and meet him, and he went honourably to Ptolemais, and he met there the two kings, and he gave them much silver and gold and presents, and he found favour in their sight. And some pestilent men of Israel, men of a wicked life, assembled themselves against him to accuse him, and the king gave no heed to them. And he commanded that Jonathan's garments should be taken off, and that he should be clothed with purple, and they did so. And the king made him sit by himself. And he said to his princes, Go out with him into the midst of the city, and make proclamation, that no man complain against him of any matter, and that no man trouble him for any manner of cause. So when his accusers saw his glory proclaimed, and him clothed with purple, they all fled away. And the king magnified him, and enrolled him amongst his chief friends, and made him governor and partaker of his dominion. And Jonathan returned into Jerusalem with peace and joy. In the year 165, Demetrius, the son of Demetrius, came from Crete into the land of his fathers, and King Alexander heard of it, and was much troubled, and returned to Antioch. And King Demetrius made Apollonius his general, who was governor of Celesyria, and he gathered together a great army, and came to Jamnia, and he sent to Jonathan the high priest, saying, Thou alone standest against us, and I am laughed at and reproached, because thou showest thy power against us in the mountains. Now therefore, if thou trustest in thy forces, come down to us into the plain, and there let us try one another. For with me is the strength of war. Ask and learn who I am, and the rest that help me, who also say that your foot cannot stand before our face. For thy fathers have twice been put to flight in their own land. And now, how wilt thou be able to abide the horsemen, and so great an army in the plain, where there is no stone, nor rock, nor place to flee to? Now when Jonathan heard the words of Apollonius, he was moved in his mind, and he chose 10,000 men, and went out of Jerusalem, and Simon his brother met him to help him. And they pitched their tents near Joppa, but they shut him out of the city, because a garrison of Apollonius was in Joppa, and he laid siege to it. And they that were in the city, being affrighted, opened the gates to him. So Jonathan took Joppa, and Apollonius heard of it, and he took 3,000 horsemen and a great army. And he went to Azotus as one that was making a journey, and immediately he went forth into the plain, because he had a great number of horsemen, and he trusted in them. And Jonathan followed after him to Azotus, and they joined battle. And Apollonius left privately in the camp 1,000 horsemen behind them. And Jonathan knew that there was an ambush behind him, and they surrounded his army and cast darts at the people from morning till evening. But the people stood still as Jonathan had commanded them, and so their horses were fatigued. Then Simon drew forth his army and attacked the legion, for the horsemen were wearied, and they were discomfited by him, and fled. And they that were scattered about the plain fled into Azotus, and went into Beth-dagon, their idol's temple, there to save themselves. But Jonathan set fire to Azotus, and the cities that were around it, and took the spoils of them, and the temple of Dagon, and all them that were fled into it he burnt with fire. So they that were slain by the sword, with them that were burnt, were almost 8,000 men. And Jonathan removed his army from thence, and camped against Askelon, and they went out of the city to meet him with great honour. And Jonathan returned into Jerusalem with his people, having many spoils. And it came to pass, when Alexander the king heard these words, that he honoured Jonathan yet more. And he sent him a buckle of gold, as the custom is, to be given to such as are of the royal blood. And he gave him Acheron, and all the borders thereof, in possession. Chapter 11. Ptolemy invades the kingdom of Alexander. The latter is slain, and the former dies soon after. Demetrius honours Jonathan, and is rescued by the Jews from his own subjects in Antioch. Antiochus the younger favours Jonathan, his exploits in divers places. And the king of Egypt gathered together an army like the sand that lieth upon the seashore, and many ships, and he sought to get the kingdom of Alexander by deceit, and join it to his own kingdom. And he went out into Syria with peaceable words, and they opened to him the cities, and met him. For King Alexander had ordered them to go forth to meet him, because he was his father-in-law. Now when Ptolemy entered into the cities, he put garrisons of soldiers in every city. And when he came near to Azotus, they showed him the temple of Dagon that was burnt with fire, and Azotus, and the suburbs thereof that were destroyed, and the bodies that were cast abroad, and the graves of them that were slain in the battle, which they had made near the way. And they told the king that Jonathan had done these things, to make him odious. But the king held his peace. And Jonathan came to meet the king at Joppa with glory, and they saluted one another, and they lodged there. And Jonathan went with the king as far as the river, called Eleutherus, and he returned into Jerusalem. And King Ptolemy got the dominion of the cities by the seaside, even to Seleucia, and he devised evil designs against Alexander, and he sent ambassadors to Demetrius, saying, Come, let us make a league between us, and I will give thee my daughter whom Alexander hath, and thou shalt reign in the kingdom of thy father. For I repent that I have given him my daughter, for he hath sought to kill me. And he slandered him, because he coveted his kingdom, and he took away his daughter, and gave her to Demetrius, and alienated himself from Alexander, and his enmities were made manifest. And Ptolemy entered into Antioch, and set 2 crowns upon his head, that of Egypt, and that of Asia. Now King Alexander was in Cilicia at that time, because they that were in those places had rebelled. And when Alexander heard of it, he came to give him battle, and King Ptolemy brought forth his army and met him with a strong power and put him to flight. And Alexander fled into Arabia, there to be protected, and King Ptolemy was exalted. And Zabdiel the Arabian took off Alexander's head and sent it to Ptolemy. And King Ptolemy died the 3rd day after, and they that were in the strongholds were destroyed by them that were within the camp. And Demetrius reigned in the 167th year. In those days Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea to take the castle that was in Jerusalem, and they made many engines of war against it. Then some wicked men that hated their own nation went away to King Demetrius and told him that Jonathan was besieging the castle. And when he heard it, he was angry, and forthwith he came to Ptolemais and wrote to Jonathan that he should not besiege the castle, but should come to him in haste and speak to him. But when Jonathan heard this, he bade them besiege it still. And he chose some of the ancients of Israel and of the priests, and put himself in danger. And he took gold and silver and raiment and many other presents, and went to the king to Ptolemais, and he found favour in his sight. And certain wicked men of his nation made complaints against him. And the king treated him as his predecessor had done before, and he exalted him in the sight of all his friends, and he confirmed him in the high priesthood and all the honours he had before, and he made him the chief of his friends. And Jonathan requested of the king that he would make Judea free from tribute, and the 3 governments, and Samaria, and the confines thereof, and he promised him 300 talents. And the king consented, and he wrote letters to Jonathan of all these things to this effect: King Demetrius to his brother Jonathan, and to the nation of the Jews, greeting. We send you here a copy of the letter which we have written to Lasthenes, our parent, concerning you, that you might know it. King Demetrius to Lasthenes, his parent, greeting. We have determined to do good to the nation of the Jews who are our friends, and keep the things that are just with us, for their goodwill which they bear towards us. We have ratified therefore unto them all the borders of Judea, and the 3 cities, Apharima, Lydda, and Ramatha, which are added to Judea, out of Samaria, and all their confines, to be set apart to all them that sacrifice in Jerusalem, instead of the payments which the king received of them every year, and for the fruits of the land and of the trees. And as for other things that belong to us, of the tithes and of the tributes, from this time we discharge them of them, the salt pans also, and the crowns that were presented to us. We give all to them, and nothing hereof shall be revoked from this time forth and forever. Now therefore see that thou make a copy of these things, and let it be given to Jonathan, and set upon the holy mountain in a conspicuous place. And King Demetrius, seeing that the land was quiet before him, and nothing resisted him, sent away all his forces, every man to his own place, except the foreign army, which he had drawn together from the islands of the nations. So all the troops of his fathers hated him. Now there was one Tryphon, who had been of Alexander's party before, who, seeing that all the army murmured against Demetrius, went to Amalcuel the Arabian, who brought up Antiochus the son of Alexander. And he pressed him much to deliver him to him, that he might be king in his father's place. And he told him all that Demetrius had done, and how his soldiers hated him. And he remained there many days. And Jonathan sent to King Demetrius, desiring that he would cast out them that were in the castle in Jerusalem, and those that were in the strongholds, because they fought against Israel. And Demetrius sent to Jonathan, saying, I will not only do this for thee and for thy people, but I will greatly honour thee and thy nation when opportunity shall serve. Now therefore thou shalt do well if thou send me men to help me, for all my army is gone from me. And Jonathan sent him 3,000 valiant men to Antioch, and they came to the king, and the king was very glad of their coming. And they that were of the city assembled themselves together to the number of 120,000 men, and would have killed the king. And the king fled into the palace, and they of the city kept the passages of the city and began to fight. And the king called the Jews to his assistance, and they came to him all at once, and they all dispersed themselves through the city. And they slew in that day 100,000 men, and they set fire to the city, and got many spoils that day, and delivered the king. And they that were of the city saw that the Jews had got the city as they would, and they were discouraged in their minds, and cried to the king, making supplication, and saying, Grant us peace, and let the Jews cease from assaulting us and the city. And they threw down their arms and made peace, and the Jews were glorified in the sight of the king, and in the sight of all that were in his realm, and were renowned throughout the kingdom, and returned to Jerusalem with many spoils. So King Demetrius sat in the throne of his kingdom, and the land was quiet before him. And he falsified all whatsoever he had said, and alienated himself from Jonathan, and did not reward him according to the benefits he had received from him, but gave him great trouble. And after this Tryphon returned, and with him Antiochus the young boy, who was made king, and put on the diadem. And there assembled unto him all the hands which Demetrius had sent away, and they fought against Demetrius, who turned his back and fled. And Tryphon took the elephants, and made himself master of Antioch. And young Antiochus wrote to Jonathan, saying, I confirm thee in the high priesthood, and I appoint thee ruler over the 4 cities, and to be one of the king's friends. And he sent him vessels of gold for his service, and he gave him leave to drink in gold, and to be clothed in purple, and to wear a golden buckle. And he made his brother Simon governor from the borders of Tyre, even to the confines of Egypt. Then Jonathan went forth and passed through the cities beyond the river, and all the forces of Syria gathered themselves to him to help him. And he came to Ascalon, and they met him honourably out of the city. And he went from thence to Gaza, and they that were in Gaza shut him out, and he besieged it, and burnt all the suburbs around about, and took the spoils. And the men of Gaza made supplication to Jonathan, and he gave them the right hand. And he took their sons for hostages, and sent them to Jerusalem. And he went through the country as far as Damascus. And Jonathan heard that the generals of Demetrius were come treacherously to Cades, which is in Galilee, with a great army, purposing to remove him from the affairs of the kingdom. And he went against them, but left his brother Simon in the country. And Simon encamped against Bethsura, and assaulted it many days, and shut them up. And they desired him to make peace, and he granted it them. And he cast them out from thence, and took the city, and placed a garrison in it. And Jonathan and his army encamped by the water of Gennesaret, and before it was light they were ready in the plain of Asor. And behold, the army of the strangers met him in the plain, and they laid an ambush for him in the mountains. But he went out against them, and they that lay in ambush arose out of their places, and joined battle. All that were on Jonathan's side fled, and none was left of them, but Mattathias, the son of Absalom, and Judas, the son of Calphi, chief captain of the army. And Jonathan rent his garments, and cast earth upon his head, and prayed. And Jonathan turned again to them to battle, and he put them to flight, and they fought. And they of his part that fled saw this, and they turned again to him, and they all with him pursued the enemies even to Cades, to their own camp. And they came even thither. And there fell of the aliens in that day 3,000 men, and Jonathan returned to Jerusalem. Chapter 12. Jonathan renews his league with the Romans and Lacedaemonians. The forces of Demetrius flee away from him. He is deceived and made prisoner by Tryphon. And Jonathan saw that the time served him, and he chose certain men and sent them to Rome to confirm and to renew the amity with them. And he sent letters to the Spartans and to other places according to the same form. And they went to Rome and entered into the Senate house and said, Jonathan the high priest and the nation of the Jews have sent us to renew the amity and alliance as it was before. And they gave them letters to their governors in every place, to conduct them into the land of Judah with peace. And this is a copy of the letters which Jonathan wrote to the Spartans. Jonathan the high priest, and the ancients of the nation, and the priests and the rest of the people of the Jews, to the Spartans, their brethren, greeting. There were letters sent long ago to Oniah the high priest from Arius, who reigned then among you, to signify that you are our brethren, as the copy here underwritten doth specify. And Oniah received the ambassador with honour, and received the letters wherein there was mention made of the alliance and amity. We, though we needed none of these things, having for our comfort the holy books that are in our hands, chose rather to send to you to renew the brotherhood and friendship, lest we should become strangers to you altogether. For there is a long time past since you sent to us. We therefore at all times without ceasing, both in our festivals and other days wherein it is convenient, remember you in the sacrifices that we offer, and in our observances, as it is meet and becoming to remember brethren. And we rejoice at your glory. But we have had many troubles and wars on every side, and the kings that are round about us have fought against us. But we would not be troublesome to you, nor the rest of our allies and friends in these wars. For we have had help from heaven, and we have been delivered, and our enemies are humbled. We have chosen therefore Numenius, the son of Antiochus, and Antipater, the son of Jason, and have sent them to the Romans to renew with them the former amity and alliance. And we have commanded them to go also to you, and to salute you, and to deliver you our letters concerning the renewing of our brotherhood. And now you shall do well to give us an answer hereto. And this is the copy of the letter which he had sent to Oniah, Arius, king of the Spartans, to Oniah the high priest, greeting. It is found in writing concerning the Spartans and the Jews, that they are brethren, and that they are of the stock of Abraham. And now, since this is come to our knowledge, you do well to write to us of your prosperity. And we also have written back to you, that our cattle and our possessions are yours, and yours ours. We therefore have commanded that these things should be told you. Now Jonathan heard that the generals of Demetrius were come again with a greater army than before to fight against him. So he went out from Jerusalem and met them in the land of Amath, for he gave them no time to enter into his country. And he sent spies into their camp, and they came back and brought him word that they designed to come upon them in the night. And when the sun was set, Jonathan commanded his men to watch, and to be in arms all night long, ready to fight. And he set sentinels round about the camp. And the enemies heard that Jonathan and his men were ready for battle, and they were struck with fear and dread in their heart, and they kindled fires in their camp. But Jonathan and they that were with him knew it not till the morning, for they saw the lights burning, and Jonathan pursued after them, but overtook them not, for they had passed the river Eleutherus. And Jonathan turned upon the Arabians that are called Zabadeans, and he defeated them, and took the spoils of them. And he went forward, and came to Damascus, and passed through all that country. Simon also went forth, and came as far as Ascalon, and the neighbouring fortresses. And he turned aside to Joppa, and took possession of it, for he heard that they designed to deliver the whole to them that took part with Demetrius, and he put a garrison there to keep it. And Jonathan came back, and called together the ancients of the people, and he took a resolution with them to build fortresses in Judea, and to build up walls in Jerusalem, and raise a mount between the castle and the city, to separate it from the city, that so it might have no communication, and that they might neither buy nor sell. And they came together to build up the city, for the wall that was upon the brook towards the east was broken down. And he repaired that which is called Caphathetha, and Simon built Adiada in Sephelah, and fortified it, and set up gates and bars. Now when Tryphon had conceived a design to make himself king of Asia, and to take the crown, and to stretch out his hand against King Antiochus, fearing lest Jonathan would not suffer him, but would fight against him, he sought to seize upon him, and to kill him. So he rose up and came to Bethsan. And Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for battle, and came to Bethsan. Now when Tryphon saw that Jonathan came with a great army, he durst not stretch forth his hand against him, but received him with honour, and commended him to all his friends, and gave him presents. And he commanded his troops to obey him as himself. And he said to Jonathan, Why hast thou troubled all the people, whereas we have no war? Now therefore send them back to their own houses, and choose thee a few men that may be with thee, and come with me to Ptolemais, and I will deliver it to thee, and the rest of the strongholds, and the army, and all that have any charge, and I will return and go away, for this is the cause of my coming. And Jonathan believed him, and did as he said, and sent away his army, and they departed into the land of Judah. But he kept with him 3,000 men, of whom he sent 2,000 into Galilee, and 1,000 went with him. Now as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemais, they of Ptolemy shut the gates of the city, and took him, and all them that came in with him they slew with the sword. Then Tryphon sent an army and horsemen into Galilee, and into the great plain, to destroy all Jonathan's company. But they, when they understood that Jonathan and all that were with him were taken and slain, encouraged one another, and went out ready for battle. Then they that had come after them, seeing that they stood for their lives, returned back. Whereupon they all came peaceably into the land of Judah, and they bewailed Jonathan, and them that had been with him, exceedingly. And Israel mourned with great lamentation. Then all the heathens that were round about them sought to destroy them, for they said, They have no prince, nor any to help them. Now therefore let us make war upon them, and take away the memory of them from amongst men. Chapter 13. Simon is made captain general in the room of his brother. Jonathan is slain by Tryphon. Simon is favoured by Demetrius. He taketh Gaza and the castle of Jerusalem. Now Simon heard that Tryphon was gathering together a very great army to invade the land of Judah and to destroy it. And seeing that the people was in dread and in fear, he went up to Jerusalem and assembled the people and exhorted them, saying, You know what great battles I and my brethren and the house of my father have fought for the laws and the sanctuary, and the distresses that we have seen, by reason whereof all my brethren have lost their lives for Israel's sake, and I am left alone. And now far be it from me to spare my life in any time of trouble, for I am not better than my brethren. I will avenge then my nation and the sanctuary, and our children and wives, for all the heathens are gathered together to destroy us out of mere malice. And the spirit of the people was enkindled as soon as they heard these words. And they answered with a loud voice, saying, Thou art our leader in the place of Judas, and Jonathan thy brother. Fight thou our battles, and we will do whatsoever thou shalt say to us. So gathering together all the men of war, he made haste to finish all the walls of Jerusalem, and he fortified it round about. And he sent Jonathan, the son of Absalom, and with him a new army into Joppa, and he cast out them that were in it, and himself remained there. And Tryphon removed from Ptolemais with a great army to invade the land of Judah, and Jonathan was with him in custody. But Simon pitched in Addus over against the plain. And when Tryphon understood that Simon was risen up in the place of his brother Jonathan, and that he meant to join battle with him, he sent messengers to him, saying, We have detained thy brother Jonathan for the money that he owed in the king's account, by reason of the affairs which he had the management of. But now send 100 talents of silver and his 2 sons for hostages, that when he is set at liberty he may not revolt from us, and we will release him. Now Simon knew that he spoke deceitfully to him. Nevertheless he ordered the money and the children to be sent, lest he should bring upon himself a great hatred of the people of Israel, who might have said, Because he sent not the money and the children, therefore is he lost. So he sent the children and the 100 talents, and he lied and did not let Jonathan go. And after this Tryphon entered within the country to destroy it, and they went about by the way that leadeth to Ador, and Simon and his army marched to every place whithersoever they went. And they that were in the castle sent messengers to Tryphon, that he should make haste to come through the desert and send them victuals. And Tryphon made ready all his horsemen to come that night, but there fell a very great snow, and he came not into the country of Galiad. And when he approached to Bascama, he slew Jonathan and his sons there. And Tryphon returned and went into his own country. And Simon sent and took the bones of Jonathan his brother, and buried them in Modin, in the city of his fathers. And all Israel bewailed him with great lamentation, and they mourned for him many days. And Simon built over the sepulchre of his father and of his brethren a building lofty to the sight, of polished stone behind and before. And he set up 7 pyramids one against another for his father and his mother and his 4 brethren, and round about these he set great pillars, and upon the pillars arms for a perpetual memory, and by the arms ships carved, which might be seen by all that sailed on the sea. This is the sepulchre that he made in Modin even unto this day. But Tryphon, when he was upon a journey with the young king Antiochus, treacherously slew him, and he reigned in his place, and put on the crown of Asia, and brought great evils upon the land. And Simon built up the strongholds of Judea, fortifying them with high towers and great walls and gates and bars. And he stored up victuals in the fortresses. And Simon chose men and sent to King Demetrius, to the end that he should grant an immunity to the land. For all that Tryphon did was to spoil. And King Demetrius, in answer to this request, wrote a letter in this manner: King Demetrius, to Simon the high priest, and friend of kings, and to the ancients, and to the nation of the Jews, greeting. The golden crown and the palm which you sent, we have received, and we are ready to make a firm peace with you, and to write to the king's chief officers to release you the things that we have released. For all that we have decreed in your favour shall stand in force. The strongholds that you have built shall be your own. And as for any oversight or fault committed unto this day, we forgive it, and the crown which you owed, and if any other thing were taxed in Jerusalem, now let it not be taxed. And if any of you be fit to be enrolled among ours, let them be enrolled, and let there be peace between us. In the year 170, the yoke of the Gentiles was taken off from Israel, and the people of Israel began to write in the instruments and public records, the first year under Simon the high priest, the great captain and prince of the Jews. In those days Simon besieged Gaza and camped round about it, and he made engines and set them to the city, and he struck one tower and took it. And they that were within the engine leapt into the city, and there was a great uproar in the city. And they that were in the city went up with their wives and children upon the wall, with their garments rent, and they cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. And they said, Deal not with us according to our evil deeds, but according to thy mercy. And Simon, being moved, did not destroy them, but yet he cast them out of the city, and cleansed the houses wherein there had been idols. And then he entered into it with hymns, blessing the Lord. And having cast out of it all uncleanness, he placed in it men that should observe the law, and he fortified it, and made it his habitation. But they that were in the castle of Jerusalem were hindered from going out and coming into the country, and from buying and selling. And they were straitened with hunger, and many of them perished through famine. And they cried to Simon for peace, and he granted it to them. And he cast them out from thence, and cleansed the castle from uncleannesses. And they entered into it the 23rd day of the second month, in the year 171, with thanksgiving and branches of palm trees, and harps, and cymbals, and psalteries, and hymns, and canticles, because the great enemy was destroyed out of Israel. And he ordained that these days should be kept every year with gladness, and he fortified the mountain of the temple that was near the castle, and he dwelt there himself, and they that were with him. And Simon saw that John his son was a valiant man for war, and he made him captain of all the forces, and he dwelt in Gazara. Chapter 14. Demetrius is taken by the king of Persia. Judea flourishes under the government of Simon. In the year 172, King Demetrius assembled his army and went into Media to get him succours to fight against Tryphon. And Arsaces, the king of Persia, and Media heard that Demetrius was entered within his borders, and he sent one of his princes to take him alive and bring him to him. And he went and defeated the army of Demetrius, and took him, and brought him to Arsaces, and he put him into custody. And all the land of Judah was at rest all the days of Simon, and he sought the good of his nation, and his power and his glory pleased them well all his days. And with all his glory he took Joppa for a haven, and made an entrance to the isles of the sea. And he enlarged the bounds of his nation, and made himself master of the country. And he gathered together a great number of captives, and had the dominion of Gazara, and of Beit-Sura, and of the castle, and took away all uncleanness out of it, and there was none that resisted him. And every man tilled his land with peace, and the land of Judah yielded her increase, and the trees of the fields their fruit. The ancient men sat all in the streets, and treated together of the good things of the land, and the young men put on them glory and the robes of war. And he provided victuals for the cities, and he appointed that they should be furnished with ammunition, so that the fame of his glory was renowned even to the end of the earth. He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy, and every man sat under his vine and under his fig tree, and there was none to make them afraid. There was none left in the land to fight against them. Kings were discomfited in those days. And he strengthened all those of his people that were brought low, and he sought the law, and took away every unjust and wicked man. He glorified the sanctuary, and multiplied the vessels of the holy places. And it was heard at Rome, and as far as Sparta, that Jonathan was dead, and they were very sorry. But when they heard that Simon his brother was made high priest in his place, and was possessed of all the country, and the cities therein, they wrote to him in tables of brass, to renew the friendship and alliance which they had made with Judas, and with Jonathan his brethren. And they were read before the assembly in Jerusalem. And this is the copy of the letters that the Spartans sent. The princes and the cities of the Spartans, to Simon the high priest, and to the ancients and the priests, and the rest of the people of the Jews their brethren, greeting. The ambassadors that were sent to our people have told us of your glory and honour and joy, and we rejoice at their coming. And we registered what was said by them in the councils of the people in this manner. Numenius the son of Antiochus, and Antipater the son of Jason, ambassadors of the Jews, came to us to renew the former friendship with us. And it pleased the people to receive the men honourably, and to put a copy of their words in the public records, to be a memorial to the people of the Spartans. And we have written a copy of them to Simon the high priest. And after this Simon sent Numenius to Rome, with a great shield of gold, the weight of 1,000 pounds, to confirm the league with them. And when the people of Rome had heard these words, they said, What thanks shall we give to Simon and his sons? For he hath restored his brethren, and hath driven away in fight the enemies of Israel from them. And they decreed him liberty, and registered it in tables of brass, and set it upon pillars in Mount Zion. And this is a copy of the writing. The 18th day of the month Elul, in the year 172, being the 3rd year under Simon the high priest at Asaramel, in a great assembly of the priests, and of the people, and the princes of the nation, and the ancients of the country, these things were notified. For as much as there have often been wars in our country, and Simon the son of Mattathias of the children of Jarib, and his brethren have put themselves in danger, and have resisted the enemies of their nation, for the maintenance of their holy places, and the law, and have raised their nation to great glory. And Jonathan gathered together his nation, and was made their high priest, and he was laid to his people. And their enemies desired to tread down and destroy their country, and to stretch forth their hands against their holy places. Then Simon resisted and fought for his nation, and laid out much of his money, and armed the valiant men of his nation, and gave them wages. And he fortified the cities of Judea, and Bethsura, that lieth in the borders of Judea, where the armour of the enemies was before, and he placed there a garrison of Jews. And he fortified Joppa, which lieth by the sea, and Gazara, which bordereth upon Azotus, wherein the enemies dwelt before. And he placed Jews here, and furnished them with all things convenient for their reparation. And the people, seeing the acts of Simon, and to what glory he meant to bring his nation, made him their prince and high priest, because he had done all these things, and for the justice and faith which he kept to his nation, and for that he sought by all means to advance his people. And in his days things prospered in his hands, so that the heathens were taken away out of their country, and they also that were in the city of David, in Jerusalem in the castle, out of which they issued forth, and profaned all places round about the sanctuary, and did much evil to its purity. And he placed therein Jews for the defence of the country and of the city, and he raised up the walls of Jerusalem. And King Demetrius confirmed him in the high priesthood. According to these things he made him his friend, and glorified him with great glory. For he had heard that the Romans had called the Jews their friends, and confederates, and brethren, and that they had received Simon's ambassadors with honour, and that the Jews and their priests had consented that he should be their prince and high priest for ever, till there should arise a faithful prophet, and that he should be chief over them, and that he should have the charge of the sanctuary, and that he should appoint rulers over their works, and over the country, and over the armour, and over the strongholds, and that he should have care of the holy places, and that he should be obeyed by all, and that all the writings in the country should be made in his name, and that he should be clothed with purple and gold, and that it should not be lawful for any of the people or of the priests to disannul any of these things, or to gainsay his words, or to call together an assembly in the country without him, or to be clothed with purple, or to wear a buckle of gold. And whosoever shall do otherwise, or shall make void any of these things, shall be punished. And it pleased all the people to establish Simon, and to do according to these words. And Simon accepted thereof, and was well pleased to execute the office of the high priesthood, and to be captain and prince of the nation of the Jews, and of the priests, and to be chief over all. And they commanded that this writing should be put in tables of brass, and that they should be set up within the compass of the sanctuary, in a conspicuous place, and that a copy thereof should be put in the treasury, that Simon and his sons may have it. Chapter 15. Antiochus, son of Demetrius, honours Simon. The Romans write to divers nations in favour of the Jews. Antiochus quarrels with Simon, and sends troops to annoy him. And King Antiochus, the son of Demetrius, sent letters from the isles of the sea to Simon the priest, and prince of the nation of the Jews, and to all the people. And the contents were these: King Antiochus to Simon the high priest, and to the nation of the Jews, greeting. For as much as certain pestilent men have usurped the kingdom of our fathers, and my purpose is to challenge the kingdom, and to restore it to its former estate. And I have chosen a great army, and have built ships of war. And I design to go through the country, that I may take revenge of them that have destroyed our country, and that have made many cities desolate in my realm. Now therefore I confirm unto thee all the oblations which all the kings before me remitted to thee, and what other gifts soever they remitted to thee. And I give thee leave to coin thy own money in thy country, and let Jerusalem be holy and free, and all the armour that hath been made, and the fortresses which thou hast built, and which thou keepest in thy hands, let them remain to thee. And all that is due to the king, and what should be the king's hereafter, from this present and forever, is forgiven thee. And when we shall have recovered our kingdom, we will glorify thee, and thy nation, and the temple, with great glory, so that your glory shall be made manifest in all the earth. In the year 174, Antiochus entered into the land of his fathers, and all the forces assembled to him, so that few were left with Tryphon. And King Antiochus pursued after him, and he fled along by the sea coast, and came to Dora. For he perceived that evils were gathered together upon him, and his troops had forsaken him. And Antiochus camped above Dora with 120,000 men of war, and 8,000 horsemen. And he invested the city, and the ships drew near by sea. And they annoyed the city by land and by sea, and suffered none to come in or to go out. And Numenius and they that had been with him came from the city of Rome, having letters written to the kings and countries, the contents whereof were these: Lucius, the consul of the Romans, to King Ptolemy, greeting. The ambassadors of the Jews, our friends, came to us to renew the former friendship and alliance, being sent from Simon the high priest and the people of the Jews. And they brought also a shield of gold of 1,000 pounds. It hath seemed good therefore to us to write to the kings and countries, that they should do them no harm, nor fight against them, their cities or countries, and that they should give no aid to them that fight against them. And it hath seemed good to us to receive the shield of them. If therefore any pestilent men are fled out of their country to you, deliver them to Simon the high priest, that he may punish them according to their law. These same things were written to King Demetrius, and to Attalus, and to Ariarathes, and to Arsaces, and to all the countries, and to Lampsacus, and to the Spartans, and to Delos, and Mindus, and Sicyon, and Caria, and Samos, and Pamphylia, and Lycia, and Alicarnassus, and Cos, and Side, and Aridus, and Rhodes, and Phaselis, and Gortina, and Nadus, and Cyprus. And they wrote a copy thereof to Simon the high priest, and to the people of the Jews. But King Antiochus moved his camp to Dora the second time, assaulting it continually, and making engines, and shut up Tryphon, that he could not go out. And Simon sent to him 2,000 chosen men to aid him, silver also, and gold, and abundance of furniture. And he would not receive them, but broke all the covenant that he had made with him before, and alienated himself from him. And he sent to him Athenobius, one of his friends, to treat with him, saying, You hold Joppa and Gazara, and the castle that is in Jerusalem, which are cities of my kingdom. Their borders you have wasted, and you have made great havoc in the land, and have got the dominion of many places in my kingdom. Now therefore deliver up the cities that you have taken, and the tributes of the places, whereof you have gotten the dominion without the borders of Judea. But if not, give me for them 500 talents of silver, and for the havoc that you have made, and the tributes of the cities other 500 talents, or else we will come and fight against you." So Athenobius, the king's friend, came to Jerusalem and saw the glory of Simon and his magnificence in gold and silver and his great equipage. And he was astonished and told him the king's words. And Simon answered him and said to him, "We have neither taken other men's land, neither do we hold that which is other men's, but the inheritance of our fathers, which was for some time unjustly possessed by our enemies. But we, having opportunity, claim the inheritance of our fathers. And as to thy complaints concerning Joppa and Gazara, they did great harm to the people and to our country, yet for these we will give 100 talents. And Athenobius answered him not a word, but returning in a rage to the king, made report to him of these words, and of the glory of Simon, and of all that he had seen. And the king was exceeding angry. And Tryphon fled away by ship to Orthosius. And the king appointed Sendebius captain of the seacoast, and gave him an army of footmen and horsemen. And he commanded him to march with his army towards Judea. And he commanded him to build up Gedor, and to fortify the gates of the city, and to war against the people. But the king himself pursued after Tryphon. And Sendebius came to Jamnia, and began to provoke the people, and to ravage Judea, and to take the people prisoners, and to kill, and to build Gedor. And he placed there horsemen and an army, that they might issue forth, and make incursions upon the ways of Judea, as the king had commanded him. Chapter 16. The sons of Simon defeat the troops of Antiochus. Simon with 2 of his sons are treacherously murdered by Ptolemy, his son-in-law. Then John came up from Gazara, and told Simon his father what Sendebius had done against their people. And Simon called his 2 eldest sons, Judas and John, and said to them, "I and my brethren and my father's house have fought against the enemies of Israel from our youth even to this day. And things have prospered so well in our hands that we have delivered Israel oftentimes. And now I am old, but be you instead of me and my brethren, and go out and fight for our nation, and the help from heaven be with you." Then he chose out of the country 20,000 fighting men and horsemen, and they went forth against Sendebius, and they rested in Modin. And they arose in the morning, and went into the plain. And behold, a very great army of footmen and horsemen came against them, and there was a running river between them. And he and his people pitched their camp over against them, and he saw that the people were afraid to go over the river, so he went over first. Then the men, seeing him, passed over after him. And he divided the people, and set the horsemen in the midst of the footmen. But the horsemen of the enemies were very numerous, and they sounded the holy trumpets, and Sendebius and his army were put to flight. And there fell many of them wounded, and the rest fled into the stronghold. At that time Judas, John's brother, was wounded, but John pursued after them till he came to Cedron, which he had built. And they fled even to the towers that were in the fields of Azotus, and he burnt them with fire. And there fell of them 2,000 men, and he returned into Judea in peace. Now Ptolemy, the son of Abobus, was appointed captain in the plain of Jericho, and he had abundance of silver and gold, for he was son-in-law of the high priest. And his heart was lifted up, and he designed to make himself master of the country. And he purposed treachery against Simon and his sons, to destroy them. Now Simon, as he was going through the cities that were in the country of Judea, and taking care for the good ordering of them, went down to Jericho, he and Mattathias and Judith his sons, in the year 177, the 11th month, the same is the month Sabbath. And the son of Abobus received them deceitfully into a little fortress, that is called Dock, which he had built, and he made them a great feast, and hid men there. And when Simon and his sons had drunk plentifully, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons, and entered into the banqueting place, and slew him and his 2 sons and some of his servants. And he committed a great treachery in Israel, and rendered evil for good. And Ptolemy wrote these things, and sent to the king that he should send him an army to aid him, and he would deliver him the country, and their cities, and tributes. And he sent others to Gazara to kill John, and to the tribunes he sent letters to come to him, and that he would give them silver, and gold, and gifts. And he sent others to take Jerusalem, and the mountain of the temple. Now one running before told John in Gazara that his father and his brethren were slain, and that he hath sent men to kill thee also. But when he heard it, he was exceedingly afraid, and he apprehended the men that came to kill him, and he put them to death, for he knew that they sought to take him away. And as concerning the rest of the acts of John and his wars, and the worthy deeds which he bravely achieved, and the building of the walls which he made, and the things that he did, behold, these are written in the book of the days of his priesthood, from the time he was made high priest after his father. Second Book of Machabees, Chapter 1. Letters of the Jews of Jerusalem to them that were in Egypt. They give thanks for their delivery from Antiochus, and exhort their brethren to keep the feast of the dedication of the altar and of the miraculous fire. To the brethren, the Jews that are throughout Egypt, the brethren, the Jews that are in Jerusalem and in the land of Judea, send health and good peace. May God be gracious to you, and remember his covenant that he made with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, his faithful servants, and give you all a heart to worship him and to do his will with a great heart and a willing mind. May he open your heart in his law and in his commandments and send you peace. May he hear your prayers and be reconciled unto you, and never forsake you in the evil time. And now, here we are praying for you. When Demetrius reigned in the year 169, we Jews wrote to you in the trouble and violence that came upon us in those years, after Jason withdrew himself from the Holy Land and from the kingdom. They burnt the gate and shed innocent blood. Then we prayed to the Lord and were heard, and we offered sacrifices and fine flour, and lighted the lamps, and set forth the loaves. And now celebrate ye the days of Cenopegia in the month of Caslu. In the year 188, the people that is at Jerusalem, and in Judea, and the Senate. And Judith to Aristobulus, the preceptor of King Ptolemy, who is of the stock of the anointed priests, and to the Jews that are in Egypt, health and welfare. Having been delivered by God out of great dangers, we give him great thanks, for as much as we have been in war with such a king. For he made numbers of men swarm out of Persia that have fought against us, and the holy city. For when the leader himself was in Persia, and with him a very great army, he fell in the temple of Nehemiah, being deceived by the counsel of the priests of Nehemiah. For Antiochus with his friends came to the place as though he would marry her, and that he might receive great sums of money under the title of a dowry. And when the priests of Nehemiah had set it forth, and he with a small company had entered into the compass of the temple, they shut the temple when Antiochus was come in, and opening a secret entrance of the temple, they cast stones and slew the leader and them that were with him, and hewed them in pieces, and cutting off their heads, they threw them forth. Blessed be God in all things, who hath delivered up the wicked. Therefore, whereas we purpose to keep the purification of the temple on the 25th day of the month of Caslu, we thought it necessary to signify it to you, that you also may keep the day of Cenopegia and the day of the fire, that was given when Nehemiah offered sacrifice, after the temple and the altar was built. For when our fathers were led into Persia, the priests that then were worshippers of God took privately the fire from the altar, and hid it in a valley, where there was a deep pit without water, and there they kept it safe, so that the place was unknown to all men. But when many years had passed, and it pleased God that Nehemiah should be sent by the king of Persia, he sent some of the posterity of those priests that had hid it, to seek for the fire. And as they told us, they found no fire, but thick water. Then he bade them draw it up and bring it to him. And the priest Nehemiah commanded the sacrifices that were laid on to be sprinkled with the same water, both the wood and the things that were laid upon it. And when this was done, and the time came that the sun shone out, which before was in a cloud, there was a great fire kindled, so that all wondered. And all the priests made prayer while the sacrifice was consuming, Jonathan beginning, and the rest answering. And the prayer of Nehemiah was after this manner: O Lord God, creator of all things, dreadful and strong, just and merciful, who alone art the good King, who alone art gracious, who alone art just and almighty and eternal, who deliverest Israel from all evil, who didst choose the fathers and didst sanctify them. Receive the sacrifice for all thy people Israel, and preserve thy own portion, and sanctify it. Gather together our scattered people, deliver them that are slaves to the Gentiles, and look upon them that are despised and abhorred, that the Gentiles may know that thou art our God. Punish them that oppress us, and that treat us injuriously with pride. Establish thy people in thy holy place, as Moses hath spoken. And the priests sung hymns till the sacrifice was consumed. And when the sacrifice was consumed, Nehemiah commanded the water that was left to be poured out upon the great stones, which being done, there was kindled a flame from them, but it was consumed by the light that shined from the altar. And when this matter became public, it was told to the king of Persia, that in the place where the priests that were led away had hid the fire, there appeared water, with which Nehemiah and they that were with him had purified the sacrifices. And the king, considering and diligently examining the matter, made a temple for it, that he might prove what had happened. And when he had proved it, he gave the priests many goods and divers presents, and he took and distributed them to them with his own hand. And Nehemiah called this place Nephthah, which is interpreted purification, but many call it Nephi. Chapter 2. A continuation of the second letter, of Jeremiah's hiding the ark at the time of the captivity. The author's preface. Now it is found in the descriptions of Jeremiah the prophet that he commanded them that went into captivity to take the fire, as it hath been signified, and how he gave charge to them that were carried away into captivity, and how he gave them the law that they should not forget the commandments of the Lord, and that they should not err in their minds, seeing the idols of gold and silver and the ornaments of them. And with other such like speeches, he exhorted them that they would not remove the law from their heart. It was also contained in the same writing how the prophet, being warned by God, commanded that the tabernacle and the ark should accompany him, till he came forth to the mountain where Moses went up, and saw the inheritance of God. And when Jeremiah came thither, he found a hollow cave, and he carried in thither the tabernacle, and the ark, and the altar of incense, and so stopped the door. Then some of them that followed him came up to mark the place, but they could not find it. And when Jeremiah perceived it, he blamed them, saying, The place shall be unknown till God gather together the congregation of the people, and receive them to mercy. And then the Lord will show these things, and the majesty of the Lord shall appear, and there shall be a cloud, as it was also showed to Moses, and he showed it when Solomon prayed that the place might be sanctified to the great God. For he treated wisdom in a magnificent manner, and like a wise man he offered the sacrifice of the dedication and of the finishing of the temple. And as Moses prayed to the Lord, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the holocaust, so Solomon also prayed, and fire came down from heaven and consumed the holocaust. And Moses said, Because the sin offering was not eaten, it was consumed. So Solomon also celebrated the dedication 8 days. And these same things were set down in the memoirs and commentaries of Nehemiah, and how he made a library and gathered together out of the countries the books both of the prophets and of David, and the epistles of the kings, and concerning the holy gifts. And in like manner Judith also gathered together all such things as were lost by the war we had, and they are in our possession. Wherefore, if you want these things, send some that may fetch them to you. As we are then about to celebrate the purification, we have written unto you, and you shall do well, if you keep the same days. And we hope that God, who hath delivered his people, and hath rendered to all the inheritance, and the kingdom, and the priesthood, and the sanctuary, as he promised in the law, will shortly have mercy upon us, and will gather us together from every land under heaven into the holy place. For he hath delivered us out of great perils, and hath cleansed the place. Now, as concerning Judas Machabees, and his brethren, and the purification of the great temple, and the dedication of the altar, as also the wars against Antiochus the illustrious, and his son Eupator, and the manifestations that came from heaven to them, that behaved themselves manfully on the behalf of the Jews, so that being but a few, they made themselves masters of the whole country, and put to flight the barbarous multitude, and recovered again the most renowned temple in all the world, and delivered the city, and restored the laws that were abolished, the Lord with all clemency showing mercy to them. And all such things as have been comprised in 5 books by Jason of Cyrene, we have attempted to abridge in 1 book. For considering the multitude of books, and the difficulty that they find, that desire to undertake the narrations of the histories because of the multitude of the matter, we have taken care for those indeed that are willing to read, that it might be a pleasure of mind, and for the studious, that they may more easily commit to memory, and that all that read might receive profit. And as to ourselves indeed, in undertaking this work of abridging, we have taken in hand no easy task, yea rather a business full of watching and sweat. But as they that prepare a feast, and seek to satisfy the will of others, for the sake of many we willingly undergo the labour, leaving to the authors the exact handling of every particular, and as for ourselves, according to the plan proposed, studying to be brief. For as the master builder of a new house must have care of the whole building, but he that taketh care to paint it must seek out fit things for the adorning of it, so must it be judged for us. For to collect all that is to be known, to put the discourse in order, and curiously to discuss every particular point, is the duty of the author of a history. But to pursue brevity of speech, and to avoid nice declarations of things, is to be granted to him that maketh an abridgment. Here then we will begin the narration. Let this be enough by way of a preface, for it is a foolish thing to make a long prologue, and to be short in the story itself. Chapter 3. Heliodorus is sent by King Seleucus to take away the treasures deposited in the temple. He is struck by God and healed by the prayers of the high priest. Therefore, when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws as yet were very well kept, because of the godliness of Oniah the high priest, and the hatred his soul had of evil, it came to pass that even the kings themselves and the princes esteemed the place worthy of the highest honour, and glorified the temple with very great gifts, so that Seleucus king of Asia allowed out of his revenues all the charges belonging to the ministry of the sacrifices. But one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was appointed overseer of the temple, strove in opposition to the high priest to bring about some unjust thing in the city. And when he could not overcome Oniah, he went to Apollonius the son of Tharseus, who at that time was governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, and told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of immense sums of money, and the common store was infinite, which did not belong to the account of the sacrifices, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hands. Now, when Apollonius had given the king notice concerning the money that he was told of, he called for Heliodorus, who had the charge over his affairs, and sent him with commission to bring him the foresaid money. So Heliodorus forthwith began his journey, under a colour of visiting the cities of Celesyria and Phoenicia, but indeed to fulfil the king's purpose. And when he was come to Jerusalem, and had been courteously received in the city by the high priest, he told him what information had been given concerning the money, and declared the cause for which he was come, and asked if these things were so indeed. Then the high priest told him that these were sums deposited, and provisions for the subsistence of the widows and the fatherless, and that some part of that which wicked Simon had given intelligence of belonged to Hyrcanus, son of Tobias, a man of great dignity, and that the whole was 400 talents of silver and 200 of gold, but that to deceive them who had trusted to the place and temple which is honoured throughout the whole world, for the reverence and holiness of it was a thing which could not by any means be done. But he, by reason of the orders he had received from the king, said that by all means the money must be carried to the king. So on the day he had appointed, Heliodorus entered in to order this matter, but there was no small terror throughout the whole city. And the priests prostrated themselves before the altar in their priests' vestments, and called upon him from heaven, who made the law concerning things given to be kept, that he would preserve them safe for them that had deposited them. Now whosoever saw the countenance of the high priest was wounded in heart, for his face and the changing of his colour declared the inward sorrow of his mind. For the man was so compassed with sadness and horror of the body, that it was manifest to them that beheld him what sorrow he had in his heart. Others also came flocking together out of their houses, praying and making public supplication, because the place was like to come into contempt. And the women, girded with haircloth about their breasts, came together in the streets, and the virgins also that were shut up came forth, some to Oniah, and some to the walls, and others looked out of the windows, and all holding up their hands towards heaven made supplication. For the expectation of the mixed multitude and of the high priest, who was in an agony, would have moved anyone to pity. And these indeed called upon Almighty God to preserve the things that had been committed to them, safe and sure for those that had committed them. But Heliodorus executed that which he had resolved on, himself being present in the same place with his guard about the treasury. But the Spirit of the Almighty God gave a great evidence of his presence, so that all that had presumed to obey him, falling down by the power of God, were struck with fainting and dread. For there appeared to them a horse with a terrible rider upon him, adorned with a very rich covering, and he ran fiercely, and struck Heliodorus with his 4 feet, and he that sat upon him seemed to have armour of gold. Moreover, there appeared 2 other young men, beautiful and strong, bright and glorious, and in comely apparel, who stood by him on either side and scourged him without ceasing with many stripes. And Heliodorus suddenly fell to the ground, and they took him up covered with great darkness, and having put him into a litter, they carried him out. So he that came with many servants, and all his guard into the aforesaid treasury, was carried out, no one being able to help him, the manifest power of God being known. And he indeed by the power of God lay speechless, and without all hope of recovery. But they praised the Lord because he had glorified his place, and the temple that a little before was full of fear and trouble, when the Almighty Lord appeared, was filled with joy and gladness. Then some of the friends of Heliodorus forthwith begged of Oniah that he would call upon the Most High to grant him his life, who was ready to give up the ghost. So the high priest, considering that the king might perhaps suspect that some mischief had been done to Heliodorus by the Jews, offered a sacrifice of health for the recovery of the man. And when the high priest was praying, the same young men in the same clothing stood by Heliodorus, and said to him, Give thanks to Oniah the priest, because for his sake the Lord hath granted thee life. And thou, having been scourged by God, declare unto all men the great works and the power of God. And having spoken thus, they appeared no more. So Heliodorus, after he had offered a sacrifice to God, and made great vows to him that had granted him life, and given thanks to Oniah, taking his troops with him, returned to the king. And he testified to all men the works of the great God, which he had seen with his own eyes. And when the king asked Heliodorus, who might be a fit man to be sent yet once more to Jerusalem, he said, If thou hast any enemy or traitor to thy kingdom, send him thither, and thou shalt receive him again scourged, if so be he escape. For there is undoubtedly in that place a certain power of God. For he that hath his dwelling in the heavens is the visitor and protector of that place, and he striketh and destroyeth them that come to do evil to it. And the things concerning Heliodorus and the keeping of the treasury fell out in this manner. Chapter 4. Oniah has recourse to the king, the ambition and wickedness of Jason and Menelaus. Oniah is treacherously murdered. But Simon, of whom we spoke before, and of his country, spoke ill of Oniah as though he had incited Heliodorus to do these things, and had been the promoter of evils. And he presumed to call him a traitor to the kingdom, who provided for the city and defended his nation and was zealous for the law of God. But when the enmities proceeded so far that murders also were committed by some of Simon's friends, Oniah, considering the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, who was the governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, was outrageous, which increased the malice of Simon, went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but with a view to the common good of all the people. For he saw that, except the king took care, it was impossible that matters should be settled in peace, or that Simon would cease from his folly. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus, who was called the Illustrious, had taken possession of the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Oniah, ambitiously sought the high priesthood, and went to the king, promising him 360 talents of silver, and out of other revenues 80 talents. Besides this, he promised also 150 more, if he might have license to set him up a place for exercise and a place for youth, and to entitle them that were at Jerusalem Antiochians, which when the king had granted, and he had gotten the rule into his hands, forthwith he began to bring over his countrymen to the fashion of the heathens, and abolishing those things which had been decreed of special favour by the kings in behalf of the Jews, by the means of John, the father of that Eupolemus, who went ambassador to Rome to make amity and alliance. He disannulled the lawful ordinances of the citizens and brought in fashions that were perverse. For he had the boldness to set up under the very castle a place of exercise, and to put all the choicest youths in brothel houses. Now this was not the beginning, but an increase and progress of heathenish and foreign manners, through the abominable and unheard of wickedness of Jason, that impious wretch, and no priest, insomuch that the priests were not now occupied about the offices of the altar, but despising the temple and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the games, and of the unlawful allowance thereof, and of the exercise of the discourse. And setting naught by the honours of their fathers, they esteemed the Grecian glories for the best, for the sake of which they incurred a dangerous contention, and followed earnestly their ordinances, and in all things they coveted to be like them, who were their enemies and murderers. For acting wickedly against the laws of God doth not pass unpunished, but this the time following will declare. Now when the game that was used every 5th year was kept at Tyre, the king being present, the wicked Jason sent from Jerusalem sinful men to carry 300 didrachmas of silver for the sacrifice of Hercules. But the bearers thereof desired it might not be bestowed on the sacrifices, because it was not necessary, but might be deputed for other charges. So the money was appointed by him that sent it to the sacrifice of Hercules, but because of them that carried it was employed for the making of galleys. Now when Apollonius, the son of Menesthius, was sent into Egypt to treat with the nobles of King Philometor, and Antiochus understood that he was wholly excluded from the affairs of the kingdom, consulting his own interest, he departed thence and came to Joppa, and from thence to Jerusalem, where he was received in a magnificent manner by Jason and the city, and came in with torchlights and with praises, and from thence he returned with his army into Phoenicia. 3 years afterwards, Jason sent Menelaus, brother of the aforesaid Simon, to carry money to the king, and to bring answers from him concerning certain necessary affairs. But he being recommended to the king, when he had magnified the appearance of his power, got the high priesthood for himself, by offering more than Jason by 300 talents of silver. So having received the king's mandate, he returned bringing nothing worthy of the high priesthood, but having the mind of a cruel tyrant and the rage of a savage beast. Then Jason, who had undermined his own brother, being himself undermined, was driven out a fugitive into the country of the Ammonites. So Menelaus got the principality, but as for the money he had promised to the king, he took no care, when Sostratus, the governor of the castle, called for it. For to him appertained the gathering of the taxes, wherefore they were both called before the king. And Menelaus was removed from the priesthood, Lysimachus his brother succeeding, and Sostratus was made governor of the Cyprians. When these things were in doing, it fell out that they of Tarsus and Malus raised a sedition, because they were given for a gift to Antiochus, the king's concubine. The king therefore went in all haste to appease them, leaving Andronicus, one of his nobles, for his deputy. Then Menelaus, supposing that he had found a convenient time, having stolen certain vessels of gold out of the temple, gave them to Andronicus, and others he had sold at Tyre and in the neighbouring cities. Which when Oniah understood most certainly, he reproved him, keeping himself in a safe place at Antioch beside Daphne. Whereupon Menelaus, coming to Andronicus, desired him to kill Oniah. And he went to Oniah and gave him his right hand with an oath, and, though he was suspected by him, persuaded him to come forth out of the sanctuary, and immediately slew him, without any regard to justice. For which cause not only the Jews, but also the other nations, conceived indignation, and were much grieved for the unjust murder of so great a man. And when the king was come back from the places of Cilicia, the Jews that were at Antioch, and also the Greeks, went to him, complaining of the unjust murder of Oniah. Antiochus therefore was grieved in his mind for Oniah, and being moved to pity, shed tears, remembering the sobriety and modesty of the deceased. And being inflamed to anger, he commanded Andronicus to be stripped of his purple, and to be led about through all the city, and that in the same place wherein he had committed the impiety against Oniah, the sacrilegious wretch should be put to death, the Lord repaying him his deserved punishment. Now when many sacrileges had been committed by Lysimachus in the temple by the counsel of Menelaus, and the rumour of it was spread abroad, the multitude gathered themselves together against Lysimachus, a great quantity of gold being already carried away. Wherefore the multitude making an insurrection, and their minds being filled with anger, Lysimachus armed about 3,000 men, and began to use violence, one Tyrannus being captain, a man far gone, both in age and in madness. But when they perceived the attempt of Lysimachus, some caught up stones, some strong clubs, and some threw ashes upon Lysimachus, and many of them were wounded, and some struck down to the ground, but all were put to flight. And as for the sacrilegious fellow himself, they slew him beside the treasury. Now concerning these matters, an accusation was laid against Menelaus. And when the king was come to Tyre, 3 men were sent from the ancients to plead the cause before him. But Menelaus, being convicted, promised Ptolemy to give him much money to persuade the king to favour him. So Ptolemy went to the king in a certain court where he was, as it were, to cool himself, and brought him to be of another mind. So Menelaus, who was guilty of all the evil, was acquitted by him of the accusations. And those poor men, who, if they had pleaded their cause even before Scythians should have been judged innocent, were condemned to death. Thus they that prosecuted the cause for the city and for the people and the sacred vessels did soon suffer unjust punishment. Wherefore even the Tyrians, being moved with indignation, were liberal towards their burial. And so through the covetousness of them that were in power, Menelaus continued in authority, increasing in malice to the betraying of the citizens. Chapter 5. Wonderful signs are seen in the air, Jason's wickedness an end. Antiochus takes Jerusalem and plunders the temple. At the same time Antiochus prepared for a second journey into Egypt, and it came to pass that through the whole city of Jerusalem for the space of 40 days there were seen horsemen running in the air, in gilded raiment, and armed with spears, like bands of soldiers, and horses set in order by ranks, running one against another, with the shakings of shields, and a multitude of men in helmets, with drawn swords, and casting of darts, and glittering of golden armour, and of harnesses of all sorts. Wherefore all men prayed that these prodigies might turn to good. Now when there was gone forth a false rumour, as though Antiochus had been dead, Jason, taking with him no fewer than 1,000 men, suddenly assaulted the city. And though the citizens ran together to the wall, the city at length was taken, and Menelaus fled into the castle. But Jason slew his countrymen without mercy, not considering that prosperity against one's own kindred is a very great evil, thinking they had been enemies and not citizens whom he conquered. Yet he did not get the principality, but received confusion at the end for the reward of his treachery, and fled again into the country of the Ammonites. At the last, having been shut up by Aretas, the king of the Arabians, in order for his destruction, flying from city to city, hated by all men, as a forsaker of the laws, and execrable, as an enemy of his country and countrymen, he was thrust out into Egypt. And he that had driven many out of their country perished in a strange land, going to Lacedaemon, as if for kindred's sake he should have refuge there. But he that had cast out many unburied was himself cast forth both unlamented and unburied, neither having foreign burial, nor being partaker of the sepulchre of his fathers. Now when these things were done, the king suspected that the Jews would forsake the alliance, whereupon, departing out of Egypt with a furious mind, he took the city by force of arms, and commanded the soldiers to kill, and not to spare any that came in their way, and to go up into the houses to slay. Thus there was a slaughter of young and old, a destruction of women and children, and killing of virgins and infants. And there were slain in the space of 3 whole days 80,000, 40,000 were made prisoners, and as many sold. But this was not enough. He presumed also to enter into the temple, the most holy in all the world, Menelaus, that traitor to the laws and to his country, being his guide. And taking in his wicked hands the holy vessels, which were given by other kings and cities, for the ornament and the glory of the place, he unworthily handled and profaned them. Thus Antiochus, going astray in mind, did not consider that God was angry for a while because of the sins of the inhabitants of the city, and therefore this contempt had happened to the place. Otherwise had they not been involved in many sins, as Heliodorus, who was sent by King Seleucus to rob the treasury. So this man also, as soon as he had come, had been forthwith scourged, and put back from his presumption. But God did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake. And therefore the place also itself was made partaker of the evils of the people, but afterward shall communicate in the good things thereof, and as it was forsaken in the wrath of Almighty God, shall be exalted again with great glory, when the great Lord shall be reconciled. So when Antiochus had taken away out of the temple 1,800 talents, he went back in all haste to Antioch, thinking through pride, that he might now make the land navigable, and the sea passable on foot. Such was the haughtiness of his mind. He left also governors to afflict the people. At Jerusalem, Philip, a Phrygian by birth, but in manners more barbarous than he that set him there. And in Garizim, Andronicus and Menelaus, who bore a more heavy hand upon the citizens than the rest. And whereas he was set against the Jews, he sent that hateful prince Apollonius with an army of 22,000 men, commanding him to kill all that were of perfect age, and to sell the women and the younger sort. Who, when he was come to Jerusalem, pretending peace, rested till the holy day of the Sabbath, and then the Jews keeping holiday, he commanded his men to take arms. And he slew all that were come forth to see, and running through the city with armed men, he destroyed a very great multitude. But Judas Machabees, who was the 10th, had withdrawn himself into a desert place, and there lived amongst wild beasts in the mountains with his company, and they continued feeding on herbs, that they might not be partakers of the pollution. Chapter 6. Antiochus commands the law to be abolished, sets up an idol in the temple, and persecutes the faithful. The martyrdom of Eleazar. But not long after, the king sent a certain old man of Antioch to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers and of God, and to defile the temple that was in Jerusalem, and to call it the temple of Jupiter Olympius, and that in Gerizim of Jupiter Hospitalis, according as they were that inhabited the place. And very bad was this invasion of evils, and grievous to all. For the temple was full of the riot and revellings of the Gentiles, and of men lying with lewd women. And women thrust themselves of their accord into the holy places, and brought in things that were not lawful. The altar also was filled with unlawful things, which were forbidden by the laws. And neither were the Sabbaths kept, nor the solemn days of the fathers observed, neither did any man plainly profess himself to be a Jew, but they were led by bitter constraint on the king's birthday to the sacrifices, and when the feast of Bacchus was kept, they were compelled to go about crowned with ivy in honour of Bacchus. And there went out a decree into the neighbouring cities of the Gentiles, by the suggestion of the Ptolemeans, that they also should act in like manner against the Jews, to oblige them to sacrifice, and whosoever would not conform themselves to the ways of the Gentiles should be put to death. Then was misery to be seen. For 2 women were accused to have circumcised their children, whom when they had openly led about through the city with the infants hanging at their breasts, they threw down headlong from the walls. And others that had met together in caves that were near, and were keeping the Sabbath day privately, being discovered by Philip, were burnt with fire, because they made a conscience to help themselves with their hands, by reason of the religious observance of the day. Now I beseech those that shall read this book, that they be not shocked at these calamities, but that they consider the things that happened, not as being for the destruction, but for the correction of our nation. For it is a token of great goodness when sinners are not suffered to go on in their ways for a long time, but are presently punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently expecteth, that when the day of judgment shall come, he may punish them in the fullness of their sins. Doth he also deal with us, so as to suffer our sins to come to their height, and then take vengeance on us? And therefore he never withdraweth his mercy from us, but though he chastise his people with adversity, he forsaketh them not. But let this suffice in a few words for a warning to the readers. And now we must come to the narration. Eleazar, one of the chief of the scribes, a man advanced in years, and of a comely countenance, was pressed to open his mouth to eat swine's flesh. But he, choosing rather a most glorious death than a hateful life, went forward voluntarily to the torment. And considering in what manner he was come to it, patiently bearing, he determined not to do any unlawful things for the love of life. But they that stood by, being moved with wicked pity, for the old friendship they had with the man, taking him aside, desired that flesh might be brought, which it was lawful for him to eat, that he might make as if he had eaten, as the king had commanded, of the flesh of the sacrifice, that by so doing he might be delivered from death. And for the sake of their old friendship with the man, they did him this courtesy. But he began to consider the dignity of his age, and his ancient years, and the inbred honour of his grey head, and his good life and conversation from a child. And he answered without delay, according to the ordinances of the holy law made by God, saying that he would rather be sent into the other world. For it doth not become our age, said he, to dissemble, whereby many young persons might think that Eleazar, at the age of 80 was gone over to the life of the heathens. And so they, through my dissimulation, and for a little time of a corruptible life, should be deceived, and hereby I should bring a stain and a curse upon my old age. For though, for the present time, I should be delivered from the punishments of men, yet should I not escape the hand of the Almighty, neither alive nor dead. Wherefore, by departing manfully out of this life, I shall show myself worthy of my old age, and I shall leave an example of fortitude to young men, if with a ready mind and constancy I suffer an honourable death, for the most venerable and most holy laws. And having spoken thus, he was forthwith carried to execution. And they that led him, and had been a little before more mild, were changed to wrath for the words he had spoken, which they thought were uttered out of arrogancy. But when he was now ready to die with the stripes, he groaned and said, O Lord, who hast the holy knowledge, thou knowest manifestly that whereas I might be delivered from death, I suffer grievous pains in body, but in soul am well content to suffer these things, because I fear thee. Thus did this man die, leaving not only to young men, but also to the whole nation, the memory of his death, for an example of virtue and fortitude. Chapter 7. The glorious martyrdom of the 7 brethren and their mother. It came to pass also that 7 brethren, together with their mother, were apprehended, and compelled by the king to eat swine's flesh against the law, for which end they were tormented with whips and scourges. But one of them, who was the eldest, said thus, What wouldst thou ask, or learn of us? We are ready to die, rather than to transgress the laws of God, received from our fathers. Then the king, being angry, commanded frying pans and brazen cauldrons to be made hot, which forthwith being heated, he commanded to cut out the tongue of him that had spoken first, and the skin of his head being drawn off, to chop off also the extremities of his hands and feet, the rest of his brethren and his mother looking on. And when he was now maimed in all parts, he commanded him, being yet alive, to be brought to the fire, and to be fried in the frying pan. And while he was suffering therein long torments, the rest, together with the mother, exhorted one another to die manfully, saying, The Lord God will look upon the truth, and will take pleasure in us, as Moses declared in the profession of the canticle, and in his servants he will take pleasure. So when the first was dead after this manner, they brought the next to make him a mocking stock. And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with the hair, they asked him if he would eat, before he were punished throughout the whole body in every limb. But he answered in his own language and said, I will not do it. Wherefore he also in the next place received the torments of the first. And when he was at the last gasp, he said thus, Thou indeed, O most wicked man, destroyest us out of this present life. But the King of the world will raise us up, who die for his laws, in the resurrection of eternal life. After him the third was made a mocking stock, and when he was required, he quickly put forth his tongue, and courageously stretched out his hands, and said with confidence, These I have from heaven, but for the laws of God I now despise them, because I hope to receive them again from him. So that the king and they that were with him wondered at the young man's courage, because he esteemed the torments as nothing. And after he was thus dead, they tormented the fourth in the like manner. And when he was now ready to die, he spoke thus: It is better, being put to death by men, to look for hope from God, to be raised up again by him. For, as to thee, thou shalt have no resurrection unto life. And when they had brought the fifth, they tormented him. But he, looking upon the king, said, Whereas thou hast power among men, though thou art corruptible, thou dost what thou wilt. But think not that our nation is forsaken by God, but stay patiently a while, and thou shalt see his great power, in what manner he will torment thee and thy seed. After him they brought the sixth, and he, being ready to die, spoke thus: Be not deceived without cause, for we suffer these things for ourselves, having sinned against our God, and things worthy of admiration are done to us. But do not think that thou shalt escape unpunished, for that thou attempted to fight against God. Now the mother was to be admired above measure, and worthy to be remembered by good men, who beheld 7 sons slain in the space of one day, and bore it with a good courage, for the hope that she had in God. And she bravely exhorted every one of them in her own language, being filled with wisdom, and joining a man's heart to a woman's thought, she said to them, I know not how you were formed in my womb, for I neither gave you breath, nor soul, nor life, neither did I frame the limbs of every one of you. But the Creator of the world, that formed the nativity of man, and that found out the origin of all, he will restore to you again in his mercy, both breath and life, as now you despise yourselves for the sake of his laws. Now Antiochus, thinking himself despised, and withal despising the voice of the upbraider, when the youngest was yet alive, did not only exhort him by words, but also assured him with an oath that he would make him a rich and a happy man, and if he would turn from the laws of his fathers, would take him for a friend and furnish him with things necessary. But when the young man was not moved with these things, the king called the mother and counselled her to deal with the young man to save his life. And when he had exhorted her with many words, she promised that she would counsel her son. So bending herself towards him, mocking the cruel tyrant, she said in her own language, My son, have pity upon me, that bore thee 9 months in my womb, and gave thee suck 3 years, and nourished thee, and brought thee up unto this age. I beseech thee, my son, look upon heaven and earth, and all that is in them, and consider that God made them out of nothing, and mankind also. So thou shalt not fear this tormentor, but being made a worthy partner with thy brethren, receive death, that in that mercy I may receive thee again with thy brethren. While she was yet speaking these words, the young man said, For whom do you stay? I will not obey the commandment of the king, but the commandment of the law that was given us by Moses. But thou that hast been the author of all mischief against the Hebrews shalt not escape the hand of God, for we suffer thus for our sins. And though the Lord our God is angry with us a little while for our chastisement and correction, yet he will be reconciled again to his servants. But thou, O wicked, and of all men most flagitious, be not lifted up without cause, with vain hopes, whilst thou art raging against his servants. For thou hast not yet escaped the judgment of the Almighty God, who beholdeth all things. For my brethren, having now undergone a short pain, are under the covenant of eternal life. But thou, by the judgment of God, shalt receive just punishment for thy pride. But I, like my brethren, offer up my life and my body for the laws of our fathers, calling upon God to be speedily merciful to our nation, and that thou by torments and stripes mayst confess that he alone is God. But in me and in my brethren the wrath of the Almighty, which hath justly been brought upon all our nation, shall cease. Then the king, being incensed with anger, raged against him more cruelly than all the rest, taking it grievously that he was mocked. So this man also died undefiled, wholly trusting in the Lord. And last of all, after the sons, the mother also was consumed. But now there is enough said of the sacrifices, and of the excessive cruelties. Chapter 8. Judas Machabees, gathering an army, gains divers victories. But Judas Machabees and they that were with him went privately into the towns, and calling together their kinsmen and friends, and taking unto them such as continued in the Jews' religion, they assembled 6,000 men. And they called upon the Lord that he would look upon his people that was trodden down by all, and would have pity on the temple that was defiled by the wicked, that he would have pity also upon the city that was destroyed, that was ready to be made even with the ground, and would hear the voice of the blood that cried to him, that he would remember also the most unjust deaths of innocent children, and the blasphemies offered to his name, and would show his indignation on this occasion. Now when Machabees had gathered a multitude, he could not be withstood by the heathens, for the wrath of the Lord was turned into mercy. So coming unawares upon the towns and cities, he set them on fire, and taking possession of the most commodious places, he made no small slaughter of the enemies, and especially in the nights he went upon these expeditions, and the fame of his valour was spread abroad everywhere. Then Philip, seeing that the man gained ground by little and little, and that things for the most part succeeded prosperously with him, wrote to Ptolemy, the governor of Celesyria and Phoenicia, to send aid to the king's affairs. And he with all speed sent Nehemiah the son of Patroclus, one of his special friends, giving him no fewer than 20,000 armed men of different nations, to root out the whole race of the Jews, joining also with him Gorgias, a good soldier, and of great experience in matters of war. And Nicanor purposed to raise for the king the tribute of 2,000 talents, that was to be given to the Romans, by making so much money of the captive Jews. Wherefore he sent immediately to the cities upon the sea coast, to invite men together to buy up the Jewish slaves, promising that they should have 90 slaves for 1 talent, not reflecting on the vengeance, which was to follow him from the Almighty. Now when Judas found that Nicanor was coming, he imparted to the Jews that were with him that the enemy was at hand, and some of them being afraid, and distrusting the justice of God, fled away. Others sold all that they had left, and withal besought the Lord that he would deliver them from the wicked Nicanor, who had sold them before he came near them. And if not for their sakes, yet for the covenant that he had made with their fathers, and for the sake of his holy and glorious name that was invoked upon them. But Machabees, calling together 7,000 that were with him, exhorted them not to be reconciled to the enemies, nor to fear the multitude of the enemies who came wrongfully against them, but to fight manfully, setting before their eyes the injury they had unjustly done the holy place, and also the injury they had done to the city, which had been shamefully abused, besides their destroying the ordinances of the fathers. For, said he, they trust in their weapons and in their boldness, but we trust in the Almighty Lord, who at a beck can utterly destroy both them that come against us, and the whole world. Moreover, he put them in mind also of the helps their fathers had received from God, and how under Sennacherib 185,000 had been destroyed, and of the battle that they had fought against the Galatians in Babylonia, how they, being in all but 6,000, when it came to the point, and the Macedonians, their companions, were astand, slew 120,000, because of the help they had from heaven, and for this they received many favours. With these words they were greatly encouraged, and disposed even to die for the laws in their country. So he appointed his brethren captains over each division of his army, Simon and Joseph, and Jonathan, giving to each one 1,500 men. And after the holy book had been read to them by Esdras, and he had given them for a watchword the help of God, himself leading the first band, he joined battle with Nicanor, and the Almighty being their helper, they slew above 9,000 men, and having wounded and disabled the greater part of Nicanor's army, they obliged them to fly. And they took the money of them that came to buy them, and they pursued them on every side. But they came back for want of time, for it was the day before the Sabbath, and therefore they did not continue the pursuit. But when they had gathered together their arms and their spoils, they kept the Sabbath, blessing the Lord who had delivered them that day, distilling the beginning of mercy upon them. Then after the Sabbath they divided the spoils to the feeble and the orphans and the widows, and the rest they took for themselves and their servants. When this was done, and they had all made a common supplication, they besought the merciful Lord to be reconciled to his servants unto the end. Moreover, they slew above 20,000 of them that were with Timotheus and Machabees, who fought them, and they made themselves masters of the high strongholds. And they divided amongst them many spoils, giving equal portions to the feeble, the fatherless and the widows, yea, and the aged also. And when they had carefully gathered together their arms, they laid them all up in convenient places, and the residue of their spoils they carried to Jerusalem. They slew also Philarches, who was with Timotheus, a wicked man, who had many ways afflicted the Jews. And when they kept the feast of the victory at Jerusalem, they burnt Callisthenes, that had set fire to the holy gates, who had taken refuge in a certain house, rendering to him a worthy reward for his impieties. But as for that most wicked man Nicanor, who had brought 1,000 merchants to the sale of the Jews, being through the help of the Lord brought down by them, of whom he had made no account, laying aside his garment of glory, fleeing through the midland country, he came alone to Antioch, being rendered very unhappy by the destruction of his army. And he that had promised to levy the tribute for the Romans by the means of the captives of Jerusalem now professed that the Jews had God for their protector, and therefore they could not be hurt because they followed the laws appointed by him. Chapter 9. The wretched end and fruitless repentance of King Antiochus. At that time Antiochus returned with dishonour out of Persia, for he had entered into the city called Persepolis, and attempted to rob the temple, and to oppress the city. But the multitude, running together to arms, put them to flight. And so it fell out that Antiochus, being put to flight, returned with disgrace. Now when he was come about Ecbatana, he received the news of what had happened to Nicanor and Timotheus, and swelling with anger, he thought to revenge upon the Jews the injury done by them that had put him to flight. And therefore he commanded his chariot to be driven without stopping in his journey, the judgment of heaven urging him forward, because he had spoken so proudly that he would come to Jerusalem and make it a common burying place of the Jews. But the Lord, the God of Israel, that seeth all things, struck him with an incurable and an invisible plague. For as soon as he had ended these words, a dreadful pain in his bowels came upon him, and bitter torments of the inner parts. And indeed, very justly, seeing he had tormented the bowels of others with many and new torments, albeit he by no means ceased from his malice. Moreover, being filled with pride, breathing out fire in his rage against the Jews, and commanding the matter to be hastened, it happened as he was going with violence, that he fell from the chariot, so that his limbs were much pained by a grievous bruising of the body. Thus he that seemed to himself to command even the waves of the sea, being proud above the condition of man, and to weigh the heights of the mountains in a balance, now being cast down to the ground, was carried in a litter, bearing witness to the manifest power of God in himself. So that worms swarmed out of the body of this man, and whilst he lived in sorrow and pain, his flesh fell off, and the filthiness of his smell was noisome to the army. And the man that thought a little, before he could reach to the stars of heaven, no man could endure to carry, for the intolerable stench. And by this means, being brought from his great pride, he began to come to the knowledge of himself, being admonished by the scourge of God, his pains increasing every moment. And when he himself could not now abide his own stench, he spoke thus: It is just to be subject to God, and that a mortal man should not equal himself to God. Then this wicked man prayed to the Lord, of whom he was not like to obtain mercy, and the city to which he was going in haste, to lay it even with the ground, and to make it a common burying place, he now desireth to make free. And the Jews whom he said he would not account worthy to be so much as buried, but would give them up to be devoured by the birds and wild beasts, and would utterly destroy them with their children, he now promiseth to make equal with the Athenians. The holy temple also, which before he had spoiled, he promiseth to adorn with goodly gifts, and to multiply the holy vessels, and to allow out of his revenues the charges pertaining to the sacrifices. Yea, also, that he would become a Jew himself, and would go through every place of the earth, and declare the power of God. But his pains not ceasing, for the just judgment of God was come upon him, despairing of life, he wrote to the Jews in the manner of a supplication, a letter in these words: To his very good subjects, the Jews, Antiochus, king and ruler, wisheth much health and welfare, and happiness. If you and your children are well, and if all matters go with you to your mind, we give very great thanks. As for me, being infirm, but yet kindly remembering you, returning out of the places of Persia, and being taken with a grievous disease, I thought it necessary to take care for the common good, not distrusting my life, but having great hope to escape the sickness. But considering that my father also, at what time he led an army into the higher countries, appointed who should reign after him, to the end that if anything contrary to expectation should fall out, or any bad tidings should be brought, they that were in the countries, knowing to whom the whole government was left, might not be troubled. Moreover, considering that neighbouring princes and borderers wait for opportunities, and expect what shall be the event, I have appointed my son, Antiochus, king, whom I often recommended to many of you when I went into the higher provinces, and I have written to him what I have joined here below. I pray you therefore, and request of you, that remembering favours, both public and private, you will every man of you continue to be faithful to me and to my son. for I trust that he will behave with moderation and humanity, and following my intentions, will be gracious unto you. Thus the murderer and blasphemer, being grievously struck, as himself had treated others, died a miserable death in a strange country among the mountains. But Philip, that was brought up with him, carried away his body, and out of fear of the son of Antiochus, went into Egypt to Ptolemy Philometor. Chapter 10. The purification of the temple and city, other exploits of Judith, his victory over Timotheus. But Machabees, and they that were with him, by the protection of the Lord, recovered the temple and the city again. But he threw down the altars which the heathens had set up in the streets, as also the temples of the idols. And having purified the temple, they made another altar, and taking fire out of the fiery stones, they offered sacrifices after 2 years, and set forth incense and lamps, and the loaves of proposition. And when they had done these things, they besought the Lord, lying prostrate on the ground, that they might no more fall into such evils. But if they should at any time sin, that they might be chastised by him more gently, and not be delivered up to barbarians and blasphemous men. Now upon the same day that the temple had been polluted by the strangers, on the very same day it was cleansed again, to wit, on the 25th day of the month of Caslu. And they kept 8 days with joy, after the manner of the Feast of the Tabernacles, remembering that not long before they had kept the Feast of the Tabernacles when they were in the mountains, and in dens like wild beasts. Therefore they now carried boughs and green branches and palms for him that had given them good success in cleansing his place. And they ordained by a common statute and decree that all the nation of the Jews should keep those days every year. And this was the end of Antiochus, that was called the Illustrious. But now we will relate the acts of Eupator, the son of that wicked Antiochus, abridging the account of the evils that happened in the wars. For when he was come to the crown, he appointed over the affairs of his realm one Lysias, general of the army of Phoenicia and Syria. For Ptolemy, that was called Mesa, was determined to be strictly just to the Jews, and especially by reason of the wrong that had been done them, and to deal peaceably with them. But being accused for this to Eupator by his friends, and being oftentimes called traitor because he had left Cyprus, which Philometor had committed to him, and coming over to Antiochus the Illustrious, had revolted also from him, he put an end to his life by poison. But Gorgias, who was governor of the holds, taking with him the strangers, often fought against the Jews. And the Jews that occupied the most commodious hold received those that were driven out of Jerusalem, and attempted to make war. Then they that were with Machabees, beseeching the Lord by prayers to be their helper, made a strong attack upon the strongholds of the Idumeans, and assaulting them with great force, won the holds, killed them that came in the way, and slew altogether no fewer than 20,000. And whereas some were fled into very strong towers, having all manner of provision to sustain a siege, Machabees left Simon and Joseph and Zacchaeus and them that were with them in sufficient number to besiege them, and departed to those expeditions which urged more. Now they that were with Simon, being led with covetousness, were persuaded for the sake of money by some that were in the towers, and taking 70,000 didrachmas, let some of them escape. But when it was told Machabees what was done, he assembled the rulers of the people, and accused those men that they had sold their brethren for money, having let their adversaries escape. So he put these traitors to death, and forthwith took the 2 towers. And having good success in arms, and in all things he took in hand, he slew more than 20,000 in the 2 holds. But Timotheus, who before had been overcome by the Jews, having called together a multitude of foreign troops, and assembled horsemen out of Asia, came as though he would take Judea by force of arms. But Machabees, and they that were with him, when he drew near, prayed to the Lord, sprinkling earth upon their heads, and girding their loins with haircloth, and lying prostrate at the foot of the altar, besought him to be merciful to them, and to be an enemy to their enemies, and an adversary to their adversaries, as the law saith. And so after prayer, taking their arms, they went forth further from the city, and when they were come very near the enemies, they rested. But as soon as the sun was risen, both sides joined battle, the one part having with their valour the Lord for a surety of victory and success, but the other side making their rage their leader in battle. But when they were in the heat of the engagement, there appeared to the enemies from heaven 5 men upon horses, comely with golden bridles, conducting the Jews, 2 of whom took Machabees between them, and covered him on every side with their arms, and kept him safe, but cast darts and fireballs against the enemy, so that they fell down, being both confounded with blindness and filled with trouble. And there were slain 20,500 horsemen. But Timotheus fled into Gazara, a stronghold, where Chereas was governor. Then Machabees, and they that were with him, cheerfully laid siege to the fortress 4 days. But they that were within, trusting to the strength of the place, blasphemed exceedingly, and cast forth abominable words. But when the 5th day appeared, 20 young men of them that were with Machabees, inflamed in their minds because of the blasphemy, approached manfully to the wall, and pushing forward with fierce courage got up upon it. Moreover, others also getting up after them, went to set fire to the towers and the gates, and to burn the blasphemers alive. And having for 2 days together pillaged and sacked the fortress, they killed Timotheus, who was found hid in a certain place. They slew also his brother Chereas and Apollophanes. And when this was done, they blessed the Lord with hymns and thanksgiving, who had done great things in Israel and given them the victory. Chapter 11. Lysias is overthrown by Judith. He sues for peace. A short time after this, Lysias the king's lieutenant and cousin, and who had chief charge over all the affairs, being greatly displeased with what had happened, gathered together 80,000 men and all the horsemen, and came against the Jews, thinking to take the city and make it a habitation of the Gentiles, and to make a gain of the temple as of the other temples of the Gentiles, and to set the high priesthood to sale every year, never considering the power of God, but puffed up in mind, and trusting in the multitude of his foot soldiers, and the thousands of his horsemen, and his 80 elephants. So he came into Judea, and approaching to Bethsura, which was in a narrow place, the space of 5 furlongs from Jerusalem, he laid siege to that fortress. But when Machabees and they that were with him understood that the strongholds were besieged, they and all the people besought the Lord with lamentations and tears, that he would send a good angel to save Israel. Then Machabees himself, first taking his arms, exhorted the rest to expose themselves together with him to the danger, and to succour their brethren. And when they were going forth together with a willing mind, there appeared at Jerusalem a horseman going before them in white clothing, with golden armour, shaking a spear. Then they all together blessed the merciful Lord, and took great courage, being ready to break through not only men, but also the fiercest beasts and walls of iron. So they went on courageously, having a helper from heaven, and the Lord who showed mercy to them. And rushing violently upon the enemy like lions, they slew of them 11,000 footmen and 1,600 horsemen, and put all the rest to flight. Many of them being wounded, escaped naked. Yea, and Lysias himself fled away shamefully, and escaped. And as he was a man of understanding, considering with himself the loss he had suffered, and perceiving that the Hebrews could not be overcome, because they relied upon the help of the Almighty God, he sent to them, and promised that he would agree to all things that are just, and that he would persuade the king to be their friend. Then Machabees consented to the request of Lysias, providing for the common good in all things, and whatsoever Machabees wrote to Lysias concerning the Jews, the king allowed of. For there were letters written to the Jews from Lysias to this effect: Lysias to the people of the Jews, greeting. John and Absalom, who was sent from you, delivering your writings, requested that I would accomplish those things which were signified by them. Therefore, whatsoever things could be reported to the king, I have represented to him, and he hath granted as much as the matter permitted. If therefore you will keep yourselves loyal in affairs, hereafter also I will endeavour to be a means of your good. But as concerning other particulars, I have given orders by word both to these, and to them that are sent by me, to commune with you. Fare ye well. In the year 148, the 24th day of the month of Dioscorus. But the king's letter contained these words: King Antiochus to Lysias his brother greeting. Our father being translated amongst the gods, we are desirous that they that are in our realm should live quietly, and apply themselves diligently to their own concerns. And we have heard that the Jews would not consent to my father to turn to the rites of the Greeks, but that they would keep to their own manner of living, and therefore that they request us to allow them to live after their own laws. Wherefore, being desirous that this nation also should be at rest, we have ordained and decreed that the temple should be restored to them, and that they may live according to the custom of their ancestors. Thou shalt do well, therefore, to send to them, and grant them peace, that our pleasure being known, they may be of good comfort, and look to their own affairs. But the king's letter to the Jews was in this manner: King Antiochus to the senate of the Jews, and to the rest of the Jews greeting. If you are well, you are, as we desire, we ourselves also are well. Menelaus came to us, saying that you desired to come down to your countrymen that are with us. We grant therefore a safe conduct to all that come and go, until the 30th day of the month of Xanthicus, that the Jews may use their own kind of meats, and their own laws as before, and that none of them any manner of ways be molested, for things which have been done by ignorance. And we have sent also Menelaus to speak to you. Fare ye well. In the year 148, the 15th day of the month of Xanthicus, the Romans also sent them a letter to this effect: Quintus Memmius and Titus Manilius, ambassadors of the Romans to the people of the Jews, greeting. Whatsoever Lysias the king's cousin hath granted you, we also have granted. But touching such things, as he thought should be referred to the king, after you have diligently conferred among yourselves, send someone forthwith, that we may decree as it is convenient for you. for we are going to Antioch. And therefore make haste to write back, that we may know of what mind you are. Fare ye well. In the year 148, the 15th day of the month of Xanthicus. Chapter 12. The Jews are still molested by their neighbours. Judas gains diverse victories over them. He orders sacrifice and prayers for the dead. When these covenants were made, Lysias went to the king, and the Jews gave themselves to husbandry. But they that were behind, namely Timotheus and Apollonius, the son of Genius, also Hieronymus and Demophan, and besides them Nicanor the governor of Cyprus, would not suffer them to live in peace and to be quiet. The men of Joppa also were guilty of this kind of wickedness. They desired the Jews who dwelt among them to go with their wives and children into the boats, which they had prepared, as though they had no enmity to them, which when they had consented to, according to the common decree of the city, suspecting nothing because of the peace, when they were gone forth into the deep, they drowned no fewer than 200 of them. But as soon as Judas heard of this cruelty done to his countrymen, he commanded the men that were with him, and after having called upon God the just judge, he came against those murderers of his brethren, and set the haven on fire in the night, burnt the boats, and slew with the sword them that escaped from the fire. And when he had done these things in this manner, he departed as if he would return again and root out all the Jorpites. But when he understood that the men of Jamnia also designed to do in like manner to the Jews that dwelt among them, he came upon the Jamnites also by night, and set the haven on fire with the ships, so that the light of the fire was seen at Jerusalem 240 furlongs off. And when they were now gone from thence 9 furlongs, and were marching towards Timotheus, 5,000 footmen and 500 horsemen of the Arabians set upon them. And after a hard fight, in which by the help of God they got the victory, the rest of the Arabians being overcome, besought Judas for peace, promising to give him pastures and to assist him in other things. And Judas, thinking that they might be profitable indeed in many things, promised them peace, and after having joined hands, they departed to their tents. He also laid siege to a certain strong city, encompassed with bridges and walls, and inhabited by multitudes of different nations, the name of which is Casphine. But they that were within it, trusting in the strength of the walls and the provision of victuals, behaved in a more negligent manner, and provoked Judas with railing and blaspheming, and uttering such words as were not to be spoken. But Machabees, calling upon the great Lord of the world, who without any rams or engines of war threw down the walls of Jericho in the time of Jesui, fiercely assaulted the walls. And having taken the city by the will of the Lord, he made an unspeakable slaughter, so that a pool adjoining of 2 furlongs broad seemed to run with the blood of the slain. From thence they departed 750 furlongs, and came to Caraca to the Jews that are called Tubianites. But as for Timotheus, they found him not in those places, for before he had dispatched anything, he went back, having left a very strong garrison in a certain hold. But Dositheus and Sosipater, who were captains with Machabees, slew them that were left by Timotheus in the hold, to the number of 10,000 men. And Machabees, having set in order about him 6,000 men, and divided them by bands, went forth against Timotheus, who had with him 120,000 footmen and 2,500 horsemen. Now when Timotheus had knowledge of the coming of Judas, he sent the women and children and the other baggage before him into a fortress called Carnion, for it was impregnable and hard to come at, by reason of the straitness of the places. But when the first band of Judas came in sight, the enemies were struck with fear by the presence of God, who seeth all things, and they were put to flight one from another, so that they were often thrown down by their own companions, and wounded with the strokes of their own swords. But Judas was vehemently earnest in punishing the profane, of whom he slew 30,000 men. And Timotheus himself fell into the hands of the band of Dositheus and Sosipater, and with many prayers he besought them to let him go with his life, because he had the parents and brethren of many of the Jews, who, by his death, might happen to be deceived. And when he had given his faith that he would restore them according to the agreement, they let him go without hurt, for the saving of their brethren. Then Judas went away to Carnion, where he slew 25,000 persons. And after he had put to flight and destroyed these, he removed his army to Ephron, a strong city, wherein there dwelt a multitude of divers nations. And stout young men, standing upon the walls, made a vigorous resistance. And in this place there were many engines of war, and a provision of darts. But when they had invocated the Almighty, who with his power breaketh the strength of the enemies, they took the city, and slew 25,000 of them that were within. From thence they departed to Scythopol, which lieth 600 furlongs from Jerusalem. But the Jews that were among the Scythopolitans testifying that they were used kindly by them, and that even in the times of their adversity they had treated them with humanity, they gave them thanks, exhorting them to be still friendly to their nation. And so they came to Jerusalem, the feast of the weeks being at hand. And after Pentecost they marched against Gorgias, the governor of Idumea, and he came out with 3,000 footmen and 400 horsemen. And when they had joined battle, it happened that a few of the Jews were slain. But Dositheus, a horseman, one of Bacchanal's band, a valiant man, took hold of Gorgias, and when he would have taken him alive, a certain horseman of the Thracians came upon him, and cut off his shoulder, and so Gorgias escaped to Maresa. But when they that were with Esdrin had fought long, and were weary, Judas called upon the Lord to be their helper, and the leader of the battle. Then beginning in his own language, and singing hymns with a loud voice, he put Gorgias' soldiers to flight. So Judas, having gathered together his army, came into the city Odolam, and when the 7th day came, they purified themselves according to the custom, and kept the Sabbath in the place. And the day following Judas came with his company, to take away the bodies of them that were slain, and to bury them with their kinsmen in the sepulchres of their fathers. And they found under the coats of the slain some of the donaries of the idols of Jamnia, which the law forbiddeth to the Jews, so that all plainly saw that for this cause they were slain. Then they all blessed the just judgment of the Lord, who had discovered the things that were hidden, and so betaking themselves to prayers, they besought him that the sin which had been committed might be forgotten. But the most valiant Judas exhorted the people to keep themselves from sin, forasmuch as they saw before their eyes what had happened, because of the sins of those that were slain. And making a gathering, he sent 12,000 drachms of silver to Jerusalem for sacrifice to be offered for the sins of the dead, thinking well and religiously concerning the resurrection. For if he had not hoped that they that were slain should rise again, it would have seemed superfluous and vain to pray for the dead. And because he considered that they who had fallen asleep with godliness had great grace laid up for them. It is therefore a holy and wholesome thought to pray for the dead, that they may be loosed from sins. Chapter 13. Antiochus and Lysias again invade Judea. Menelaus is put to death. The king's great army is worsted twice. The peace is renewed. In the year 149, Judith understood that Antiochus Eupator was coming with a multitude against Judea, and with him Lysias the regent, who had charge over the affairs of the realm, having with him 110,000 footmen, 5,000 horsemen, 22 elephants, and 300 chariots armed with hooks. Menelaus also joined himself with them, and with great deceitfulness besought Antiochus, not for the welfare of his country, but in hopes that he should be appointed chief ruler. But the King of Kings stirred up the mind of Antiochus against the sinner, and upon Lysias suggesting that he was the cause of all the evils, he commanded, as the custom is with them, that he should be apprehended and put to death in the same place. Now there was in that place a tower 50 cubits high, having a heap of ashes on every side, and this had a prospect steep down. From thence he commanded the sacrilegious wretch to be thrown down into the ashes, all men thrusting him forward unto death. And by such a law it happened that Menelaus, the transgressor of the law, was put to death, not having so much as burial in the earth, and indeed very justly, for insomuch as he had committed many sins against the altar of God, the fire and ashes of which were holy, he was condemned to die in ashes. But the king, with his mind full of rage, came on to show himself worse to the Jews than his father was. Which, when Judith understood, he commanded the people to call upon the Lord day and night, that as he had always done, so now also he would help them. Because they were afraid to be deprived of the law, and of their country, and of the holy temple, and that he would not suffer the people, that had of late taken breath for a little while, to be again in subjection to blasphemous nations. So when they had all done this together, and had craved mercy of the Lord, with weeping and fasting, lying prostrate on the ground for 3 days continually, Judas exhorted them to make themselves ready. But he with the ancients determined, before the king should bring his army into Judea, and make himself master of the city, to go out and to commit the event of the thing to the judgment of the Lord. So committing all to God, the Creator of the world, and having exhorted his people to fight manfully, and to stand up even to death for the laws, the temple, the city, their country, and citizens, he placed his army about Modin, and having given his company for a watchword the victory of God, with most valiant chosen young men, he set upon the king's quarter by night, and slew 4,000 men in the camp, and the greatest of the elephants, with them that had been upon him. And having filled the camp of the enemies with exceeding great fear and tumult, they went off with good success. Now this was done at the break of day, by the protection and help of the Lord. But the king, having taken a taste of the hardiness of the Jews, attempted to take the strong places by policy, and he marched with his army to Bethsura, which was a stronghold of the Jews. But he was repulsed, he failed, he lost his men. Now Judas sent necessaries to them that were within. But Rhodocus, one of the Jews' army, disclosed the secrets to the enemies, so he was sought out and taken up and put in prison. Again the king treated with them that were in Bethsura, gave his right hand, took theirs, and went away. He fought with Judas and was overcome. And when he understood that Philip, who had been left over the affairs, had rebelled at Antioch, he was in a consternation of mind, and entreating the Jews, and yielding to them, he swore to all things that seemed reasonable, and, being reconciled, offered sacrifices, honoured the temple, and left gifts. He embraced Machabees, and made him governor and prince from Ptolemais unto the Gerenians. But when he was come to Ptolemais, the men of that city were much displeased with the conditions of the peace, being angry for fear they should break the covenant. Then Lysias went up to the judgment seat, and set forth the reason, and appeased the people, and returned to Antioch. And thus matters went with regard to the king's coming and his return. Chapter 14. Demetrius challenges the kingdom. Alcimus applies to him to be made high priest. Nicanor is sent into Judea, his dealings with Judas, his threats, the history of Rasius. But after the space of 3 years, Judas, and they that were with him, understood that Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, was come up with a great power, and a navy by the haven of Tripolis, to places proper for his purpose, and had made himself master of the countries against Antiochus and his general Lysias. Now one Alcimus, who had been chief priest, but had wilfully defiled himself in the time of mingling with the heathens, seeing that there was no safety for him, nor access to the altar, came to King Demetrius in the year 150, presenting unto him a crown of gold and a palm, and besides these some boughs which seemed to belong to the temple. And that day, indeed, he held his peace, but having gotten a convenient time to further his madness, being called to counsel by Demetrius, and asked what the Jews relied upon, and what were their counsels, he answered thereunto, they among the Jews that are called Assidia, of whom Judas Machabees is captain, nourish wars, and raise seditions, and will not suffer the realm to be in peace. For I also, being deprived of my ancestors' glory, I mean of the high priesthood, am now come hither, principally indeed out of fidelity to the king's interests, but in the next place also to provide for the good of my countrymen, for all our nation suffereth much from the evil proceedings of those men. Wherefore, O king, seeing thou knowest all these things, take care, I beseech thee, both of the country and of our nation, according to thy humanity, which is known to all men. For as long as Judas liveth, it is not possible that the state should be quiet. Now when this man had spoken to this effect, the rest also of the king's friends, who were enemies of Judas, incensed Demetrius against him. And forthwith he sent Nicanor, the commander over the elephants, governor into Judea, giving him in charge to take Judas himself, and disperse all them that were with him, and to make Alcimus the high priest of the great temple. Then the Gentiles, who had fled out of Judea from Judas, came to Nicanor by flocks, thinking the miseries and calamities of the Jews to be the welfare of their affairs. Now when the Jews heard of Nicanor's coming, and that the nations were assembled against them, they cast earth upon their heads, and made supplication to him, who chose his people to keep them forever, and who protected his portion by evident signs. Then, at the commandment of their captain, they forthwith removed from the place where they were, and went to the town of Desor to meet them. Now Simon, the brother of Judas, had joined battle with Nicanor, but was frightened with the sudden coming of the adversaries. Nevertheless Nicanor, hearing of the valour of Judas's companions, and the greatness of courage with which they fought for their country, was afraid to try the matter by the sword. Wherefore he sent Posidonius and Theodosius and Methius before, to present and receive the right hands. And when there had been a consultation thereupon, and the captain had acquainted the multitude with it, they were all of one mind to consent to covenants. So they appointed a day upon which they might commune together by themselves, and seats were brought out and set for each one. But Judas ordered men to be ready in convenient places, lest some mischief might be suddenly practised by the enemies. So they made an agreeable conference. And Nicanor abode in Jerusalem, and did no wrong, but sent away the flocks of the multitudes that had been gathered together. And Judas was always dear to him from the heart, and he was well affected to the man, and he desired him to marry a wife, and to have children. So he married. He lived quietly, and they lived in common. But Alcimus, seeing the love they had one to another, and the covenants, came to Demetrius, and told him that Nicanor assented to the foreign interest, for that he meant to make Judas, who was a traitor to the kingdom, his successor. Then the king, being in a rage, and provoked with this man's wicked accusations, wrote to Nicanor, signifying that he was greatly displeased with the covenant of friendship, and that he commanded him nevertheless to send Machabees prisoner in all haste to Antioch. When this was known, Nicanor was in a consternation, and took it grievously that he should make void the articles that were agreed upon, having received no injury from the man. But because he could not oppose the king, he watched an opportunity to comply with the orders. But when Machabees perceived that Nicanor was more stern to him, and that when they met together, as usual, he behaved himself in a rough manner, and was sensible that this rough behaviour came not of good, he gathered together a few of his men, and hid himself from Nicanor. But he, finding himself notably prevented by the man, came to the great and holy temple, and commanded the priests that were offering the accustomed sacrifices to deliver him the man. And when they swore unto him that they knew not where the man was whom he sought, he stretched out his hand to the temple, and swore, saying, Unless you deliver Judas prisoner to me, I will lay this temple of God even with the ground, and will beat down the altar, and I will dedicate this temple to Bacchus. And when he had spoken thus, he departed. But the priests, stretching forth their hands to heaven, called upon him that was ever the defender of their nation, saying in this manner, Thou, O Lord of all things, who wantest nothing, was pleased that the temple of thy habitation should be amongst us. Therefore now, O Lord, the Holy of all holies, keep this house for ever undefiled, which was lately cleansed. Now Rasius, one of the ancients of Jerusalem, was accused to Nicanor, a man that was a lover of the city and of good report, who for his affection was called the father of the Jews. This man, for a long time, had held fast his purpose of keeping himself pure in the Jews' religion, and was ready to expose his body and life, that he might persevere therein. So Nicanor, being willing to declare the hatred that he bore the Jews, sent 500 soldiers to take him, for he thought by ensnaring him to hurt the Jews very much. Now as the multitude sought to rush into his house, and to break open the door, and to set fire to it when he was ready to be taken, he struck himself with his sword, choosing to die nobly rather than to fall into the hands of the wicked, and to suffer abuses unbecoming his noble birth. But whereas through haste he missed of giving himself a sure wound, and the crowd was breaking into the doors, he ran boldly to the wall, and manfully threw himself down to the crowd. But they quickly making room for his fall, he came upon the midst of the neck, and as he had yet breath in him, being inflamed in mind, he arose. And while his blood ran down with a great stream, and he was grievously wounded, he ran through the crowd. And standing upon a steep rock, when he was now almost without blood, grasping his bowels with both hands, he cast them upon the throng, calling upon the Lord of life and spirit to restore these to him again. And so he departed this life. Chapter 15. Judith, encouraged by a vision, gains a glorious victory over Nicanor. The conclusion. But when Nicanor understood that Judith was in the places of Samaria, he purposed to set upon him with all violence on the Sabbath day. And when the Jews that were constrained to follow him said, "Do not act so fiercely and barbarously, but give to the day that is sanctified, and reverence him that beholdeth all things," that unhappy man asked if there were a mighty one in heaven that had commanded the Sabbath day to be kept. And when they answered, "There is the living Lord himself in heaven, the mighty one, that commanded the seventh day to be kept." Then he said, "And I am mighty upon the earth, and I command to take arms, and to do the king's business." Nevertheless he prevailed not to accomplish his design. So Nicanor, being puffed up with exceeding great pride, thought to set up a public monument of his victory over Judith, but ever trusted with all hope that God would help them. And he exhorted his people not to fear the coming of the nations, but to remember the help they had before received from heaven, and now to hope for victory from the Almighty. And speaking to them out of the law and the prophets, and withal putting them in mind of the battles they had fought before, he made them more cheerful. Then, after he had encouraged them, he showed withal the falsehood of the Gentiles, and their breach of oaths. So he armed every one of them, not with defence of shield and spear, but with very good speeches and exhortations, and told them a dream worthy to be believed, whereby he rejoiced them all. Now the vision was in this manner. Oniah, who had been high priest, a good and virtuous man, modest in his looks, gentle in his manners, and graceful in his speech, and who from a child was exercised in virtues, holding up his hands, prayed for all the people of the Jews. After this there appeared also another man, admirable for age and glory, and environed with great beauty and majesty. Then Oniah answering said, "This is a lover of his brethren, and of the people of Israel. This is he that prayeth much for the people, and for all the holy city, Jeremiah the prophet of God." Whereupon Jeremiah stretched forth his right hand, and gave to Judith a sword of gold, saying, "Take this holy sword, a gift from God, wherewith thou shalt overthrow the adversaries of my people Israel." Thus being exhorted with the words of Judith, which were very good and proper to stir up the courage and strengthen the hearts of the young men, they resolved to fight and to set upon them manfully, that valour might decide the matter, because the holy city and the temple were in danger. For their concern was less for their wives and children and for their brethren and kinsfolks, but their greatest and principal fear was for the holiness of the temple. And they also that were in the city had no little concern for them that were to be engaged in battle. And now, when all expected what judgment would be given, and the enemies were at hand, and the army was set in array, the beasts and the horsemen ranged in convenient places, Machabees, considering the coming of the multitude, and the divers preparations of armour, and the fierceness of the beasts, stretching out his hands to heaven, called upon the Lord that worketh wonders, who giveth victory to them that are worthy, not according to the power of their arms, but according as it seemeth good to him. And in his prayer he said after this manner, Thou, O Lord, who didst send thy angel in the time of Ezekias king of Judah, and didst kill 185,000 of the army of Sennacherib, send now also, O Lord of heaven, thy good angel before us, for the fear and dread of the greatness of thy arm, that they may be afraid who come with blasphemy against thy holy people. And thus he concluded his prayer. But Nicanor and they that were with him came forward with trumpets and songs. But Judas and they that were with him encountered them, calling upon God by prayers, so fighting with their hands, but praying to the Lord with their hearts. They slew no less than 35,000, being greatly cheered with the presence of God. And when the battle was over, and they were returning with joy, they understood that Nicanor was slain in his armour. Then making a shout and a great noise, they blessed the Almighty Lord in their own language. And Judas, who was altogether ready in body and mind to die for his countrymen, commanded that Nicanor's head and his hand with the shoulder should be cut off and carried to Jerusalem. And when he was come thither, having called together his countrymen and the priest to the altar, he sent also for them that were in the castle, and showing them the head of Nicanor and the wicked hand which he had stretched out with proud boasts against the holy house of the Almighty God. He commanded also that the tongue of the wicked Nicanor should be cut out and given by pieces to birds, and the hand of the furious man to be hanged up over against the temple. Then all blessed the Lord of heaven, saying, Blessed be he that hath kept his own place undefiled. And he hung up Nicanor's head in the top of the castle, that it might be an evident and manifest sign of the help of God. And they all ordained by a common decree, by no means to let this day pass without solemnity, but to celebrate the 13th day of the month of Adar, called in the Syrian language the day before Mardochias's day. So these things being done with relation to Nicanor, and from that time the city being possessed by the Hebrews, I also will here make an end of my narration, which if I have done well, and as it becometh the history, it is what I desired. But if not so perfectly, it must be pardoned me. For as it is hurtful to drink always wine or always water, but pleasant to use sometimes the one and sometimes the other, so if the speech be always nicely framed, it will not be grateful to the readers. But here it shall be ended,